And welcome, Rocket League fans. We are here live today with the EGFC week number 4. That is the Electronic Gaming Federation collegiate side. We're also doing high school and who knows, middle school and beyond might be in the future. I'm FBI Tugboat and I'm joined here today for the first time with my man Poppy. Poppy, how you doing?
I am good, my man. I am good. How are you doing?
I'm doing very well. Over the top is in the job description. We are here live for it, bringing the hype for the EGFC. Want to give a shout out first to my man Juke down there in the producer's box, producing away, making our jobs as casters just so much easier. Poppy.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Gotcha. What do we got up here first on the docket? You guys are going to be with me and the velvet-voiced Poppy here all day long. Is that correct, Poppy?
Oh shit. I'm going to be here for a good another hour and a half or so. So.
Gotcha.
I'll give you my velvet voice as much as possible.
There you go. There's the velvet voice right there. We got DePaul University taking on Georgetown first. This is a Big East matchup. They're in the same division, my friend. DePaul University, going to run through this one really quick if you want to do the other.
Yes, sir.
DePaul, first week, 0-3 loss against Seton Hall. DePaul, 0-3 W against St. John's, another Big East matchup there in week number 2. Week 3, DePaul, where are you at, DePaul? Not many people. DePaul had a bye, so DePaul did not lose last week. DePaul is 1-2 coming into week. Number 4.
True, it's true. All right, we're looking up at Georgetown. Let's see, Georgetown did not have a bye the first week. Georgetown is going to be a forfeit win for week 1, and then going
unmitigated W. Love it.
Yep, gotta love the easy W's. Georgetown will take a 0-3 loss against Seton Hall. And then week 3, Georgetown was up against Marquette University and also took a 0-3.
Gotcha. So Georgetown University coming into this one 1-2. That's the Hoyas over here on the right in the orange, made up of Piv, Kuko, and Heracles. DePaul University sitting at 1-1. Blue is going to be ran through by the man Poppy.
Yes, sir. We're going blue. We got Rumble, Karma Juni. It's quite the name.
Oh, yes.
Quite the name as well, so that's good. Rumble looks like he's up in the air right there.
I can imagine he'll spend a lot of time there. Nice side shot here as Karma Juni coming in, flying down on this one, putting the second one up on the board here for our DePaul University squad.
Yes, sir. Grab my controls.
Ooh, man, oh man. Getting hot and heavy already here. I'm excited for some Rocket League. Now, I know Juke has heard me wax about this one before. Is Heracles different from Hercules? It is? Okay, different legend or god or demigod or whatever? It does. I know you guys can't hear him, but Juke is saying that they are from roughly the same place. They are both Greek superstars, I guess you could say. Oh, a corner shot blocked off by Piv. Throw a halo on top of that one and give it an epic. I'm sorry, I'm waxing a little bit too much here, aren't I?
Oh, no, you're good. That was quite a pass from backfield, though, up top, but it was ready. That was close. That was a close save.
Rolling in here. Lavish trying to get that one up, but a whole cadre of players meeting up on that one down there. No double-up action for the likes of DePaul quite yet. Karma Juni come flying in on this one. A better angle. Would have put one up on the board, be looking at 3-0 if that was the case.
Yeah, a little bit of a mistouch there in the corner. Still keeping up in the blue end. Wow. Not a good little bit of rotation on defensive end. Definitely left a wide open shot right there.
It's a fair way to say that one. No. Perfect pass from the side, right over the top of Arcool. Kind of a little, or not Arcool, excuse me. LR Kuko, a storied player. Heracles as well, I believe, has been on the Hoya side for a while. Piv might be new. Don't quote me on that, Poppy.
I won't.
There you go. I appreciate that. I can't be really held responsible for remembering things that happened, months ago. It's 2020.
This is true. Time is not very relevant when it comes to 2020. It seems like it's been a few years all stuffed into one.
Indeed. The good times seem like they last seconds, whereas the rest of it, that's most of 2020, seems like it has been a decade within itself. Hands down, my least favorite year of existence thus far. And I'm 28 years in now. That's saying a lot. Lavish over here taking this in the corner. Got a good touch over the side. Orange with a breakaway. Yeah, that was Heracles that took it away. And then with another little wall bounce against right there past was in. Okay, no, excuse me. That was Piv who actually took it over the top, but then hit against the side. Put that up for Heracles all day long. Hoya striking back here.
That slight bump there on the side when it hit off of the wall definitely helped open up the mid-game a little bit to be able to put that shot on. Stuff the rotation back.
Team-based game, you'll continue to take value from passes and working together like that, communication and coordination. That is Rocket League, my friends. Not just acrobatic flying, rocket-powered, I can't remember. Do you remember what the original name was?
That was a valiant effort. That was a good try.
I appreciate that.
Cool.
Do you remember what it was? I can never remember it.
No. I started playing after the fact. That one actually.
Same here. Same here. Yeah, I think it was actually a completely different game even before that one. Different name. I don't remember. That's okay. We're not here for a Rocket League history lesson quite yet. These guys are in college, and it's not the history that they're looking at, right? Carmaguni.
And alive in the fight in that back end.
Oof. Rumble coming in, trying to prove that name with a tussle down the middle. Barely got that blocked away, but it was a lot easier said than done. Great job by the Hoya, keeping this defense strong here. It seems like both of these teams just kind of warmed up a lot in those first 3 minutes.
I believe, let's see, week 4. Yes, also, this is the first game of this thing. Never mind. I thought I saw them before.
It seems like it just seems like Georgetown specifically has really warmed up a lot. The defense was a little bit lackluster earlier, but as it is, shots coming in towards them, but no shots making it in. Score difference. He's decently centered, forcing Heracles' hand there. Coming over, so giving up that prime defensive position, but you know, once you purchase yourself a little few seconds like this, it's gonna be a-okay. Uko, rounding this one around. It's taken away over the top by Lavish. Heracles attempted mini pass there to Piv. Taking across the middle. Carmaguni is gonna be able to get there, just barely though.
It's good defensive play.
Really had to stretch out for that one. 20 seconds to go here. Heracles rounding around. Average of 10 seconds per shot. That's what is required for Georgetown just to tie this one up. Of course, we could see a second one as long as they make it without touching on the second one, at least. Get tied up. Shot in from Piv, attempted, and almost a floater just makes it all the way in, bursting the bubble of Georgetown University. As it is, even if they make this one, this will be a 3-2-2 loss at the absolute most. Nope, that's a 3-1 here to DePaul, winning that against Georgetown in game number 1.
Yeah, guys, got a little close there at the end. Mid-game push was starting to look a little well for Georgetown, but defense of DePaul really was coming up, holding down that mid-game.
Well, talking to me about the numbers here, DePaul University only had 1 save because that's all they needed. They really spent the vast majority of time, Poppy, with this ball in their possession and making shot after shot. Is also evidenced by our 11 total shots from DePaul University. And looking at the other side, got 5 of these saves coming out. Now Piv absolutely earned a couple of these. The little halo they put on the top for an epic save really didn't even do that one justice.
This is very true. Piv was definitely monumental in the defensive game on this one. But like you were saying, DePaul just did not stop their attack. They were constantly going around. Rotations on a few of them were shaky, but they were enough to get past an almost not very existent rotation by Georgetown. I feel like if they tighten that up a little bit more, they won't have to solely rely on Piv being in that backfield.
Well, cleaning up the edges, that's what I was going to say here. Nobody playing particularly poorly. There's not anything wholesale that needs to change. It's just the fact of, like you just said, the rotations are so big in this game. You know, I think people really understate that.
Yeah, threes can be very chaotic if you allow it to be. So, I mean, I think if DePaul is able to step up their Georgetown is able to step up their communication a little bit. I think if they clean up the mid game and help with the defense, I think that we can see some more attack from them in this game.
10 seconds in, attack almost being spoken into existence there by Poppy. That was almost a very dangerous situation for the side of the DePaul. Now they scored first last time, so they've only been in the lead or neutral. That's true 50-50 from the beginning, score-wise, and 0-0. So we're looking at a Georgetown University squad. If they score first, uncharted territories, unprecedented times for DePaul. Now that was not a good put up there by Kuko, but Lavish did have a shot on that. Rest of DePaul knowing that it was going to be coming down there, but as it is, no harm, no foul. It's against them. Tried to get up, nicely done by Kuko. A second follow-up shot on that one would have been a guaranteed goal.
Hofstra. There's definitely been a lot of very close saves from attacks. A couple missed touches here and there. No one seems to have capitalized yet. Let's see if we can get someone right here.
Yeah, good rotation earlier from Georgetown, yielding them pretty solid defense position. Carmagini putting that up. Lavish tries to come in here and corner this one out. Not going to happen. DePaul had some solid shots up there, but Georgetown, when it goes poorly, I say too many cooks in the kitchen. There, I'll just say double trouble.
Yeah, it's true.
Dipped down the corner, taking this one. Carmagini trying to give him business over the top. Got good, goes for the flip reset, not going to happen so easily. Now that has a good bounce on it, but it's too horizontal. Put up perfectly, and Carmagini is not going to miss the second one of those.
This is true. Heracles up on the top there. I saw this. Yep, we'll see this miss right here. That's just a dangerous area to miss a ball like that. And we're saying Coco? Coco? Is that what we're saying there?
I think it's Kuko.
Kuko.
Okay,
yeah,
sure.
Kuko. Yeah, English language. And Kuko just couldn't get there quick enough to hide that corner.
COOCO2. I'm going to say this is the second profile. Neither here nor there, though. I'm sure he'll flame me and send me terrible messages in my inbox if I say his name wrong, right? Oh, a long one here. Pericles. Not Pericles. Heracles.
Heracles.
Pericles. That's another one. I know he was different from Hercules. But Pericles. Wait, who am I thinking of?
You're good there. Piv and Heracles are combined into one. It's their final form.
Yeah, there it is. There is a Pericles, though, right? I'm just losing it here with the Greek names. Never mind. We're done. We're talking about Rocket League. I'm not bringing this one up again. I hate being wrong. 2 minutes. 2 minutes burned off the clock so far. Even Stevens might as well be 10-10 or 0-0. Doesn't matter. Stevens against.
Yeah, this is definitely a better showing by Georgetown. That is for sure. DePaul still has that attack going, but Georgetown is, as we see right there, having a really great mid-game this week.
Yeah, the operations there towards the middle, not giving up on these, and again, hate to knock on it too much, but the rotations there from Georgetown were just not they were lackluster, honestly, game one. Different story here through and through as we hit halftime. Put up again! Oh my, maybe that's the big one here. Georgetown is now, 3 times in 2 games put this ball up, just an absolute gift. You know, big shiny red bow on Christmas Day to a kid in front of their goal. Like, it has only been taken advantage of once. It's only yielded a goal once.
Yes.
That was Carmagini first time, or no, that was Lavish who missed it the first time, Carmagini on the second, and I think, yeah, that's going to be Carmagini now on the second of this game here. But that was not at least the same exact situation. It's just not a super, super hard defensive pop out, right?
Yeah, you can see Coco and Heracles coming in for a double commit on that, and Pip just couldn't get back from the corner in time. So, unfortunate, but still 2 minutes left, 1-score game. Anyways,
taking advantage of the positioning, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Corner. Put out here. Not going to create the same mistake as Kuko there. Who's got a very, very easy clear. And oh no! Good night. 2-2 here as we tie up in a fine, flashy way.
There we go. Kuko coming in, definitely making up for the double team mistake on the end from that last goal. Definitely cleaned up with a nice little aerial.
Now, over to the orange side, that's Georgetown so far. Middle, rumble up, rumble over to Karma, but yeah, Kuko's just, he had that put right in his face. He's not going to miss that one very frequently. Heracles, actually, that was kind of rumble and, yeah, right, that was Karma and rumble who kind of stayed up there. There you go. There's my too many cooks in the kitchen expression, right?
There it is.
Now over, perfectly timed from Kuko. That's a flip and more. Get that save on top of that one. Lavish now accepting this. This is going to end up decently middled Heracles with a tiny difference of an angle. Otherwise, we'd be looking at a Georgetown University squad, the Hoyas. Oh no! Just a little bit of a mess up there on defense, and Carmagini and the rest of DePaul stay in the lead.
It's what I was about to say right there as you were talking is we're seeing a lot of missed touches coming from Georgetown, and I was gonna say the midfield, but also as we saw there in definitely in the defensive zone, we're seeing a lot more missed touches from Georgetown than we are from DePaul, which is why DePaul's up in this.
For sure. And again, it's no grandstanding like obvious mistakes, right? It's just that little bit of cleaning up the edges, that last 5%. That's what they say about golf, right? It's a game that you play and you learn most of what you're doing and get most of what you've done first 90%, the first couple months of playing, you spend the rest of your life figuring the last little 5%. I think that's almost the level these guys have gotten to. Basics are done, communications are there. You can basically see those flying through the air. Just cleaning up those edges. This matchup is
very true. Yeah.
Oh man, a pass out, a pass in the first one, not even really being a wholehearted shot on goal. It was just a perfect little pass.
It's true. That was a great attack by DePaul. Great attack. They saw that they were that Georgetown was outnumbered in the defense, where they had two that were too far up in the mid. So, I mean, you get an easy 2v1. There's only so much you can do. And with the missed touches that have been coming from the defense, all they got to do is just bet that it's going to happen again, and then they have a wide open goal.
Yep. Just, differences in positioning. Now, last 2 seconds, this is the same situation that Georgetown found themselves in last game, down by 2 with about 25 seconds to go. Result going to be the same. Biggest score difference, or if they score, we'll still be looking at a 4-2-3. But that is still a loss. Yeah, loss of one is still a loss.
It is. It's definitely still a loss. And also in this, I feel like there was definitely mistakes from the first game that were cleaned up by Georgetown in the second game. But
my goodness,
in that it was still enough. Wow, 6 saves by Kuko. 6 saves. So he took over that defensive role from Piv.
I'm glad we were on board with that. And once these numbers pop back up, that is a wild stat line right there, especially looking at DePaul, who only had 1 save, not necessary. 15 shots on goal here for DePaul. 4 of those made in, so just shy of a 25% success ratio on that. This is saying 2 goals, for 3 shots, so better percentage-wise, but the quantity is there for DePaul.
Yeah, and it's good for, you see those saves, you're like, oh man, they're putting up those saves. But when you have that amount of saves, you're like, why are you stuck in your zone? And so I think that's something that Georgetown needs to focus on in their communications right now, is take this moment, breathe. They're still in this, not over yet. Yeah, It became a lot more difficult. But I mean, when you look at DePaul, they had 1 save. They spent most of this game in Georgetown's zone. And as we can see, that's a difference in a 4-2 win.
Exactly. The time of possession counter is still something I want on the ball. I think it'd be relatively easy to do. Just last person to touch ball, and it starts counting on there. But if we had those seconds, we had that information, I can guarantee you, Poppy, that DePaul would have had the lion's share of that time.
Yes, sir.
Now coming in, this is a rock and hard play situation for for Georgetown University in their matchup against DePaul. They lose this one, they'll go down to 1-3. They win this one, and the next 2 rounds, they will stay up and go to the even 500 on the win-loss record. Now, shots like that, that's all that Georgetown needs to do. Have Kuko continue to shoot for those perfect setup. Execution just not finishing out.
That's true. I think even just making those opportunities, what we need to see from this, just from what I've been watching, is Heracles seems to be more of a head on the offense in this team. So we need to see him, if he doesn't make the shot, putting a shot off the back border side that's going to put the defense off enough that he can have Kuko or Piv in the rotation come through and just smack in the goal.
Yeah, it's not necessarily a point man, but the sets up. Oh, almost cornered out for a close. Up, rumble there. Necessary touch. Carmagini now trying to take this one out around the corner. Gets over 1. Kuko on the other side. Kuko with the necessary defense, but Rumble trying to keep this play alive. That was an attempted pass to Karma, but the bump against him set him off just a little bit. Medium-sized clear, we'll call it. So Rumble, the big...
Good race to the ball.
Yep.
Piv is definitely playing an aggressive role in this game, that's for sure. He's been all around that back zone, but they have not spent much time. Oh, a little bit of a demo puts him up, though. This could be a chance.
2.5 seconds, he'll be back soon. Yeah, so let me ask, Poppy, is there anything else definitively that you see game plan-wise that is being changed from Game 2 to now Game 3 for South Georgetown?
For Georgetown, I saw in Game 2 their mid-game. Right now, they almost seem to be going back towards their Game 1 antics. They're playing a little sloppy in the mid, which is leaving open shots like that, where there's not that pressure, where they're leaving the opportunity for them, even if it's not a good shot, like I was talking about, putting up something where they're out of position, they can't get there. Yep.
Speaking it into existence here is Poppy. Could not have agreed more, because that you said, leaving some of those open net situations are going to be taken advantage of 9 times out of 10 by your DePaul University squad. These are higher level Rocket League players. And Karma Juni putting up another one, the dunk in the face for DePaul University.
What's funny about that one is DePaul really didn't have a strong rotation on that. If Heracles would have been able to hit that over that first attack right there, they would have had wide open because all 3 of DePaul were right in front of their net. But the fact that they didn't jump on that attack and Heracles was just a little bit behind on that, it left just an overpowering attack where they couldn't do anything about it.
Really just a setup, right, and the coordination between the two. So it does seem like Georgetown is playing far more aggressive. They realize the situation that they are in, and just the defense just simply isn't there so much, right?
Yeah.
I can't argue against the game plan. I can't argue against that wholesale switch in the plan of attack.
Yeah, and which is, I mean, it is kind of a double-edged sword there because you want the aggression. You want to be shooting on DePaul because you haven't really seen that, but at the same time, they're giving up that defense that they had, and it's just not working out very well for them. So I feel like they just need to, they still have a chance. It's in there, but they just got to regroup a little bit.
Half time now. It happens. It's going to happen now. Up. Man, Piv and Georgetown is making such great opportunities for themselves, but just like that, just stellar defense from the side of DePaul just continuously kills these opportunities at the birthing stage.
And Piv really did do a smart move on that last take where he slowed it down, but there was just 2 defenders there, and in that it's kind of hard to fake out both defenders, especially at a higher end Rocket League. In lower end, not so much, but he definitely had the right objective in that to slow it down.
Still the idea there, right? The on-paper execution was being maybe a little bit different. Taken over from the top, Kuko on the other side of this to play. Now he's got a good offensive pass, but that was not a great touch from the DePaul University squad. And, that's actually Kuko that either got in the way accidentally, or did not get the right angle on a pass to him for a shot onto goal.
Yeah, I think he flipped backwards. I think he was going for a redirect, but he just hit it on the wrong side of his ball. So good luck from a pass up from Piv to Kuko, but just a little bit of a mistouch on that.
Just minor mistakes, but at these higher levels of Rocket League, those will be punished all day long.
A
long run in, but Heracles comes flying in like a comet and just blocks this off perfectly. Spins it down across the middle there. Nobody really left with an idea of what to do. Rumble trying to take this out and set up for a friend, but Karma Jr. just comes screaming past him. Only member left, Lavish, other side, takes this with a nice hit towards the corner. This is ticking away closer and closer to the death knells of Georgetown University.
Yeah, DePaul is just playing way too strong right now. There was a small glimpse of hope for Georgetown. I think at this point, though, DePaul has just they have their number. They really found the weaknesses and took advantage of them as quickly as they possibly could.
Not agree more. The game plan did switch. How they got these goals did switch, but the ending effect, right? Them consistently being not huge up. This is no 10-0 stomp now. It's not like DePaul, or it's not like Georgetown hasn't scored or anything else like that. It's just simply been 2-3 scores up, and we even it's two scores. Both game 1 3-1, game 2 4-2, game 3 here looking at a 4-0. The last one taken in what could be called in other traditional sports as garbage time.
Yeah, and in that, like you were saying, yeah, DePaul was definitely scoring goals a little bit differently, but even though when they got up, they just took advantage, and it seemed that they were smothering any type of forward advance that Georgetown was putting on. DePaul just didn't let them even see the light of day.
Yeah, just not a lot to be done on that one. Let's see. I'll run through these again just a second ago. I'm not sure if I was super clear in what I said a minute ago. So game 1, DePaul University did win 3-2-1, or 3-1. Saying 3-2-1 might be a little bit confusing.
Mm-hmm.
Game number 2, DePaul University won 4-2 against Georgetown, and game number 3, DePaul University won 4-0. So shutting out there in there in the last game, Georgetown kind of all over the place again. So game one, they did find the one. It was a longer range goal, and it did, obviously did count. That was the first of theirs. And then game number two, it just kind of seemed like their game plan might have worked a little bit better, just on paper, seeing the 2-4 scoreline as opposed to the stomp here in game number three or the 2-over in game number one.
Yeah, and in that it was in the first game, it was very much DePaul. Georgetown started to make a little bit of a comeback in that end. Game two, Georgetown was really definitely making a lot of changes in there where you're like, okay, Georgetown is adjusting their mistakes. But then come game three, it just seems they reverted back to how they were playing in game one, very sporadic. They weren't very tight. And DePaul just took full advantage of that, tore them apart.
Yeah. Yep.
So, something that we saw a lot through that series was Georgetown. Man, I think in one game, the most shots they put up was 4. And if I'm correct, if I think I'm remembering that correctly,
they had 5, I think, in game number 2. But
okay, so that was
still, your point is still stands there, Poppy. I'm not disagreeing with you whatsoever.
No, you're good.
That was just the tale of the tape there. How the numbers tell the story, how they form this narrative, and you can use that all day long to kind of look at what it is that really set these two teams apart. But as it is, 3-0 victory for the side of DePaul. They will be going up to a 2-1 scoreline after they have already had their bye week. And we are going to a very short break before we set up a little interview action, a little bit more content coming out from the EGFC. No interview, excuse me. Okay, I'm going to scream, Dad. We're not getting an interview. We're going to be getting you guys interviews on the next one. That is a Delaware and San Jose University matchup that'll be starting here in just a couple of minutes. We're going on a very short break. Do not tune away, good people. And we are back, Rocket League fans. FBI Tugboat here with Poppy.
Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back.
Shout out to the man Juke there, producing away, making our jobs as casters just
Big
so much
DJ
easier.
Juke.
It's always what I say, so there's no reason to change things up now. I'm a creature of habit, Poppy.
This is true. This is true. Might as well, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Throw what you know, that's what I always say. We got San Jose University taking on the University of Delaware. Now, you were mentioning how this might be a little bit of a barn burner, right?
This seems to be a very, could lead up to be a very, very good match. It seems in all, except for one match for San Jose, they have won 3-0 and 3-1. The only game they lost was a Game 5. So, very close. While University of Delaware has been, for better terms, smacking their opponents. So,
Yep.
this could potentially be a very good game.
Yes, we got a couple minutes to kind of set up this up and develop more of a narrative for you guys. So I'm going to run through University of Delaware's run through of EGFC so far here into week number 4. University of Delaware coming through a slap and a 2-2-1 victory in game number 1 of a 3-1 trouncing of RIT. Not a trouncing, a victory, right? Not as close as it could be, but a victory over RIT. That was one of the Eastern Conference games as well there. Game number 1, 2-1 victory. Game number 1, 1-2 loss. Game number 2, 5-4 victory. University of Delaware against RIT, and then number 4, 4-1 being the longest score difference of that one. So it looked like University of Delaware held strong, either won or lost every game 1, 2, and 3 by 1, and then came through a slapping there in the game number 4. What that tells me, Poppy, is that this is a squad that is easily adaptable. They can learn the weaknesses of their squad, or of the opposing squad, excuse me,
Yes, sir.
and really know about what they're about, what their strengths are, and playing to that. As this game went on, they did markedly better.
Yes, and I think that's something that we could really look forward to this. When we look at San Jose for their week 1, even though it was a loss against UT Arlington, it was a 3-2 first game victory for San Jose. And then it was a 3-1 for second game victory. And so it seems that Arlington adapted and started to come around. So we see a 2-0 Arlington, and then a 4-2 Arlington, and then the game 5 was a 3-2 Arlington. So it seems that Arlington made an adjustment on San Jose, and then they started to adjust back and just missed it in that game 5. So with a team that seems to come out hot, but then almost can show their weaknesses too much, to a team that seems to adapt very well, I think this could be a good match.
Yeah, on paper, I think when we see what Poppy is going to be predicting here, at the absolute least, we're going to have some really high-flying Rocket League players. If those scores are also not high-flying, I would not be surprised if one of these squads gets, or if the total points reaches that double digits, reaches up to 10, at least 5 apiece. Who knows, though? Grau first. This is the University of Delaware here on the right in the orange, made up of Grau, Rain, and Vixa.
And then we have for the blue squad, which would be San Jose, is going to be DD. That's a D and a D. So it's either DD or double D. And then we have It's Johnny. And we also have Toaster Doggo. That's a great name. That is great.
It is. Say what you want about Rocket League players, Poppy. They got some pretty funny names.
Their creativity comes out in their names, that's for sure.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I think it's Toaster that has been playing with them since last semester, not 100% sure. We'll get more into lineups and EGFC's past a little bit later. Okay. Grau and Rain very, very well experienced, though. About a minute in. Nobody with a clear advantage quite so far, even though... Oh, cornered perfectly. There you go. Caster's curse, right? You speak it into existence, wherever you want to call it. I don't care. University of Delaware coming through, scoring first.
Yep. UD Vixa with a great read on that miss. He was ready for it. Even if it was a hit, his other teammates were still in position to be able to get back. So that was beautiful placement. Beautiful placement.
It was a win-win situation, right?
Yes, sir.
Once he realized that the angle was untrue, came in, made the most out of it. Love to see it. Toaster Doggo escorted this one through the air, called Air Force One or something. I don't know. When do airplanes get escorted? I don't know. Rain now put up. Rain doing almost everything in a bag of chips to get that score by himself. You want something done, gotta do it yourself, Poppy. And he almost did, like literally everything. Like,
he literally
he
brought it to himself.
His loins, right?
And yeah, it's true.
Everything except
they kind of had a front row seat on that one. They were just sitting there staring.
Yeah,
walking
it's
in awe.
It's a beautiful thing to behold. Perfect pop up. Toaster Doggo goes up for that one, but doesn't get to it very quickly. Keeping it alive is Rain from the top. Might even say that it came falling down to hit that ball, give it a good angle. Now back over. Orange has controlled this one. A really nice dribble on this, but that's going to be It's Johnny at the end. The perfect corner. Toaster Doggo now. His opportunity to come through with a fine defensive stop.
You know, that potentially could have been a really good chance for San Jose, but the third man was too far back, wasn't able to capitalize on that mistake by the Delaware defense there. They were running through the middle, they were making bumps, making touches, but third man was just too far back to make anything happen.
Wasn't necessarily a oh my goodness, Grau coming slapping across the middle here, making it look easy to get across a shot like that against the San Jose University, or San Jose State University, excuse me, squad. That really was, he just made it look easy. I think that's the best way to call that one, Poppy.
You really gotta love those dominance touches. Man, just a little bit of touch on the ball can do wonders. So that was great positioning by Grau. And another one.
Yeah, so 3 now before halftime. Not a good look so far beside San Jose State University. Now, San Jose, is that the Sharks?
San Jose Sharks would be the NHL team. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, it would make sense, and they might take it from the you know, there's like a lot of colleges where I live who are the Panthers, right? For Carolina Panthers. Oh my God, Rain with a 4th year? What is going on? Look away for a second.
San Jose State would be the Spartans.
Got it. The Spartans. Gotcha.
Close enough. You had the S.
I'm sorry.
I said close enough. You had the S.
Spartans.
Spartans, Sharks. Both
I get it.
Yeah.
My bad. Yeah, I appreciate the positivity, even though I was wildly incorrect. There you go. That's the kind of person I need in my life. Just to tell me, shh, you're correct, and just put a finger on my mouth whenever I think I'm in the wrong. There you go. This is one thing I do not need. Probably 2 minutes 10 seconds in. Still plenty of time on this clock, but just what we've seen so far, Poppy, I don't think there's a lot of hope for the San Jose squad.
Not for game one. Not for game one, that's for sure. I'm looking at this, and it is a lot of Grau. Grau is definitely a lot of the offense we can see from here, but it just seems that San Jose just needs to really dissect this during the break in between these games and figure out what they're going to do about this, because Grau is all in their business and not giving them room to breathe.
Yeah, even an attempted pass out like this, just trying to get the ball away from their goal, that was just, again, they kind of made it look easy, man. They kind of made it look easy.
It was a good attempt by Double D, though, or DD. What do we want to go with on this one?
I'll call it DD.
DD.
I think designated driver might be the implication there, which is good, right? Consume alcohol responsibly, 100%.
Sure.
But I'm not 100% sure. That is a D though, not a 0. I did call that dough or do. Oh my goodness. Well, okay, so that was actually more setup for them, right? The side of San Jose tries to round this around, but they don't give it enough oomph right there. You know, is John actually? Did he even touch that? I'm not even sure if he actually touched that.
I don't think he did. I think it bounced in front of his car. Yeah.
Gotcha, so,
that's a hat trick for Vixa, though.
It is. Hat trick for
Beautiful read by Vixa there. Beautiful read. Toaster really was trying to set something up there, but...
Nope. I just somehow need my... Oh, I know how I did that. I tried to... Yep, okay. I'm back. It's all gravy.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Welcome back.
That. Looking at the numbers. That's what I was trying to get at. That's how I muted myself on accident.
No,
5 shots, 3 goals. Pretty solid numbers, especially once you consider that Vixa has the assist. I believe that was to Reigns and a save. Only one on his squad.
Are we back down to... Oh, wow. We are. It's almost like we're seeing another first series match again, where there's 2 saves for Vixa, but 2 saves to... I mean, that quick math, 12 shots. That is quite the lopsided game we have going on here.
Indeed, is DD coming through. Nicely done. Maybe the designated destroyer. I don't know.
Hey,
just got
that might be.
a nice one up front. 35 seconds to go. Would take a Herculean effort. 7-second average on goals just to come through with 5 and to tie it up. So might be done on this one, but again, it's not San Jose out of this one quite yet.
That's very true. It's definitely
a resilient
big feat, but still possible.
I didn't think about. No, I get it. Like feet, F-E-A-T. Like
oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
say
not,
big feet, I just instantly think of like the things on the end of your legs that you walk on, and I was a little bit confused. But master of the commentary, apt analysis here coming out from Poppy. I still like
there you go.
5 seconds to go. Johnny up but not down, tries to get around, but the classic move to go a little bit too far fast and make it rounding around very, very difficult. San Jose losing this one handedly at a 6-1 loss scoreline in game number 1.
Yeah, that is it's quite the feat for game 1. I mean, as we were saying, what is that?
A
12 shot defeat. What am I looking for? English is hard. Okay, it's hard out here.
It can be.
Yeah, it's very confusing.
Hard out here for an English speaker.
This is true. This is very true. So, like, we're seeing a bunch of saves from one side, but no shots. We have 4 shots coming out from San Jose to their 5 saves, but that's 5 saves on 12 shots. So they're going to sneak those in. They're going to get in there. It's definitely a lot of adjustment that's going to be having to come in from San Jose. Grau was massive in that movement for Delaware. He was moving the ball around, and not only was he moving the ball around, he was very destructive in San Jose's zone. He was all up in their face. Wasn't giving them any room.
What wasn't even necessarily the actual demolitions that Poppy is talking about here. He's got a great point, because it came up and it was just the act of throwing in this chaos into a team that is very clearly trying to form a game plan on the field, on the pitch right there. Yes, that did come through in the form of demolitions, the actual destroying of another player, the 2.5 second respawn, everything else like that. But more so was just simply, again, that chaotic factor. If he just comes in and just throws this monkey wrench into the plans and this big turning machine of the side of San Jose, and just you can see the plan kind of working once it's there, but it's just an easy move in by this player to then again just disrupt everything, and it's worked. Like, it turned out in spades so far. 6-1, that's about as far as you get of a score difference here in the EGFC.
Yeah, and I mean that's still a very big score difference for this level of league. I'm guessing looking at a bunch of these guys are in the GC level. And there we had
a lot of champions, a lot of Graham champions. You'll see the tags on their player names and stuff as we come through too. They're very, very proud bunch,
Yeah, of course. And so you see that, I mean, even in that realm of experience in the game, there is definitely seeing that large of a defeat is not very seen. It's not seen often, is what I'm trying to say. A lot of the time, it's usually that 1 to 2 score game. So
yeah. It's not the scene, you could say. Not popular. It's not hip. It's not the thing to do.
Yeah.
There you go. That's what the kids are saying now, right?
That's what all the kids are saying. It's true.
Yeah. On their talk ticks and their clock apps and bird apps
tweeters.
And their tweeters. Gosh darn tweeters. All right, so we got a minute here setting this one back up. Okay. Yeah, that's gonna go to a very short break. On a wipe the old forehead. I'm sweating. It's getting hot in here. Getting hard out here for Rocket League Caster. We are going to be right back with you guys for just a minute. Do not tune away. Literally won't be long, I promise. And we are back. The Tug Devote does not break his promises. It was not a very long break at all.
That was pretty short.
FBI Tugboat here. My man Poppy. My man Juke down there producing away, making our jobs as casters a lot easier. We are here live with the EGFC week number 4. That's the Electronic Gaming Federation Collegiate side. You can check down excuse me, you can check down all the other stuff that they're doing. They're doing high school, middle schools, competitions, other things like that might be in the horizon. Don't quote me right there. I am not the owner and creator of EGF. I promise.
A lot of things you're saying, nah, stay off the record. Stay off the record.
There you go. There you go. Yeah, pretend like I'm not broadcasting this on live for the internet to be saved on there for forever. What I'm saying is, guys, is the EGF is a very exciting organization. They got a lot of plans for the future. Can't speak to them right now, though. Sorry. 5 minutes. Second game. 6-1 scoreline. Game number 1. San Jose getting trounced on that one. See if they bring it back. Different scoreline up this time.
This is true. We're hoping to see San Jose step up in the offensive area. They were just getting smothered by ground. So we're hoping that during that little bit of a break and the server change, they're able to talk it out and be able to see what they need to change to get the one up on ground.
Do you know what I mean when I say no Johns?
No Johns?
No Johns. So longer story short is something that came from the Smash community. No, John is an excuse. Oh well, I would have blah blah, but my controller was broken or the connection was blah. I gotta say, I saw a couple times we're looking at even triple-digit ping numbers for the side of Blue Squad. That was San Jose. So might be part of it, might be not. Who knows? Delaware, San Jose. Nobody scoring quite yet. It burned.
We definitely saw right there that there was a great missed opportunity by San Jose. Toaster was able to do a lot of the work and get that ball in there. And
oh my!
As I was saying, sneaking it in.
Wow, that was impressive. Let's watch this one. That's the flip reset at the end, right?
That was a Toaster goal? I thought Johnny would have got that one. Toaster said, "Here, let me do all the work, Johnny.
Come in here." He got the reset on the like coming down under. I know you guys can't see me on webcam, but I'm like desperately trying to do this shit or do this stuff with my hands. Excuse me. Oh my God! It's Johnny again. So a live squad if there ever was one in the San Jose State University Spartans.
This is what we wanted to see. Johnny, very speedy on the attack. He's getting the beat on him. I feel like he was like, I should have got that first goal, so let me come up and I'm just gonna get one more just to throw it in there.
Yeah, just to prove a point, right?
Yes, to prove a point.
Looking at it, Johnny over the top. He's a dangerous man. We've seen what he can do with just a little bit of wiggle room, as it is. DD out. Rain taking this one so far. Middled. He's not going to be able to get under that. Yeah, nice hit, but that's Growl right there, bouncing in. Oh no! Man. Was that actually teammate who hit that away?
No, he tried to hit it. It looked like he tried to keep it down, but he came in a little too late, so it was the top bar backboard that was what was blocking it from it.
Oh,
what I liked watching on that move right there by the University of Delaware was Vixa. I was watching Vixa on that play, and once he touched the ball, he instantly went to take out people from the net, which I think is not taken advantage of as much as it should be, because there's no one in the net. No one can block it.
Food for thought. On that. The ball will not change trajectory on its own. Now a long up and down here from half field, half pitch, half court.
See, yeah. Oh, full court.
Yeah, that's about 3/4 on that one. Vix with a long ball from downtown.
He said, "Drink Red Bull, gives you wings."
In the next, hey, there you go, there you go. They they heard that one ringing in the next area code.
That was he came flying. Yeah, he came flying.
That ball had its own mailing address.
Especially when you do that, man, you got to have some confidence in that. Saying, all right, I'm going full send. It's do or die right now.
It's not so much a point on the board, it's also that mental statement, right? Like we can literally score from everywhere. If you leave that goal open, don't have a man rotated, and make it bite you every time.
Like you were saying earlier, Tug, Johnny is really doing a lot of work for San Jose right now. He is really running on the offensive zone, and so I feel like just a little bit more effort. I think from Didi. We need Didi to rotate a little bit better on this one because Johnny has been setting it up. I've seen about 3 that should have been a goal already.
Markedly different from game 1. That was my big point. Again, just a little bit of is that warming up, is that coming in. We have no idea if these teams actually did warm up, but there's a lot to be said. Even if they have played against the University of Delaware 10 times before, everybody plays differently on given days. Everybody has good days, everybody has bad days, everybody has specifically good gaming days, right? And there can be other things that affect and have them perform more negatively.
Yep.
Literally up in the air. And how that goes determined day by day. All the way in, Johnny! Almost making him pay the price for that. DD getting a little bit too high. Oh, man.
Could
Designated
potentially
drifter,
been a
maybe.
good dunk. But yeah, just a little too high on that. Johnny was putting his... Ooh.
Oh, my God. Now Grau gives it right back to him. It's almost like, well, hey, you know what? You guys could have scored an easy open one. We're just going to go ahead and eat most an easy open one. Keep it pushing. DD, the man of the hour, though. Putting on his cape, taking off the sunglasses. We got Superman on board.
Oh, man. I'm sitting here watching that. In the back of my head, I'm like, oh, that's a goal.
Oh,
and then
my...
you just see DD come flying from the corner. That was beautiful. That was beautiful.
Oh, man. It really, really was. We are witnessing art making, ladies and gentlemen.
Great
Grau
shot
here
by
as
Grau.
well.
Great
And the
shot.
thing is even if Grau was off, right, Rain was right there next to him, perfect positioning, almost got the pinball award for that one for hitting another player into ball to then go forth and score. So really well coordinated, you know. And if he'd have been off the right, guess what happened? It would have stopped his teammate in mid-air and then stopped, and there would have been no goal. Perfect position. Perfect position.
It's true. That's true. Ooh, what a fake by
Don't
Rain.
speak lies. Oh,
Yep.
man. Toaster still keeping possession of this one. Has to push up and cheat on it, but not going to matter too much. We got Johnny and Didi. Didi, if that had been a little bit farther to the left, Vixen might have been able to stretch for it, put that glove out, but as theory crafting at its worst at this point, Poppy.
It's true. This is a great offensive attack that we just saw there by San Jose. It's bad that we didn't get to see a finish, but I mean, the aggressiveness on that is exactly what we were just talking about. We wanted to see that in game one. They took that time, they adjusted, and there is so much more aggression coming from San Jose that is causing this to be an even game right now.
Poppy, we got on board this second game. Might as well be three. It might as well have been a division between the DePaul University and Georgetown University squads going at it earlier, and then just game one of San Jose State and UDL, and now this is might as well be game one of an entirely new series. Playing like an entirely new unit of San Jose, and I know I only speak truths. 7 seconds in, I'm gonna break you of this. I'm gonna break you of it. I'm just
Sorry.
kidding. I'm just kidding. 15 seconds in, Grau over here. No! Oh, Vixen, no! Oh man, he's gonna be kicking the dashboard for that one. The difference of a couple degrees maybe, especially after UDL came through with such a handed first game. That'd have been so nice 20 seconds in to shut this down.
Yeah, San Jose is not giving up yet. They're still that was great defensive play by that. Still keeping it in their zone too. I'm loving this. This is great. This is some good Rocket League right now. And something I was gonna say earlier was that's a quality of a good Rocket League player is being able to adapt on the fly like that. In these series, yeah, the first game is usually a feel out. The first game for these guys was a little bit of a rough feel out, but I think they're able to make the right adjustments, and that's showing quality for the players.
When I'm looking at, oh man, I saw this setup come up and I lost the words for it for a second, but Grau had a really, really well-placed pass acceptance there, but wasn't able to turn it into points this time. Still looking to not give this one up. UDL does not want to tie this one up after they had such a performance in game number one. Now a minute and a half almost, man. Minute and a half extra 90 seconds. That's a big one from the long ball. Didi taking it. San Jose tying it up in game number two. The overtime longness. Look at this. You don't get farther from this because it's farther from corner than it is from the opposing field, goalpost. If this had been way up in the air, that's the only way that would have been farther. Only way that would have been farther. My God.
Man, Cookster Pinch, patented by the Italian stallion himself, brought to you to American College Rocket League. That's what I'm talking about.
There you go.
I love that shot. When it's successful, it just gets you so pumped.
It really, really was. Show that one on the replay if you got it. Clip it, whatever you need to do to watch that again. Put it on YouTube. Title it "How to Perfectly Pinch from One Corner to all the way, make it all the way in the Grand Champion Lobby." That one will be, that little 10-second clip will be right there for it.
I'm so glad.
Beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff right there.
Yeah.
I personally have to calm down and take myself a breath, drink some water or something like that for that. We're going to go to a very short break, guys. Game number 3, which will be not our last game guaranteed. This is tied up here. Basically purchased ourselves a best of 3 series after the game 1, game 2 tie all the way up. Back with you guys in a second. we are back. We told you it wouldn't be long. Game number 3. These two squads just wanted a little bit of time to kind of come back, form what they're going to do again. That game 2, I think it's safe to say that University of Delaware was not expecting that one.
Especially after game 1, Tug. Especially after game 1. I mean, they come booming out here with a 6-1 victory, and then San Jose steps in. They took that little bit of a break to kind of regain themselves. Man, and what an electrifying ending. OT with the Cookster pinch. Whew, I'm all about that. Let's see more of that.
120 seconds or something like that. 2 minutes into overtime. What was it? Yeah, it was at least 90. I remember calling that one out as we were getting in there, but just wild stuff a little bit longer, and especially like you said, 6-1 game. I think this is University of Delaware squad that was decently confident at that point, right?
Yep.
It made a statement. It came through, put up some big numbers.
Yeah, and I talked about at the beginning of that, I was saying DD needed to step up a little bit, and it's almost like halfway through that second game,
ladder out.
I could hear you. I'm gonna do this now, and DD made some big plays. So
stepping up, understatement. Huge performances by that player. And, like the whole team, just to keep it up, right? It's not just a team is nothing but the sum of its components, right?
2 demos already, and we're 20 seconds in.
So vehicular manslaughter, the way the business is going so far. Yeah, barely 20 seconds in, that 2.5 second respawn, not long. Now, we've seen the EGFC before. Again, these Grandmaster level games, man, they will punish you for doing stuff like that, especially if the player is on attack. Ball switches back around. There's been multiple times a respawn defensive player comes through, especially with that 34 boost. Makes play.
A little bit of a kind of bunched up, I guess you can say, in the midfield right there. Not the best formation by San Jose, but they're keeping the ball in the net still. A little bit. Yep, as I was saying there's something in my soul, Tug, that I was just like, this just doesn't seem like it's gonna end.
It doesn't seem right. Something bad is gonna happen. I can feel it. I got that bad feeling in my stomach, Tug. Minute in. And I think that this has been, outside of game 1 for San Jose and University of Delaware, really have not been some quick goals so far. You know, these have been something like that, 45 seconds, a minute in, not a whole lot on the board going into that.
Yep.
It tells me that both teams are playing offensively pretty well, but defense so far is coming through and deciding first minute or so of these games. Also, ball has not spent very much time in the midfield, which tells me that both these teams are playing very aggressively, right? It's always on one side, which means it's one team always just trying to take the absolute on that. Now the midfield utilized for what it is, and that is mostly receiving room for long balls, and another low and slow blow from the victim member of the side of University of Delaware. And this is, for what I'm sure Delaware feels like, is more of a return to normalcy.
Yes, I agree with that. I was going to say that we were even on shots there, but Vixen said, we need to step this up a little bit. He saw a beautiful pass coming across field from Brow. He said, excuse me, get out of the way, I'm coming in. And just snuck that right in there.
Unwelcomed visitor if there ever was one. DD with a really well-placed shot. Yeah, so that was the side of University of Delaware that really just did not get a very handed hit on this. There was not a clear so much. Might have been awarded necessarily points-wise, but the clear was not so much there. 106km/h goal on that one.
Yep. And also what we saw there, too, in the midfield was Grau went to go hit the ball, but it's Johnny was right in his way. So instead of hitting the ball, he ended up kicking Johnny halfway across the field, which then left it wide open for DD. So great way to take advantage of there.
Yeah. Oh. Apt analysis from the man Poppy. Johnny up, Johnny out. Johnny not touching this one. It's a different friend. 3 minutes. That's what's left on the clock. Rain is going to be able to accept this one. Middle. Right on the other side of there is Toaster Doggo. Gets it. Put up a little volleyball action on this one. Back and forth. Actually, maybe more like table tennis between Toaster Doggo and his opponent. Almost getting on that. Vixa trying to keep this play alive. Getting hit out and away from a teammate. Not ideal. Now, University of Delaware on defense. San Jose on offense.
And San Jose got really lucky on that push, too. Delaware almost snuck one in with a rainbow shot because their defense was pushed up too far, so no one was sitting in net. And almost sunk in, but they were saved by the crossbar, which is always a joy.
Saved by the crossbar. That sounds like a classic 90s sitcom. There we go. 2 minutes. Excuse me. Cornered here. Vixa trying to get on over. Not one. That's Johnny, and that's Toaster. And now the side part hitting this out. Oh my god.
Oh,
Acting like
man.
the backboard for some table tennis on this one. Or maybe a tennis player just playing with themselves. I don't know. That is another one. Oh my god. Toaster Doggo is there with the fourth man on the side of San Jose, because that, of course, is the crossbar. And putting in work on this one. That one being constructed with their name tattooed in the middle of the wood.
Tattooed big and clear for everybody to see.
Big heart around, UDEL, side post, or UD and SP.
Definitely some awards need to go towards that goal post for this one. So.
Yeah, not that this squad's going poorly, but those shots that came in were extremely fast. It would have been very hard. It would have been very hard for the one. It was impossible for the other two to get anywhere. And without that side post, been a little bit off to the side, just a little bit more, another foot. Been 2 goals now that would have seen our San Jose, it's not Starks, Spartans come through and take. As it is, doesn't matter. 1 minute, 1-2, still anybody's game.
Yeah, that was a good comment you made. That San Jose is playing well. So is Delaware, but San Jose is definitely getting bailed out by some crossbars. What a shot coming in on there! I thought that was on top corner.
I almost just headbutted my monitor on that, coming in on that, trying to like get like a better look at the angle.
Yeah,
That was
let me get right in there.
Yeah, let me get right in there. Yeah, right. FBS players punch their monitors. Rocket League players headbutt it, put it through, trying to understand the angle that they just saw.
Yes, it is soccer with cars, so we use our head.
Flying car soccer. Ooh, I like that.
Ooh, almost
Flying
stuffed it.
car soccer. I like it, Poppy. 22 seconds. Vixa barely getting the tap touch. That's what I just tried to. That's why I just mixed twice in a row there. A tap against the ball, and I was almost in. 1 left for the side of San Jose. Game's not dead. Dream is dead. Excuse me, Grau. The Dream Killer. That's what we can call him.
That's what we'll call him.
Yep, the Reaper of Fantasies.
That's his nickname when he hits the pitch.
The Reaper of Fantasies. And with a name like Grau, I could see that,
I guess my gut's off on that one
Sounds
because I was feeling a lot of heat coming in from San Jose. I thought they'd be able to get it because it almost seemed like the defense of Delaware was a little flustered on that attack, but they were able to push out and get a goal.
Efficient Delaware defense. We love alliteration here. But as it is, game number 3 going handily against the side of University of Delaware. Now, if we're to believe history, if we're just looking at what's on paper, if we're to expect that these things will repeat itself and the San Jose State is not done quite yet, then the only thing I can expect is the next one will be a barn burner. They'll go all the way down to overtime, and then San Jose State will lose in game number 5 with 1 score versus something way higher than that, right? Like 3-1 or 1-6, excuse me. Delaware winning out handedly in the first one. Second game being just an absolute barn burner, just a slugging match between two huge boxer of teams, and a 3-2 victory for San Jose after like 120 seconds of overtime. And then game 3 going right back to game number 1. San Jose really just having it given to them in every way, shape, and form. Delaware with a lot more, just a lot more performance here, right? They have more saves, they have more assists, they have more goals, obviously, they have more shots. Everything went University of Delaware's side that time. 3-1 scoreline, pretty handed.
And something about this, it was 3-1 scoreline, but when you look at the stats, I mean, a lot of it was pretty close. Yeah, Delaware definitely, Grau and Vix are throwing so much offense at San Jose that it is kind of it's kind of choking them out a little bit. But on that one, I mean, they were really close in shots, So San Jose was putting up that offense.
Yeah, and you have a good point. Sorry.
Yeah, no, you're good.
I was just looking at the numbers, right? Like, yes, it is technically more, but that was a lot closer. Poppy, maybe a little bit more of a even-keeled and analytic look at this instead of the Tugs just signature, just fire and flames on everything, right?
Yeah, no, it was good. At the beginning of that match, I was noticing some inconsistency in Grau's play, which was weird to see from the first 2 games. And so, but within about a minute into the game, he snapped out of it real quick and was doing Grau things. So
just Grau things.
Just Grau things. I feel
sounds
like
a really like flirtatious like Tumblr account or something like that. Just Grau things, or like an IG that is only flower pictures or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
We're gonna go to a very short break. Poppy and I will be back with you guys in just a minute for game number 4 between San Jose State University, that's the Spartans, and the University of Delaware. Don't go anywhere. And we are back, Rocket League fans. Wasn't a long one at all. The Tug keeps his promises. Poppy here with me. He keeps his promises too. Now,
Yes,
Juke, no guarantees there, no promises there. He's a shifty one if there ever was one.
Can't trust the man. Can't trust him.
Producer Juke down there helping us out, making our jobs easier. We do appreciate them. In all seriousness, it is just a joke to blame production for everything, I promise. Game number 4, San Jose State. It's coming through. University of Delaware. Run through the previous scores for this in games 1 through 3 for me.
So we have the first game. We had Delaware coming out blazing with a 6-1 victory over San Jose. Short little break and server change after that. San Jose said, we're back in this. It was a 3-2 victory, San Jose, in overtime. It was a banger of a shot. And then we come in with game 3. It was pretty even for most time, but Delaware just got the best of San Jose, winning a 3-1 scoreline on game 3.
Just getting that bare little edge there towards the end, taking it to the bank, cashing it in, taking another map victory for it. Now this is the best of 5, Poppy, is it not?
Yes, sir, it is.
So
he does not lie.
Yes, there you go. There you go. Fully swinging into the meme. I love it.
There we go.
20 seconds in. This is possibly our last game now between San Jose State and University of Delaware, I should say. San Jose takes this one. We'll go the distance. Be purchasing ourselves more Rocket League, and I'm always about that buy.
Never a bad thing with more Rocket League.
Rocket League. That's what we're playing here. You thought you were watching acrobatic flying supersonic car things. I can't remember the name. Nope.
Hey, I think that was a lot closer than the first attempt.
That's fair. That's fair. Moving forward here. Not paying attention to the Tugboat's mistakes anymore. Toaster Doggo with a fantastic play. That is not a mistake, but Grau coming in slapping. Proving that one again. With a nice low shot. Or from high to low, excuse me. That's the way I should say it. Or from low to high. I don't know my directions here.
It's difficult. Yeah, north, south, east, west.
I went
was a nice little slow shot
by South Carolina. You can't expect much.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, you're right on that part. That was a nice little shot by Big. So definitely low or high and slow, which is not the actual saying, but Toaster was there to hold that. But man, again, we're seeing Grau do Grau things.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, man.
No, I was just saying we're seeing Grau do Grau things. So.
Grau do Grau things. It's a very frequent mistake for lower levels for players to come in and use too much of their boost or just a lot to try and come in just absolutely flying on these balls. And that, what we just saw, his first score from the University of Delaware, is a perfect example of not doing that. In fact, he was coming in even then a little bit too fast, but it was good because he could maintain the hitbox of his car and hit it perfectly. A little bit slower would have been the money. It's just an idea. If you're newer at Rocket League, it's one of those things you might want to pay attention to.
Yep. It's a nice try there by San Jose. They're keeping in the zone, keeping the pressure, but man, when balls are that high up right in front of the net, that angle is very difficult.
Grau doing Grau things offense, now Grau doing Grau things on defense. Perfect round, but 3 cooks over the right side of this kitchen. Now everybody getting out. There's been a fire. I don't know. Everybody's spread apart on this as defensive squad should be. Yeah, speaking to it more, right? I think, especially looking at Rocket League as a soccer-based game, I think people think about roles too much. As it is in Rocket League, it is always the closest man, whether or not he has the most boost, right? Anybody should be able to play defense. Anybody should be able to play offense. And our Rocket League team is marked by its evenness of player in those respective roles.
This is true. We are away from the good old days where there was a dedicated goalie in Rocket League. So when a player takes that pitch, they need to be able to do a little bit of everything.
Now, here's an interesting one. While we're kind of in the middle here, nobody's losing or winning in the next 60 seconds. How do you... Oh, that was a beautiful
what
shot.
a
Never
touch,
mind. Screw what I have to say. Johnny came flying.
Screw what you have to say, Tug. Johnny is playing Rocket League.
Johnny is the man right here.
Wow.
Coming, screaming his name, making sure nobody will forget that one. Nice tie up factor. And I am lost in what he was even saying for it. Oh, no, I wasn't. The tugboat never... Like an elephant, the tugboat never forgets. So, opinions. What do you think about possibly having like a defensive player, an offensive player, and then, kind of one of both, in that, the defensive player, the goalie would get, like, maybe a little more, like he has a bigger hitbox, or like the offensive player is, like, a little bit faster, like his base speed is a little bit faster, or something like that.
You're talking about, like, if you were to play, like, some sort of sports game where if you picked, like, we'll say football. So like a receiver or something, you have different attributes than a quarterback kind of thing. Is that what you're going towards?
Kind of, but and the roles in that would be far more segregated, right? Like it would be way easier to tell. Obviously, linebackers don't throw balls like quarterbacks do.
Yes.
What I'm saying in this game is, if like there was a special game, like limited time mode or something like that, right?
Yeah.
Fix it. Putting the second one up right here. I think it'd be interesting if, like, kind of like you had roles like in other games, right? Like your support, like defense, a tank, stuff like this, right? So you had like a goalie who was a goalie who could leave if he wanted to, but like say he's slower but has a bigger hitbox. So like he's a little bit slower, so he can't be getting the balls just like your offensive players, but he's got a bigger hitbox, so he can block balls way easier, or something like that. And then like offensive players like a little bit faster or sleeker, or they have a better like demolition rate or something like that, or something like this.
I honestly think that would be really cool as like an extra mode.
Yeah.
Like I think
Not
that
the main,
would be,
Not the main, of course, but yeah.
Kind of to jump onto that just a little off from what you're talking about, but I remember a few years ago in competitive Rocket League, like the RLCS, you would play the fantasy Rocket League. You still do, but a lot of it was chosen off of like where that player mostly like does most of their work. So a lot, we'll say with old school C9, where when you had, I am blanking. Torment was a huge defensive player. Well, so you would always pick him to, okay, he'll get points for saves. I think now the way that Rocket League's going is it's a lot of level. Obviously, we have some people that are just nuts in the professional scene that can shoot the ball from anywhere. But I think it's a lot more level where when people are putting teams together, they pick players that can do everything.
For fantasy Rocket League?
Well, and just in actual like RLCS teams and stuff as well. So
I think what I'm hearing is that it has become a little bit harder to play fantasy Rocket League because people are more even-keeled, and with your various positions, you have to start, sit, just like in fantasy football with your different roles. You're saying it's a little bit harder to play?
A little bit.
We'll get to that more in a second. We're looking at 12 seconds here. This is a very, very close game. I'm not going to do the disservice, the wicked injustice of San Jose State and University of Delaware coming down to a game like this and not getting this screamed and yelled about in classic FBI typo form. 11 seconds to go. This one going the way of blue so far. Vixa with a corner. That's actually blocked out the last second by It's Johnny. A new lease on life purchased from the side of San Jose with this left. This touches and it's done. Didi's landing this one out. We're going the distance. We're going game 5.
We're going game 5. We are going game 5. It's Johnny has been the center of attention for me on San Jose. Like, he has been someone that when they need him most, he's there. And we see him flying in the air. It is, yeah.
When he was needed most.
I mean, we are going to game 5 here, Tug. So this is basically
might as well be a Rocket League cinematic, right?
Oh yeah, 100%. This is a movie. We're living a movie right now.
Yeah, we're gonna give these teams a second to kind of think about what they want to do coming in the game number 5, right? Give them a little bit of a rest for the weary. Figure out what they want to do while we get this lobby set up. We'll be back with you guys for the conclusion of our game 5, going the distance again. San Jose State taking on University of Delaware. And we are back, Rocket League fans. We have an exciting one ahead of us for sure. Game number 5 going down now between San Jose State. That's the Spartans taking on the University of Delaware. Now, do you have any idea what the mascot is for the University of Delaware, Poppy?
No, but Google is my friend.
Google is our friend. We literally have the knowledge of the world at the end of our fingertips. Now, you and I were born in a time when not everybody had these mini computers in their pocket, because you said you're not much younger than I am, and I am archaically old for esports, y'all. That's 28. Hit 30, might as well put in my blue papers. You start getting Social Security.
This is true. So we're looking at the University of Delaware is the Fighting Blue Hens.
The Fighting Blue Hens. We have Spartans taking on the Fighting Blue Hens. Now, given the tenacity of various fighting chickens, being a University of South Carolina Gamecocks fan myself, I almost have to pull for the University of Delaware.
Almost have to. You almost have to. But I'll say, I mean, Spartans and Fighting Hens, they really are going at it.
Yes. I've seen 300. I know how that would go in real life. It'd be very slow motion, but...
slow motion.
There'd be a lot of screaming and fealty, swears to deities and other things like this.
Very dark.
And then just a lot of clucking on the other side, right? There's a lot of,
Yes.
confused clucking. Now, interesting thing about domestication, wild turkeys are so smart that they can recognize when it is turkey. I don't hunt at all. I know I'm from South Carolina and that's the meme, but I don't hunt at all. It's not really my thing. But wild turkeys are so smart that they know when hunting season is. Oh my God! What a pop out by Johnny. Yeah, I'm over here talking about random factoids of life when just because they haven't scored very much the first minute.
I feel like you start telling a story and Johnny says, "Okay, Tug, it's my turn now."
Okay, Tug. Yeah, there you go. Grau as well with the shut up Tug 1 minute in, and that's going to be University of Delaware up 1-0 so far.
Oh, Johnny was so close on that one. He was in the right position, just a little too far to the right. That was a good effort by Johnny to get in the front of Grau.
That was a 127 kilometers shot in there, and a crazy two-man stop in the beginning. Not frequent you'll see that there. I'll continue my turkey story later.
You said 127?
127 kilometers. That's what.
Okay, I feel like it might have pitched off Johnny then. I heard something when that shot went off that almost sounded like a pinch. I feel like he might have pinched it off of Johnny, which is what made it so fast.
Odd video cues. There you go. Poppy over here saying that he can cast with only the sound of Rocket League.
Only the sound of Rocket League. Speaking of the man himself, that's Johnny.
It's Johnny. It's that, which is not a quote from The Shining. I thought it was, but It's Johnny is from something else, or it's just that. It's I can't remember what the quote from The Shining is when he,
he says, "Here's Johnny."
Here's Johnny. That's what it was. Thank you, producer, and thank you, Master Poppy. I'm all about my movie quotes and stuff, so it would have kept me up at night if I could remember that one. 90 seconds in. Grau putting up his second, correct? Grau putting up his second. 3 shots, 2 goals.
We're seeing some missed touches from Didi again, which is what we saw in Game 2. But we saw in Game 2, once I said the words, Didi said, "All right, Poppy, I'm gonna get in there."
I'm gonna get in there. I'm gonna prove my father proud. It's Johnny. The side. Mr. Doggo receiving this into their side. This is a San Jose State squad that really needs to put up another one in the next 30 seconds or so. Not just to make a statement, but just to stop this progress. University of Delaware has been holding on to possession, the lion's share plus more.
Yeah, I agree. It's definitely, like you said, not so much for the win, putting another goal in right now, but it's just to help that momentum that Delaware is running off of right now.
It really is a lot of it, right? Cruise control, foot on the gas, braking speed limits, whatever driving puns you want to apply here, they're all fit. All of them fit. Toaster with a well-placed defensive pass from this. Didi Dream was not dead on there, but it's a great shot by Grau to keep defensive time alive. Yes, indeed, it's exciting.
I enjoy watching Johnny's perspective, because what I'm seeing from Johnny is he really is looking at a lot of these plays 2 steps ahead. Just the way that he's positioned himself. It's very good. It's very good.
Johnny Rocket out here looking into the future, leaving the rest of us scrubs in the dust, the past. It really does seem like that, man. It really does seem like that. Johnny with 6th sense. DD across the middle here. Grau with a nice hit out. That'll be cleared for the time being. That's perfectly centered. And that's little Toaster Doggo just taking the walk for that one over the side, escorting it. But doesn't matter. Vixa bringing it back. University of Delaware now tripling up against San Jose State University.
It's those dominance touches, man. That was such a slight little touch that got it over the San Jose defense. That was a beautiful play by Vixa.
There's art that we are witnessing, my friend. Art comes in many different forms. Rain trying to make a painting of his own. Almost got that one, but a fantastic defensive performance and almost walked in. That's a decent angle, but Vixa, the third man back, great rotations yields. University of Delaware not giving up another.
This is true. Oh, that's giving it right back. Johnny demoed on their end. They said, "Here, Johnny, shake my hand. I got something."
I can do it. Yeah, Johnny Rocket will make you explode. I don't know. 80 seconds over here. Hey, Johnny Rocket taking it from the top. Oh, Vixa, last second, but under Toaster. But Rain gets that one, stops it. Nicely done.
Good. DD almost got in there. Almost got in there. Just a second quicker, that would have been. Some touch with the purse.
Grau, decent out there. That's not a bad angle for either team, though. DD getting past that one with the mismanagement of boost for the time being. Vixa with nothing in the tank, but going up for it regardless. Toaster a little bit well equipped down bottom, now on board. Got DD here, trying to make it around. Under is knocked away by Johnny. Yeah, that's a decent little angle. Toaster Doggo trying to come in for the 1-2 slap, little alley-oop action to finish the dunk, but Johnny trying to get out here. Rotating back now is the side of San Jose.
We've seen really good backboard defense by Delaware. That's for sure. And a lot of what we're seeing right now is the aggression that Delaware had in games 1 and 4. Or 3. Games 1 and 3.
It's yielded them a lot of value there. Really just trying to recreate that. University of Delaware doing well so far. San Jose and all their losses only put up a single
Crunch
score.
Time.
Yep. Towards the end, rocking a hard play is getting closer. Sand falling out of the hourglasses now. That is it. Even if the ball is grounded in 5 minutes from now, doesn't matter. They can only score once. 3-2-1 at least will be the W victory for University of Delaware. 1-3. They have done that twice. Yes, that was their games 3 and games 5 win. 1-6, still keeping San Jose State Spartans down to a single score in games 1, 3, and 5. Like you said, the odd numbers there kind of proving a little bit different.
Yeah. And sorry, but I mean, if San Jose has anyone to blame, it's Tug, because he predicted earlier that if it kept going this way, Delaware was going to take it.
We leaked the script, guys. As all commentators know, we already know what happened, right? This happened a week ago. We know exactly what's happened. I can't even tell you how many times I've seen this entire game played out all the way through. So I can just pretend like I can see the future and stuff. And we choose who wins here. But even so, surprising there. But all the meaning aside, sorry. San Jose State. It is kind of surprising, but I think that you talked about it a little bit, about how the effect that the hosting service might have been, right?
Yeah. I mean, when you have two teams that are on opposite sides of the U.S., the servers are going to be rough for one team and the other. So, I mean, praise the Juke for jumping back and forth. That was really good. But I mean, even in that, there's still effort that you can give in that. And really, besides outside of game 1, their ping was not that bad, from at least watching from the tab. It didn't spike like it did in game 1. So overall, that was a great series. I'm glad that it went down to game 5. Really am. As we were talking about at the beginning, both of these teams put up fights in their other matchups. So I'm glad to see that it went all the way. It's good.
Always here for extra Rocket League rounds, right? We got, and speaking of extra Rocket League rounds, we got loads more coming through now. Unfortunately, I believe this was your last with the Tug for today, right?
For today, yes, sir.
On my heart, I will try to handle it, my friend.
It's okay.
But we got, I hear you. Quite literally, man's gotta eat. So yes, today is the 28th, correct? Yes, today is the 28th. We got, after San Jose State, University of Delaware, yes, that is William and Mary taking on Wichita State University. Now, Wichita State University in their game 1, if I remember right, put up double-digit points against their opponent multiple times. It was a beat down if there ever was one, closest to online bullying I've ever casted. William and Mary is a very, very good squad, though.
Yes.
And I believe this will be the first time that they're playing Wichita this season. Yes, William and Mary. Yeah, so William and Mary came through 0-3 against Hofstra, game 1. William and Mary, where you at? Well, yeah, 0-3 loss against San Jose. And then week 3, I just saw you. Yeah, so they lost to University of Delaware as well. So have not played Wichita State University quite so far. We will see how this goes when we return.
Yes, sir.
I'm FBI Tugboat. Poppy has been casting with me. I very much appreciate that. You can find him out on his Twitter that I do believe is right below over there. Nope, other way. Right below over there.
There it
you
is.
go.
Right there.
There you go, guys. It would be absolute folly to not go and follow Poppy on Twitter right now, just like it would be folly if you didn't get to follow me, my man Juke down there producing, as well as the EGFC over there on Twitter, and follow up with all the crazy Rocket League action that will happen. There'll be more Game 5s like this we just had between San Jose State and University of Delaware coming out on top of that in the Game 5 barn burner right there. I'll be back with you guys in just a few minutes for the next matchup, which is between, I just said it a second ago, yes, William and Mary and Wichita State University. And we are back, Rocket League fans. I have a pleasant surprise for you. I was incorrect. We have my man Poppy here for another game. Oh, bring down the roof. We got Soy coming on here, casting with me for the next game. But yes, we got Poppy for another barn burner of a Rocket League match. I am absolutely elated. I'm ecstatic. We got Juke producing away, making our jobs as casters just so much easier. I said that once, and I've just liked the phrasing since, so I'm a creature of habit again, Poppy. I will say it every single time. William and Mary taking on Wichita State. Now, William and Mary coming in this one 2-1, I believe. We talked a little bit about this before the break.
A little bit, yeah, a little bit.
William
I'm
and Mary,
pulling up Wichita right now.
Yes, so you go through Wichita for me. I'll run through old William and Mary. William and Mary came through. They did not have a round one bye. Where are we at? I just saw you guys. Yes, Hofstra took them down the Eastern Conference game, week number 1, 3-0. So a handed victory for them. William and Mary came through, lost to San Jose, week number 2. So San Jose, the state university squad that we just saw on stream a little bit ago. Then William and Mary actually did lose to University of Delaware. So I'm sorry, I must have read through some of these numbers wrong. I think that I just said earlier that they did take a win, but unfortunately have not found a map series win so far.
Yeah, I'm seeing here for Wichita, they won game 1 over North Dakota 3-1, or series 1. Week 2, they seem to get smacked around a little bit by let's see, where is it? Wichita, yep, by UT Arlington. So they lost 3-0 in that one. And then in week 3, they did not have a bye. Let's see, Wichita lost 3-2 to the University of Colorado. So they're coming in here at 1-2.
Interesting. Colorado, yeah, giving them business in a 3-2. So not the only 3-2 we've had here. Some even Steven games. Love to see it. William Mary on the left in the blue. That's Chimney 28. And oh my goodness, Sonova, the shooter for Wichita State. Maybe that's who we should talk about. Some interesting back and forth here. Qui-Gon Jim putting that one up perfectly. And then what looks like 3-4-3 Guilty Spark coming out to admonish these players for letting a goal go in. The Halo monitor. The robot from Halo.
The robot from Halo.
Oh my, okay. Second one here, Qui-Gon Jim coming through. Second one up.
I appreciate that name. I appreciate that Qui-Gon Jim name.
Yep. A Star Wars fan probably, right?
Yes, my wedding band is actually tattooed on my finger, and it is the Rebel Alliance. So.
Is it? Can we see it?
Well, not at this moment, but yeah, when we take the break, we can.
Okay, sounds good. Sounds good. 20 seconds left in this first minute. That's one way to say the time. Mr. Gopher trying to get this one over here. That's Ladster up. No boost left, though. A little bit of boost. I can guarantee you the William Mary shooters would have put one on the board with that one. Chimney 28, Ladster, and Legacy making up the William Mary squad.
It's true. Wichita State, like you were saying before, we have Zenova, who is putting in that shot foremost. We also have Mr. Gopher. I wonder if there's a lucky Mrs. Gopher out there. And then, as we were saying before, I appreciate his name, Qui-Gon Jim.
That's a bodybuilding fan of Liam Neeson.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be biased here, but I'm already pulling a little bit for Wichita just because of that guy right there.
I have some very, very good memories of watching Star Wars with my brothers and my dad as young.
That's good.
And people always hate through on series 1 through, or episodes 1 through 3, but hey, that was my time. That was my time down there. Cornered shot, barely hits the side post, but keeping it alive. WSU, that's Wichita State.
Ooh.
Right there. Oh my goodness, they had so many shots there, Poppy.
Chimney 28, more like the wall 28. Not letting anything in right there.
Man, oh man, a brick wall, brick house, and the chimney made of brick all the way through. Just absolutely blocking nothing. No fly zone here. No fly zone. Legacy, attempted pass on over to Ladster, but that's going to be intercepted by Wichita State, and they had started their offense on this. Bounce towards the middle. That's a nice demolition, leading to a Zenova third shot. 2 shots, 2 goals for this guy. Third for the squad. Not even halftime, Poppy.
My man, Qui-Gon Jim coming in, a Jedi Master, making the way for his fellow teammate to put that easy goal straight to the middle. Using the Force to explode his opponent.
It had to be, right? The unfair advantage, yes. We'll have to consult the rule books on that for the influence of midichloric outcomes physically when it comes to the trajectory of balls and more. I'm sure there's an entire chapter written on it, a couple subsections.
We'll let them get through this series, but I can see a 1-game suspension coming.
Gotcha. Yes, no, PEDs here is controlling things with your mind, like in a popular Star Wars series. Okay, we're with it. Zenova,
and we're
taking
back.
This one. There you go. Yeah, right. We're gonna wax random for a little bit, but we'll always bring back to you guys. You gotta give the people what they want, but you can't give them everything all at once. It's something I've learned.
Even with the reach of that Dominus, Mr. Gopher is whiffing it up there in the air.
And a couple players I've seen do that so far. Just gotta call it like I see it. I can guarantee that the cleaning up of those little minor mistakes will happen more as we get past our game 1 between Wichita State and William & Mary. Now that was still decently put up. The defensive player back, that was Chimney, did a really good job of putting this one up to purchase some time for his squad though.
It's true. It's true. It's that's always an awkward angle to save from as well, because you're backwards, the ball is high, but that was a good touch. Just put it up high and then give them an opportunity to kind of reset as they're coming back.
Zenova just a little bit too hard, a little bit too fast. Yeah, the wall. I like it. Now a little bit hard and a little bit fast on that one. I think that end of the day, there was another example of Zenova just coming in a little bit fast. Now that was not Mr. Gopher, low and slow blow here. Call it a bowling ball as it came rolling on in here. Not going to leave the ground for nothing. It's a heavy one.
It's true. Definitely weird turn of events there. I think they're faking out the defense a little bit, but I mean, like I always say in Rocket League, if you don't know what you're doing, the defense won't know what you're doing.
That's fair. That's fair.
Confusion is the name of the game. Ooh, that's close.
Got you. Okay. I was kind of wondering about that one. Yes. So we got Maddie Dubs coming in from. Huh?
Nothing.
Oh yes. Our producer's nonsense messages there. had to read what was going on. I'm trying to understand what's going on in this game. Yeah. So Chimney 28 is Maddie Dubs. Maddie Dubs, a very storied name here. It's Qui-Gon Jim with a little lower and slower blower there. Again, we just saw one of those get a lot of value earlier. Legacy really trying to reach back for that one. Maybe a backflip would have helped on that one. There's not much that Legacy could have done there though.
Yeah, that's definitely a tough spot to be in, and it's in the heat of the moment. It's very rare that you see someone make the exact correct move in that spot. So,
well, Wichita State. Now, this has just been really, there's always that vibe of the game, right? This has been 5 individual goals that it seems that Wichita State is able to accumulate together, but these weren't like just bangers back to back all the way through. This has been what seems like a very even game. Like this could almost have been the other way and you wouldn't even notice the scoreline wise, right?
Yeah, I can agree with that. Except when you look at shots. I mean, when you look at this, we're looking.
Maybe until you see plays like that.
Exactly. I mean, but I do see what you're saying. There was a lot of evenness in there, but Wichita is just finding those mistakes and capitalizing on them. But then you get stuff like that where Legacy's attempting to make a save, got a little too high on that ball. There's not really much you can do there.
Yeah, 6 seconds to go. This one over. We might see a 1 on the board put up by William & Mary. A lot to be said for the mental facilities that comes through on that. But as it is, about as one-sided as you get in game 1, right? But we've seen a 6-1. Yeah, in the last game that was University of Delaware, but at the end they barely won that.
Yeah. This one was definitely all Wichita. So, like I said, right on top, my man Qui-Gon Jim. He's pulling it up. Maybe a little bit of cheating there using the Force, but hey, what can you do? He's already in there. He'll probably.
What can you do? You can adhere to the Jedi code and not use these things in sporting competitions where it's uneven, unfair. Now, of course, we're just kidding. As far as I know, there's no usage, no midichloric influence of the trajectory of balls. I said it something like that earlier in the heat of the moment, and I really liked that. But hey, we are. Yeah, so it seems we're not going to be doing interviews, and that's okay. We're just trying to get it through here. We set plenty of time for these Rocket League games, but hey, well, yeah, blame production. That's where I was going to end this joke at. But just blame production. We'll just skip to it right now.
Yeah, but as we're seeing here, Wichita State definitely took advantage of this. I mean, they put up way more shots than we saw come from William & Mary. So I think, like we said in the Delaware and San Jose game, William & Mary just has to take this time just to kind of regroup, go back in it.
Yeah, just physically and mentally reset. Take this time, figure out what it is that you want to do to recreate for your own squad, what you want to stop the other team from doing, and what situations you want to make for yourselves again, then try the same results. Just absolute runner from the middle. And okay, yeah, so we got 6 goals last game, all of them going Wichita State. And just like that, 3 seconds in, hands down the fastest goal we have seen on stream today go on the side of William & Mary.
His nickname may be The Wall, but he can also shoot.
There you go.
Coming in there, definitely finding just that glimpse of a moment to put a shot on. Just banged it right in. It's a good placement.
One could say, Maddie with the fatty, fantastic goal. Through the middle, Legacy getting a good tap on that one, but that's going to be Chimney of the Wall breaking this one out, bricking it all over the other side. 25 seconds to go. William & Mary, the only team to have scored. Looking like a different game so far.
Pressure is definitely there that we did not see in game 1, so definitely a big difference.
Yeah, 100%. It's not necessarily playing scared, William & Mary was, but they're playing way more aggressively and taking a lot of advantage from it. Not until there. That was actually aggression where it doesn't pan out. Talk to me about what we just saw here.
Well, coming through the corner, it's always a hard play. Zanova had a great read, but the double commit is what killed him.
Yep.
So they had someone who was in net, should have called, hey, I got this, and shot straight up, but then you have someone coming from that back wall as well, and it puts them at a disadvantage.
Literally the example in baseball where you'd see 2 outfielders running, you know, the comical like clunking of spaces right into each other because they're both paying attention to the ball. A lot to be said for that one, but not going to get you any advantage when you have double ups like that. Too many cooks in the kitchen. I've been waiting to say it. Right on, Jim.
To say it.
Second one here for the side of Wichita State. And again, if you're a Wichita State fan, you can imagine that feels like a return to normalcy.
Yeah, and Ladster right there with a little bit of a mistouch. And the bad part about that is that there was someone from Wichita just waiting for that mistouch.
The wall coming through again. William & Mary standing strong. I love it. Those are fast 2-1s right there. First shot, second shot coming like gunshots right next to each other. Loud too.
Good bump. Yeah, Mr. Gopher, that was a good bump by Gopher. Definitely disrupting the little bit of a push that we saw from William & Mary coming in right there.
The middle.
So, lucky you, Gopher.
There you go. He's there again. Great job on that. Blocking this one away. Putting a statement out on the streets.
On the streets.
Well, I mean, right? Streets, pitch. Yeah, whatever. You get it's the theme of the whole driving thing.
Ooh,
Again, you know?
another pitch. Love a good pitch.
I do love good pitch.
Good call by Chimney to not challenge that. He was way behind on that one. Ooh.
Yeah, so classic situation here. The demolition comes out. Oh, Legacy just slowing down the perfect time. Ooh. Nicely done. Okay, so we said earlier about, I think that was Zanova coming in too fast. That was a complete difference here as Ladster ties us up for a squad. That's William & Mary. Legacy just, and then just hits the brakes at the very, very last second. Because he knows if he'd been going any faster, he would have either hit the ball or gone off onto the side and not been able to position himself for that. As it is, this is, I mean, yes, they scored a second later, or 10 seconds later. But, you know, if they'd done the same play at the beginning of the next game, who knows, right?
Who knows, but Legacy, I will say, man, you owe Ladster a drink. That was quite the bailout he had for you on that one. And taking it all the way, going coast to coast, getting the save and putting in the goal.
Coast to coast indeed. Some country travelers here. Decent angle. That's going to be a pass, though. Bounce action. Nobody bid on it from the side of Washington or Wichita State, so that's going to be money. A little bit past halftime now. Cornered out. Chimney says no. Plain and simple, like talking to a wall.
Oh, we love the puns around here. This is good. This is good. Ooh, good dunk by Legacy there, but Gopher was there to hold it on.
Yeah, there's definitely something was attempted there, and it may not have been entirely respectful. Nice hit from here. I think that actually might have been a bit of a pinch. Qui-Gon Jim cutting him in half like Darth Maul! Wichita State coming through here, putting up a third one after the nasty demolition on the side. Qui-Gon Jim making quick work of that blue player. Now, I think that was Legacy who was trying to get that in there.
Yeah.
But just a simple fact of him relying on having a teammate over there spells for a different outcome.
Yep, that was a beautiful play. Qui-Gon Jinn taking out the defense while the second man is rotating back. So obviously they're instantly going to be at disadvantage there. And beautiful. Getting the demo and the pass, Zenova coming in and finishing off. That was a beautiful play.
Definition of a team-based game, right?
Yes, sir.
Nobody trying to do everything themselves. As it is, Wichita State still in the lead, even though this one is looking night and day different from our first game.
Yep, teamwork makes the dream work. Yeah, this is definitely night and day. I mean, we have William & Mary putting up a fight, as we say right there.
My,
Coming in.
my.
I like these games. I like when they're close. Keeps them
Mad Ladster coming through, making a statement. I think that was Gopher on the side doing some flips, or maybe just trying to
for
look.
him now. Yep.
Yeah, or maybe just trying to look pretty or something. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Gopher was he was not making an effective play on the ball. We'll say that.
It's true. Oh man, that's 2 goals out of 3 shots coming in for Ladster, so he's definitely holding up the offense right now.
There we go. Yeah, so it's what, 8 shots, Wichita State, 5 William & Mary. So yeah, like you said, oh no, Mr. Gopher doesn't like me talking about their numbers.
They really don't. That was a what do you do right here? I don't think he tried to fake it, but it was a beautiful quote-unquote fake.
I thought you were taking to like the just click on their heads, right? Like, how do you win? Oh, just click on their heads for it. Oh, just make the ball in the goal. Simple as that. Make the ball in the goal more times than your opponent does.
True. That's true. It's a great setup by Zenova. I think he was going for something else, but I mean, hey, it works out. It's good rotation coming in from Wichita because they had someone right there to take over.
Yep. It's, yeah, rotation. It's one of those words in Rocket League outside of positioning. I kind of feel like there'd be other things. Okay, so why we have a
seems we have
a DC. So here at 35 seconds, the score was 3-4 for the side of Wichita State. Maybe he'll reappear as a hologram in the last movie. Who knows? But hopefully he gets back into this game in the next 20 seconds, though. But just, I believe, yeah. Okay, so Legacy actually just take another one. Wichita State fighting this one 3-2, and now we're tied up here. Again, 35 seconds. I'm not sure what we're supposed to do, Juke. That's why I'm saying this. 35 seconds in, Wichita State was up 4-3.
Yeah, and in that, I believe since the game's almost over, you just play through it, which sucks for Wichita in all this, but that was definitely in a 2v3 situation. You really have to play as safe as you possibly can, and that touch that by Zenova led to that goal was not a safe touch.
No, it was
No,
not.
but that was a beautiful save on the end of Wichita right there. That could have been easily the game winner right there.
Yeah, overtime, 2-3, some seriously bad numbers. Qui-Gon Jinn is back. He has returned from Hoth.
He has
I don't know.
returned. He will not get the points for the stat sheet, but
No, he will not. That's okay, though. He is more so playing for his friends. It's not a journey, it's a destination. and another just typical things you'd see on the wall of a housewife's like Target sayings or Target like posters and things. Yeah. Live, laugh, love. You know you'd see that one in there.
oh yeah, it's very common. Ooh, big miss in the air right there.
That's true. From the middle here, Zenova's going to meet that up top, burn everything out on the way there. Now Chimney is back. Wall has himself a lot of boost, utilizing some of it to get around the corner of this one, but several different whiffs from both squads actually leads to a half-hearted push from this ball now closer towards midfield. You had center pitch right there. Ball just came across, but possession for the side. Orange, they try and take it out against William & Mary. That's Wham. Ladster, corner. 2 members up on this one. Zenova comes in, gives that necessary flack, and up with the top. That's going to give Blue the defensive time they need to come back. And this one, now middle, Zenova forced to give it a slow tap. Legacy's taking this one to the side. A big of a runaway here, but Qui-Gon Jinn gets up on the corner. Legacy now putting that down. Ladster almost takes a really, really nice pass from the low.
What a dunk.
Would have had a good angle as well. Coming up, the guillotine almost slams down, and no! Legacy gets to that because Ladster whiffed.
Chimney was not expecting that at all.
Yeah.
He was not expecting that miss.
It's so hard to predict some of these things, especially when they're happening so fast, and you don't expect high-level players to not just miss, but like, or not just like get like a bad angle, but to miss completely. Oh, the corner! No! Zenova keeping the dream alive. Wichita State still bringing this back. Game number 2, 5-4, 2 extra minutes of overtime, and they get it done, even down a man, for about 45 seconds.
Doug, we thought the name of the game was going to be the crossbar again. But man, that was those two situations. That is rough. That was quite a nail biter of an ending right there.
Really, really was. But again, every way different from our game number 2, 5-4 in overtime, 20 seconds. Even if so even if we didn't have the DC for a short period of time here, Pappy.
Yeah.
If Zenova and Mr. Gopher still play this out, and this one ended out with William and Mary 3-4, like if that ended right there with Wichita State still up, that's still a very, very close game. Even if we didn't even touch overtime, still a very close game when compared to a 6-0 stomp in game number 1.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of warm up arguments to be had there, but otherwise not much of an excuse when you can see that William and Mary can do this stuff. Right?
Yeah, no,
They've played
I
this squad
agree.
before. They've scrimmed against at least. I can guarantee you. Now we just need to see William and Mary come forward. Now, if they don't win game number 3, it'll be a serious, shame fingers from the Tug, because you just showed what you can do. Game 1 jitters, okay, fine, whatever. You just showed what you can do. Let's see it again. Let's get some extra Rocket League in here.
I agree. William and Mary stepped up immensely on that game compared to game 1. So I think if they just keep riding that momentum, they lost. They're down 2-0, but with that momentum, they could easily take this game 3. I could see them taking
100%. 100%. We're going to be getting right into it. No reason to stall. William and Mary taking on Wichita State, down 2-0-2. Down 0 against 2. Excuse me. I realize how that might be confusing. Chimney winning the 50-50 off the top.
That was kind of a sketchy defensive play there by Wichita. It seems that they're kind of getting out of it.
Now corner. Ladster trying to receive this one. Chimney breaking this one up as it got influenced against him. So that touch ceiling gave teammates around a lot of time to rotate. But who's doing something with it? Both teams go for it. That's the 50-50 win for the side of Wichita State. Chimney trying to get over. Puts this up for him to roll along the wall with. And see a Wichita State member miss that completely. Just go flying across the wall. The window painter. Or window washer, excuse me.
Story the crossbar right there, Tug. Saved him out of that. That should have been a goal. They got saved out by the 4th man on the field.
I feel like there's a joke to be made here about getting saved by crosses. I don't know. We're not going to touch that one. 1 minute into this.
We'll leave that one in the corner. Yeah.
Exactly. 1 minute into this, Ladster trying to get that up. That wasn't really like a... If that wasn't a pass, was he just giving up possession? I'm not 100% sure. There are these micro plays, these small things, these errors that are going on that are deciding entire possessions. They're leading to entire goals. They're leading into entire map wins. They're leading to a series decision.
Yeah, I agree. There's definitely a lot of misplay in the midfield right now by both sides, and so it's kind of creating that confusion where there could potentially be a really good play coming out of this, but it's almost like other teammates are not expecting a lot of these missed touches and all this stuff that it's definitely kind of making an error of like, I don't know what's happening here.
Gotta call like I see it, my friend. When there's mistakes on the board, Tug will shout him out like the weatherman. Mr. Gopher rotating around. He is not making mistakes so far. That was a decent little pinch as well against Chimney. If he hadn't not gotten on top of that, he had the boost and the position to come down and crush that guillotine. Drop the blade on that one. Not happening yet. Scoreless, 0-0.
Yeah, this is definitely, it kind of plays into a little bit of the midfield mistakes that we were just talking about, but, and I'm going to stop.
My goodness, talk about midfield mistakes here. That gets put up with a bow on top in front of William Mary's goal for Wichita State, and they say, hey, it may not be December, but I'll still take that one.
You hate to see that backflip right in front of that goal. He definitely, if he would have front flip, he could have potentially had a piece of that to hit it off to the side. But that backflip feels backflip.
Oh, I said Phil's backflip. I was like, oh man, is there just another name that I don't know, another name of a player or something like that I don't know?
No.
Phil's backflip. It will be now.
Yeah.
There you go. Ladster trying to get up. Not going to happen. No boost for him or Mr. Gopher. Both going to be boostless coming into this. Only so much you can do without. Now, continue to play this one up against William and Mary. We're at halftime, man. We've only seen one score.
Yeah, this game is definitely, I could see this one going. If we keep up the pressure that we're seeing, there's a possibility. But, man, right now, Wichita was really holding William. here we have a little bit of a movement, so we can see if anything makes out of it. But again, yep, Wichita takes possession.
Wichita and will. I'm one for alliteration if you haven't noticed yet. Chimney. Oh, man! That chimney just stood a little bit too tall on that one.
Good one.
There you
Good
go.
one.
Ding, ding, ding. +1 tugboat. We always say no puns at the beginning, and then I just always break that mercilessly. Just completely lie. Anybody
hard.
I'll say that to.
Puns are way along.
What? My phone just gave me a result for... interesting. Something about peacocks. Not sure. 90 seconds. On defense here, it's blue. It's William & Mary. Position they've been in a solid little bit. There's something they could definitely take advantage from, right? It's just simply getting more aggressive and trying to take possession of this.
Yeah, and I mean, it seems like, I mean, obviously they are doing it well in defensive, except for that. But it's like...
Yeah, except for that.
Except for that. Yeah, Chimney went for boost right there. He should have rotated into the net and kind of just held it down. Even if you are low on boost, a beam that is in the net can help prevent... obviously open nets, but when a shooter sees someone in the net, they tend to either overthink or thinking of trying to hit angles, which is where mistakes were made. But if it's a wide open net, all you gotta do is tap it.
Just give it a little tap, but the ball going its home. That is a reference.
Absolutely.
Little tappy tap. Go in your hole. Billy Madison, or the one where he's a golfer. I realized that a lot of Happy Gilmore. There you go. Yeah, I realized a lot of Adam Sandler movies can blend together theme-wise, right?
It's true. Yeah.
Not massively different. Nobody's watching this for the intellectual content, right?
Yes.
Chimney trying to take this one out. Not gonna happen so easily. Ladster is having to pass this over to himself actually, and then take it away from Chimney. So a different play on that against his teammates.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a confusing corner play in there where both Chimney and Ladster were kind of sitting staring at each other, and it's just when you're in the corner, that can be some of the trickiest play, but you just got to make sure to keep it.
Wait, so why didn't... I'm super confused. We'll just watch this one again, because it seemed like there's a blue player up ready to make a play. Chimney's over. Chimney comes... Okay, so Chimney... Sorry. I thought that Chimney was going the other way for a second. I read that wrong, excuse me. Chimney was going the way Chimney.
No, you're good. I think that's a tricky one because unless you're really, really looking at it... Nice shot, Ladster. There we go.
Okay, Dream not dead. 9-second average here. Well, I mean, heck, they could get 17 seconds, and as long as they get a kickoff and keep it alive, right?
True.
That's a little bit far. That's a little bit far from where we're at right now. But this is a team that has nothing to lose.
It's possible. So.
This is the team that has nothing to lose too. And here's another tagline for the movie, right? There's nothing more dangerous than a man with nothing to lose.
True, man.
We would have an entire movie just ready to go, just have it pieced together from different parts of these Rocket League casts. Ladster, taking one. Not gonna happen. Dream now dead. It turned into a nightmare. Wichita State coming through, dashing hopes, dashing dreams, and dashing fashion here in game number 3. The 3-1 victory for Wichita State. Did you like that one? The dashing hopes, dashing fashion. No?
I appreciate you. That was good.
There you go.
That was in there.
There you go.
I feel like
is that something else we do frequently, Juke? Is the hard hands? Want to call us out about pointing? Juke was saying in the Twitch chat that the casters, they point to their names and stuff like that. They do it a lot. So I did.
You tried it, and then obviously
viscerally
we
angry.
Here, so we off center it.
Oh hey, there's the I saw your ring.
Oh yeah. Sorry.
There you go. Hey, how cool is that? Look at that, guys.
Yeah.
He's a true Star Wars fan right there. Qui-Gon Jinn will be very, very happy. 3-0 victory for Wichita State after they took it down very handily. Game number 1, 0-6. As close as it gets with 2 minutes of extra time in a 4-5 victory for Wichita State game number 2. And then third game, William & Mary, that was Ladster who got one there a little bit later in this game. But at the end of the day, it was a very close game. I know casters always say this, but this 3-1 scoreline is not indicative of just how close that game was. Again, that could have gone either way. That could have been William & Mary with a 3-1, and the game would have looked almost the exact same. Some really good players who came out and did very well.
Yeah.
It's just overall, again, team is the sum of its components.
Yep, I agree. I feel like we could have seen a little bit more from William & Mary in that game 3, but at the end of the day, they came back in that game 2, really, really pushed. I mean, overtimes are just anxiety ridden as it is. And so I clapped for them. That was good. And then in game 3, a few more mistakes than they needed, and Wichita just jumped on top of them. So not trying to be biased here, but Qui-Gon Jinn, he's the man.
Well, so pulls out the green lightsaber, starts hacking and slashing. I don't know.
Exactly. I mean, he had a lot of demos going in there, so.
No, I hear you.
Scared.
So, unless we have something else for the good people here?
I think so. No, we're good.
One more breakdown here? Okay, gotcha. We have now reached the time that I have been absolutely dreading this entire time, the end of Poppy's time casting with the tug.
For real this time.
I will possibly live through it. There's no guarantees here.
Okay.
Never cast you the Force, so I'm not sure how not casting with you will treat me. It could be lethal. Juke, shout out to him producing away, making our jobs just so much easier. We do appreciate that. Now we got Soysaurus coming on in here. He's going to be screaming with the tug here in just a couple minutes. We got our next matchup coming in at you guys fast. We'll be back very shortly. But for now, it is goodbye to Mr. Poppy.
Appreciate you all. Thank you all for having me. We'll be back.
Absolutely, big dog. We'll have you. And welcome back, Rocket League fans. We're here live with the EGFC, that is the Electronic Gaming Federation, and this is week number 4. I'm FBI Tugboat, I'm joined here with Soyasaurus, no more Poppy. Soyasaurus, how are we doing, man?
I'm good. I'm ready for some Rocket League. I was casting on the other stream, the EGF Rocket League stream. We had some good matches over there. A lot of close matchups, a couple sweeps. It was fun. So I'm ready to see what we got upcoming next.
I got you. We've had the same thing on the docket here. A couple 0-3s and a Game 5 barn burner, even a 0-3 that was incredibly close, incredibly different when it came to scoreline. What, 0-6, 4-5, and then 1-3. Those are some different numbers, my friend. We got my man Juke down here producing away, making our jobs as casters just so much easier. And University of Colorado, the heavy hitters, coming in against the University of North Dakota.
And if you look at the roster for UND, you got Cannonball, Red Rocket, and Altoid. And for Colorado, I believe it's Trixon, Flover, and Deco. I think I got those pronunciations right.
Where did the Flover come from? Hey,
he was in last week. Maybe
oh, okay, guys. Yes.
changed his name.
This week we got Deco, Trixon, and Starvun. Rocket, Red Rocket, Altoid, Cannonball. Yes, the 3 standard players side of University of North Dakota. You're seeing this too, man, right? You have a confused look on your face.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
Just making sure.
Yeah,
make sure we're all the same
I got it.
page. What's that, man?
So one of the points I want to one of the major points of this game, I think if you're UND, one of the player to watch is Cannonball. Last week, Cannonball was the guy keeping UND alive in their series against University of Arlington. He was the guy who was able to clear the ball, and he had, I believe, one of the longest goals at series.
Yeah, it'd be harder to get a farther one than the corner shot that he got. Do you believe you and I were the ones on the spot calls for that matchup? As it is, though, Colorado University, that's CU. Deco, Trixon, Starvin put up the first one here, barely a minute in. Red Rocket, Altoid, Cannonball now at a deficit. Going to be forced to score one just to tie it up. Not as bad a situation as it could be in, though, that's for sure. Trixon over, Deco tries to touch! Oh, some up and down from the defense, but that is not going to be enough. Deco taking the second for Colorado University in the space of about 15 seconds.
So I thought Deco was going to get a second touch on this or not before that ball hits the crossbar. It looked like Altoid made the initial save, but then Deco was there to clean up the rebound.
Yeah, the cleanup action right there, it's always going to be something that your teammates will look for you to do after, for whatever reason, you lose at 50, you go for a shot, doesn't make it, and everything in between. Decently centered here. Good job there by Altoid, putting that in the middle. Another good little angle, but that actually lands at the feet of Trixon. Gonna make for an easy stop block on that one. Now rolling out, Trixon there towards the middle again. No boost in the tank, but man, oh man, if that had been on point, that'd have been a goal. Cannonball completely whiffed on that.
Yeah, you can't afford that too, especially down 2-0 early in this match. They need what they can get.
There you go, Trixon with the third on this one, making it a little bit harder to decide North Dakota.
Great shot placement here by Trixon off the wall. Catches that ball on the bounce and is just able to loft it over the last 2 defenders.
As it is, Trixon putting this up, rolling it in, not gonna have the angle forward as Starving comes out. He's fixing to make a nice one in from the lower, but that's a good job by Orange there, keeping the defensive alive and getting through it. Now cornered out here. Trixon makes this one explosive as he tries to keep the offensive alive on this. As Deco down low, the rotation comes through and Trixon is just there. Had he maintained that aggressive stance that he had, so we would not have seen a fantastic pass to Starvin from Trixon all the way over there. 4 up, a stomping coming through the garden of game number 1.
space that Trixon has to make that air dribble happen. And on top of that, he leaves the ball back for Starvin and gets a bump on the second defender who was rotating in fast enough to try and make that play. A fantastic goal from Colorado.
Yeah, really, really was hands down the most impressive of the four that came through tonight for this squad. 3 minutes being the assertion time of that. Trixon with another one, playing with the ball on here. Call it ball as there was no other Colorado player useful, or necessary, excuse me, not useful, but necessary for that score.
And UND didn't even expect him. Trixon comes in out of nowhere right at center field, steals that ball away, and then just a beautiful touch off the roof of his car to get that one under the crossbar.
Really was. Crossbar has been the bane of the existence for many other teams tonight. Continue seeing that theme continued in this game. 1 minute 40. Deco receiving this one up top. Over the middle is Red Rocket given a pop necessary. Now, what is it that UND needs to do to switch this score around? And that's not just going to be little bounce plays like that.
They need, well, once they get possession, they've been able to clear the ball out of their own zone, but they haven't been able to possess the ball in the second half yet. I'm looking for them to try and get an air dribble off a wall, or at least, dribble the ball, maintain some sort of possession so that they can set up a play rather than just clear it out and leave it for Colorado. What a play by Starvin!
Wow, Deco to Starvin. Starvin, oh wait, no, excuse me, that was in the first, or in the beginning. That was Trixon to Deco, Deco to Starvin. Perfect stuff.
Colorado's just, their offense is firing on all cylinders, and the other adjustment UND needs to make, especially on defense, they have to cut down on these angles. They cannot just, let the ball come to them. They have to go out there and cut down on the angles and get that ball away from the net.
Cannonball here, gonna come sailing into the side. Red Rocket trying to set this one up, and that ball turns almost entirely checkered in. Fantastic block from our defense. That's Colorado University is not letting up. Now 20 seconds to go here. No scores for the side of University of North Dakota so far. Not out of this one quite yet, though. This is a best of 5, correct, Soy?
Oh yeah, and if this is the way this set's gonna go, it's gonna be a long day for UND.
Yeah, and if you're a UND fan as well, 7th goal on the board here for your Colorado University squad. 9 seconds. Squad. 9 seconds to go is this is other way. Yeah, I think that's one of those times where I said squad like a long time ago, jokingly in like VoiceCon for some first-person shooter game, and it just like escaped back out. It's admittedly the reason why I started calling everybody Big Dog. Like I really like it. It's kind of like one of mine now. But I think I probably heard somebody say that on a like lizard lick towing or something like that. One of the typical like, oh brother, like Hulk Hogan-esque kind of personalities. Yeah. And heard him call somebody Big Dog, and I said it a couple of times, and then I just found myself incapable of stopping saying it. Now it's mine. Now it's part of my personality.
Yeah, no, I have a few of those too, but it's
yeah. What are some of yours?
It just comes out sometimes. It's all good, but
what are some of yours?
That was
like you got any like meanie things that you started at one point, and now you find it yourself just can't quit.
I will. The recent one is That's Rough, Buddy. That one I will say a lot to my friends.
Is that a South Park quote?
No, I think that one's from Avatar. I think.
Those two very different sources of entertainment.
I don't even remember where I heard it from. I just heard it and I was like, that's good.
That's it. That's me. We're going to go to a very short break, guys. We'll be back with you in just a second. We're making a new lobby. And we are back, Rocket League fans. A handed game number 1, right?
Yeah, 7-0. Colorado just really on top of things. UND, I believe, only had about 3 shots on goal and nothing to show for it.
Yeah, so for a state that has its capital named the Mile High City, that's Denver, Colorado, makes sense that they're on top. We're having fun here. We're having fun. Even Soy Sauce is laughing at my antics, and that's how you know it's funny. We got game 2 coming in through here. Now, if you had to give a, not necessarily most valuable player, but most impactful player, called an MIP, most impactful player for each squad, who are you looking at here, Soy?
I think we saw Altoid come really close to making a couple of big plays for UND, so I'm looking for him to step up for UND. If he can really get going, that'll, narrow the gap. For Colorado, credit goes out to Trixon and Starvin. The two of them have been, all over the field, especially on offense. They have been the aggressors, the guys going for those air dribbles, those double taps. If this continues, it's going to be a long day for UND.
Yeah, so the guys that are going for the big, impressive plays, guaranteed who had a lion's share of those 7 goals game number 1. As it is, clean slate, new lease on life. They have been rehabilitated. Any other kind of redemption metaphors or puns you want to give here, that's a story for the side of University of North Dakota. They got 4.5 minutes to go at this, and they have all the opportunity in the world.
And right off the bat, UND trying to establish some pressure, but they kind of got caught in the corner there, and so Colorado was able to clear it out.
Caught in the corner, Colorado cleared it out. Cleared it, I don't know, another C word that has to do with positioning. I'm not sure. Like I said, I'm one for alliteration, my friend. 1 minute in.
I didn't even realize I did it. I'm going to be honest.
There you go. He's a poet, and he doesn't even know it. He rhymes all the time. I don't know. Minute 15 into this one. Solid little defensive block so far. Too many cooks. Not enough food, not enough kitchen. As it is, this time didn't bite him in the butt. UND had way too many players back. If that shot had been more on point, I can guarantee you'd be looking at points on the board the first of this game, Soy.
And now they have to be very careful here. They're a little overextended. Deco has to be very careful with his touches, and he does.
Oh my, in first-person shooters, we would call that a team kill. That's everybody on the side of University of North Dakota falling to some well-placed and well-timed vehicular explosions, some vehicular manslaughter coming through here.
And Trixon able to take advantage of it too. Great job there recognizing that UND was kind of out of position, going for those demos, and to, like you said, open net.
Yeah, it's not going to get much more open than that one. We got pie time left on board. That's 3-1-4 up top. Trixon here. Got the pass. Was that Deco that got it to him?
I think so, off the kickoff.
No, Starvin looks like with the only assist on. He did not have that earlier, I don't believe, right?
Right.
Got it. So just looking at board. Oh my god! 86, 86, 86. Cannonball, Red Rocket, and Altoid all have... Oh no, that's an 8-0. Man, I got so excited for a second. Okay, Altoid, touch the ball 3 more times. You have 86, 86, 86. I think it would be really cool, and I'd like to see it. Nope, that's Cannonball breaking the mold going up to 88. I'm done paying attention to that one. You guys broke my heart. 2 minutes 45 as this is centered out pretty well. Altoid comes flying up at this one, but all for naught. His adventure ends in its path very early. No quest across Middle Earth for this guy. Cannonball over to Altoid. Altoid out. Altoid down. Nice little bounce play. That's Colorado, who took a second to get on top of it, but once they did, it was money. Take it to the bank. Altoid over here to the corner, but that was a Colorado University player that took it to the corner. Altoid was trying to get over there. That's Starvin now back to the middle as Red Rocket takes him to the top. Attempted pinch is not going to happen. Trixon down bottom really interrupting with Altoid throughout that one, making it way harder to get anything done. Deco to Starvin here. Starvin pops to the middle back to Deco. Deco rolls this one to Trixon. Trixon takes it off the wall and tries to get it back to Deco. Pass up top. Pass does not come back down bottom because Deco used all of his boost, was not able to get to the trajectory. Doesn't matter. Now almost perfectly cornered out against Starvin, but he does take this one out against the side. University, North Dakota, Deco. Now we're watching with him, but nothing happening there. Deco rolling this one over to Starvin. Starvin hits the wall and comes back around for it. Now we get towards the middle on this one. Back to the corner, so UND purchased themselves a little bit of time to set back up. Deco with a solid pop. Altoid's going to miss that one, or going to meet that one, excuse me, all day long. As Starvin just completely keeps this offensive push alive for Colorado U. Now Cannonball actually hitting the teammate, not going to matter too much as Starvin rolls this towards goal, but that's just using the yardage that they have on their side in the best way they possibly can. Now we get a long run up to the side. That's Starvin who answers that one. Soy, what are we looking at?
It's really solid on offense, whereas UND, you can see that they're able to make a couple saves and try and get a couple clears, but there's no player to follow up on it. They're struggling to read the field and read these pass plays. Colorado's playing so fast and so aggressive.
It's just absolutely impressive. I think that's what I'm hearing. 2-0 is a different scoreline from 7-0 from the first game, so markedly differently playing, markedly better playing is University of North Dakota, but still, even a loss of one will spell out defeat at the end of this. If they do not get one in the next 14 seconds, then keep ball alive to get the second one on top. Having this over on their side, the University of North Dakota side, the orange side, is not going to be the way to do that. Deco with a shot up, that's going to be burning a lot of time. Now pass over to Trixon on this, not going to matter. Time hath been eaten, and even though Red Rocket takes one at the end, if this was 3 seconds earlier, Soy, we'd be looking at overtime, and we would not be ending until this ball touches the ground again. As it is, though, way different still. 2-1 scoreline for the side of University of Colorado. UND still not out of this one yet. They're just a lot closer.
I mean, one for the road for Red Rocket, but for Colorado, their offense just looks so much cleaner. You can see the passing play start to develop for this team right from midfield. You can see them use the backboard, use the corner, someone gets a dribble, and you can see where that second person is coming in for the pass play to work. But for UND, once they get the ball, they kind of, someone gets an air dribble out to midfield. The second man is having a hard time reading where the 50-50 is going to go and can't make a play on the ball.
Okay, I think I see what you're saying. So it's kind of like, when the point man is up and the point man makes an error when it comes to angles or comes to just going a little bit too fast or something like that. That's almost expected, right? You're literally in a position where you can get demolished. But the difference being, the man back should have a little bit more time, a little bit of a better angle to look at things, and should have a better shot at judging things. And you're saying that that's just the deficit to the side of North Dakota. Their backman isn't playing that so well.
The chemistry too for Colorado, it feels like it's more prevalent. They're able to read the field better and get themselves into a better position, whereas UND, that second man is struggling to find a good hit on the ball to generate some offensive pressure.
And that pressure will be the name of the game. 30 seconds and no scores quite yet. Deco rounding around. Deco making a play on this. Nicely done. I believe that was a pass from Starvin. Yes, we got the pass indicator at the top right. Deco getting it done early. 33 seconds into this one, while some of his opponents have 2 points. Like on the board, placement. Not like two goals, 2 like points on the board. Put that in perspective.
Yeah. If you look back on that, I don't know who it was on defense, but they got caught on the goal line, probably in ball cam, and it's so easy for that ball to come off the backboard and for you to just follow it out. And you have to jump in that scenario to make that save. You can't just let the ball come to you, and he was late to it.
Yeah, so at the end of the day, even if it's a result of you getting a bad touch and even like own goaling or something like that, the simple fact that it is going to go in otherwise means you should always go for it, right? That's what I'm hearing?
Yeah, someone has to be there to cut down the angle, because when you're in ball camp, you're stuck looking up at the ceiling. But know from being on the offensive side, someone is going to be there. You have to respect that, and you have to go early.
Yep, these higher level Rocket League games can guarantee there's always going to be somebody with an accurate trajectory, or accurate prediction over the ball trajectory is what I'm saying. Trixon now with their second, Colorado University, putting up another list of hurting against University of North Dakota.
This was a great pass. They catch Red Rocket out of position. Red Rocket kind of has to make a touch on the ball here, and it's just a bad touch because he pops it up, and a great job getting up in the air quick enough to pass that down to the player out in front. That was Trixon capitalizing.
Yeah, I'm not talking about lowercase letters. Big capitalization earlier. 3 minutes, 1-4. That's the pie time. Starvin trying to take this one in all by himself, but one truly is the loneliest number, my friend Soy. Time up top. A lot of time up top as ball spins. Just hang time of 10 days up there. Bounce action in. Cannonball tries to get for the second explosive touch again, but I think that's going to be a lot of interaction there. Not a whole lot of result from it so far.
Yeah, you can tell UND, they're trying to get the offense going, but they're too spaced out. They can't find a way inside the box, basically. All these shots from them, they're coming from, just outside midfield, really.
Yeah, 2 minutes, 22 seconds up on the board here. Midfield has been the deciding factor for a lot of teams, and when I say that, a lot of times, of course, I mean that is their final resting place. That's their graveyard, that middle place. That's where they die.
In Colorado has basically used that midfield line as their line. They're saying you cannot control the ball past this point, and they have controlled the boost on their end of the field and just pushed their advantage whenever they have it.
Yep, that's going to be the name of the game, right? I'll say it before. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. What they say about experts and stuff, right? Players play the game. Intermediate beginners, they play the game, but experts, truly masters of the craft, they just simply wait and make a mistake. In that way, they're a little bit more predictable, I suppose. 90 seconds, 2-0. Rolling in. Altoid with a nice hit away. Not going to be getting scored against North Dakota Police for the time being. Pop up, pop out, corner down. This is going to land decently towards the middle, but Starvin gets up top and answers all day. Now that should have been a goal. Cannonball with an uncharacteristic miss. Would have been very nice for them. That's a University of North Dakota squad. Just gonna call it. They have gotten one score across 3 games. That was in game number 2.
Yeah, at the offense, it's just not there today. It's had its opportunities. Cannonball on that last try had a really tight angle and just could not find the window. But right there, a quick counterattack. The offense gets set up. The third man's right in the middle to capitalize. And game 3 looks like the rest of it.
Yeah, I hear you. Handed victory for the side of University of Colorado is what we're looking at on the board now. 45 seconds to 15-second average of a score before they tie this up and we get more overtime. We've seen plenty of overtime tonight already. Not just extra rounds, but actual in-game overtime. Minutes, full minutes, 2 minutes. Even more than that sometimes on screen tonight. Seconds. With me, Soy?
Yeah, there we go. My audio cut there for a moment, but I think I got what you're saying. Yeah, overtime, not a high possibility. But
you are gravy train, my friend. 5 seconds. That's exactly what I was saying. Because as it is, there has been a beautiful 3-0 bow put on top of this game. Slightly different scoreline, not a different result.
Yeah, I mean, not too much more to say. Colorado was just
I hear you.
all over it today, and it's not that North Dakota didn't have chances. They were able to get the ball down the field into the back third a couple times. I mean, you see 6 shots in total for North Dakota, they never capitalized. They never really could, finally finish their opportunities. And Colorado was there to answer the bell.
Yeah, like at dinner, and trust me, I know how to answer those ones. It's it's also like a performance under pressure. I feel like, right? North Dakota just when the going got tough, it just didn't seem like they held up very much, right? Like once University of Colorado went on a run in game number 1, that was it. There, they proved that they scored. They did it. North Dakota was tied 1-1 for a while, and it came immediately after Colorado score earlier, like right before them in game number 2. That was still a solid opportunity for them. But as it is, yes, this is going to end out. The closest game was that game number 2, 2-1. The game number 3, 3-0, pretty handed. But 7-0 in game number 1 was a beating. It's not something they're going to soon forget. I can guarantee you that, Soy. Now, what game do we have up next here on stream?
I believe it is Canisius versus Fairfield.
Canisius and Fairfield. Yeah, so Fairfield University taking against the boys over there at Canisius. Both solid Rocket League teams. Now, Fairfield has already had a very up and down season, Soy. They've come through and lost against some team, at least one team that I can think of, lost against a team that they thought that there was going to be an easy peasy W, and played very well against pretty much everybody else. Now, win-loss record, that doesn't exactly speak to that again, but we have a long season here at the EGF, that's the Electronic Gaming Federation, and we got this season going on to, mid-December or something like that, so we still got, another month and a half, the absolute least, of some fiery, high-level Rocket League casting, not play. I'm just kidding. We'll be back with you guys here in just a couple minutes. Not tune away. It'll be a short break, I promise. And we are back, esports fans. I told you it wouldn't be long. The tugboat here, joined with my man Soyasaurus and Juke down there, jamming away in the producer's box. Get a Juke box? Nah, I tried. Canisius College coming in here at Fairfield University. Now, hit me with a little bit of the knowledge from the past here, Soy.
So, these two teams, they have actually, it's been a very interesting season for both of these teams. For Canisius, they have a 1-2 record, and it's been very lopsided. It is either a 3-0 or an 0-3 for them. And last week, they got a 3-0 against Manhattan. In weeks 1 and 2, they lost, I believe, to University of Colorado week 1, and I'm blanking on week 2. Quinnipiac. That was the other team.
You got it.
But yeah, 1 and 2, and only they either sweep or get swept. So very interesting to see how they fare against Fairfield.
Fair against Fairfield. I'm with it. I think they'll do fairly. I don't know. Anyway, my point is set up perfectly here from man Soy Sauce. I appreciate that because I can say the exact same thing. What it is for Fairfield University, just like exact same thing. Either sweep or get swept. Well, wax on, wax off as I was doing that. Week 1, Fairfield came through 3-0 victory for them over Siena College. That was a 3-0 for an MAAC matchup. Week number 2, Fairfield University 3-0 against Niagara, but then Marist College puts them down like a rabid dog. Game number 3 and week number 3 is 3-0 for them. So again, all sweeps or getting swept. Technically a positive 3-0 on the maps after the positive 3, and the negative 3. So we'll see how they go. A humble potato rolls us all the way in. Blixa, nicely done. I believe he got the pass. Yeah, Blixa got the pass, right?
Humble Potato here makes the play off the wall to Glixie. He got that name from Navik, I believe, because when I remember, if you don't know, I graduated from Canisius last year, I guess in May.
We got an alumni.
Yeah, and I got to know the members of this team, and when he
Oh
told me
my
his name,
goodness.
it was Galaxy, but he's out of position for this one.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, kind of like the numbers or the letters aren't in the right way there. That's Glixie, unfortunately, making a similar mistake there, out of position. Hate to see it. Elysium, Lerms, and Soccer Scout making up your Fairfield University squad in the right and the orange. 1-1, 4:20 on the clock. 1-1, and this is tied. Yeah, might as well be 0-0. Might as well be 10-10. Soy.
Yeah, both of these teams. Ooh, what a good flick! Glixie can't make that play.
Two teams, 1-2 and 2-1 for Canisius and Fairfield, respectively. Canisius's goal here, the tale to take, the narrative that should be paid attention to. As Canisius wins this, they will go up 2-2. Fairfield, they lose this, they'll drop down to 2-2, be their second loss, and that is not what they want. They have that winning record right now. Not the case. Now, tell me, who is Canisius's rival?
Niagara is the big in-conference rival, but Fairfield is another MAC team that, these conference games are important to them.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a matter of pride as well as an actual within league in the EGFC conference, so these will matter. There are multiple conferences, and wins against those teams do matter more. I mean, we'll take W's no matter where you go, and Canisius does do that. A master average skill team, right? They're not all grand champions, correct?
Yeah, they are.
For Canisius?
They're mostly high champ, mid champ level,
Yep.
I believe.
But all pog champs.
All pog chips. That is a true statement. Oh,
there you go.
Well, look at the play coming out from. I'm
Lerms.
not sure how to pronounce this.
Lerms? If it's not Lerms,
Lerms.
then again, I'm certain that I will get nasty messages in my DM box asking me how I could possibly think that it was Lerms. But yes, really, if this is pronounced differently than from Lerms, please message our good producer that is Juke, or put it in Twitch chat. I'm sure he will see it. If not, If you just want to complain, then do it to somebody else. 3 minutes left on the board. What's up?
No, you're right. I think it's learned. And at first, I looked at the first guy's name as Soccer K-Out, and I was very confused. I was like, that can't be right.
Soccer K-Out. There you go. Soccer Scout. Yes, sir. That's Soccer Scout with a K, not a C. The third member of our Fairfield University squad. As it is, Fairfield University's got a point on the board for a member on their squad. That's 3, whereas halftime looking at Canisius with only 1 thus far. They just need to set up plays a little bit more. Literally, like Canisius has the juice here. They got the skills to pay the bills. They just need to set up plays. It just seems like these are 3 well-skilled players who are playing individually games of Rocket League here.
The chemistry isn't quite there yet this game. I think it's kind of a warm-up.
See, that's a perfect example right there. Like Wixie comes down with it. Why wouldn't there have been other 2 players? Like I'm stepping a little bit farther away, but why isn't Humble Potato right there to follow up on the second, or take a pass, or to get a defender off of him? Right? It's a perfect example.
And the other issue is this offense is kind of working from the corner. It's very and the corner is like the easiest place to defend from too. You can read the bounce off the wall and carry it up as Elysium's doing, but. This offense, it thrives off of speed, but the corner slows down the pace of the game.
Exactly. I mean, think about it. So, except for just above the goal, like literally right above the goal, the corner is the only place in the game, certain parts, where the ball cannot be shot straight in and make it. Like so,
right.
if that isn't the corner on the other side, yes, they can make it into your goal from there. Your corner is the only place in the game where the ball cannot go in straight. If it's just hit straight and not passed or bounced in by somebody else, right? This is going to be an advantage for your defensive teams. And when you see these defensive teams pop the ball way high up, especially when they're not shot up, see, that would have been a perfect example of this ball if it had gotten bounced higher. You would have just purchased your Canisius College squad more time to get on top of this, right? If you gave that ball twice the bounce that it had there, Soy, then this would be a different story. They'd still be fighting at it. Canisius College would have taken this downfield probably after that, after having all that time to go around and position on the wall to take it from.
Yeah, but instead, that bounce goes right up next to the backboard, and Elixir doesn't really know where to play the ball from there and ends up whiffing on his aerial because he's indecisive about it. And because of that, a 3-goal lead with 40 seconds against Fairfield, that spells disaster.
It spells disaster just in a different way. I'm with it. Now, the opportunities for this Canisius College squad would also just be so much more emphasized, really, if they'd had more time at possession of the ball. That's a definition of easier said than done. But I'm saying this because I've seen this Canisius College squad dumb out on teams before. Like I said before we went to the break, this is a squad that is just absolutely taking down giants. Just call them David, the giant killers out here. And then it's also a team that I think can get in their own heads a little bit sometimes. And oh, what a bad man! That is so nasty. Elysium comes in with a very slow demolition after just getting barely not a pop off. And that's, have you ever seen the movie Independence Day? Like the original one? Yeah, okay, so when he takes his ship at the very, very end, just drives it and puts it, does the Mr. President, like, dive kind of thing, like, uses his body as a shield. That's literally exactly what that looked like. Like, he just come in, just explodes down bottom, right as he's about to touch ball. Doesn't matter, Fairfield University, 5-1 here in game number 1. Now, Canisius College, again, man, you guys have it. You got the skills to pay bills, you got the juice, you got the bee's knees, whatever else, whatever other, like, good terms I need to say here. Yeah, I've seen I'm Stuffing Humble Potato play, I mean, for how many seasons now, right? Like, these guys have the coordination, they have the skills. It's just if they show up that day, like, it really, really is, that's what it is. We were talking about Kieran earlier. He's the head coach, right?
He just graduated, so I think the coach of this team is just their captain. I believe Humble Potato is their go-to guy. But
hey,
I get what you're saying. They have the they have what it takes, but I will say Canisius is also a team of adaptation. The longer a set goes, the more threatening they seem.
Okay.
So if they can make the adjustments here in game 2, I think we're in for a barn burner.
There you go. Oh man, Stuff just a little bit lower, but Glixie, or sorry, is it Glixie? You said this earlier, I'm sorry.
Glixie, yeah.
Glixie, gotcha. Yeah, so that was almost the perfect guillotine to take the head off of this Fairfield University squad. As it is, now they have a half-hearted defensive push, but that's going to be a good bounce back there. That one not on point, wasn't exactly a shot. They just wanted to get this ball down here. That's Glixie, that's Canisius. Glixie now coming under this one just a little bit. Not going to matter because Humble Potato gets on the other side. Now Humble Potato to bring it out to the middle as Stuff is on the other side. Pop over, but that's going to be easily taken from Elysium as we come flying in. That's Lerms, and they're going to be lucky that Humble Potato got a touch on that before he got demolished. That was about as big a breakaway opportunity as you're going to get in Rocket League here, so.
Yeah, absolutely a huge demo coming through. And on top of that, you can tell Canisius, it's, right back on top of it. They said, okay, let's reset. Let's get what we do best. And a Humble Potato knows that is speed, that is power, that is his strength. And from the corner, he's going to punch it in.
He is Lightning McQueen. He is speed. He is the embodiment of speed. Humble Potato, you usually don't see him roll that fast, but makes it in there. This is Canisius College now up. They got a little pep talk from the tugboat at halftime between games 1 and 2, and they've got a fire under their rear ends.
Yeah, and this team too, most of them, were here. They were all here last season, but a lot of them are underclassmen. I believe a Humble Potato is a senior this year, so for him, this season means a lot. And oh, what an angle!
What an angle! Talk about threading a needle. Man, oh man, yeah. Anything more to the right that would have hit our right sidebar there would have bounced at least at an angle to have hit the other sidebar and then eventually come out. As it was, as perfect as you get it. You got to give it up to him.
That's twice now that Lerms has been able to capitalize on a little bit of a mispositioning just his defense.
For real, coming up. Nicely done. Stuff was the back man there, so that wasn't them crowding each other too much. If that had been, if defenders had hit each other there, it'd been a different story. As it was, perfectly sectioned out, perfectly positioned defense, and now we have Canisius on attack. Oh, you gotta get up there. Oh, Elysium. Yeah, he just took that over the top of everybody, man. Call him a barber. He's just taking a little bit off the top from everyone.
Yeah, that is such a smart play too, because he used all his boost to do it, and now you think, okay, now I can't make another play, but the way that he launched himself actually set himself up perfectly to steal the blue corner boost, giving him a chance to make another play on the ball.
Speaking of corner boosts, Humble Potato puts this up, and Stuff just takes a little bit too long. That's it! No! Glixie, the bad angle on it. Lerms now taking it out. Elysium, that's not quite on point, but Stuff rounding around a little bit past halftime here, Soy. Stuff still keeping the dream alive. Centered out decently. Stuff with a nice little bounce, and then it actually ends up between Elysium and Soccer Scout. Perfectly timed. Man, that's the past 2 goals. Sorry, real quick. That's now Canisius with their own just thread the needle shot, and then right before this, the previous goal that was scored, that was Lerms with the thread the needle shot.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right, but I want to say this all starts off the miss-hit center field. I didn't catch who it was, but Stuff had to hustle back, make the clear, and then Fairfield gets a bad touch at midfield that Stuff is able to capitalize on and just punch that ball into the net.
Yeah, really just rocketed it all the way in there. No cannonball in this game, but that certainly looked like with it. Now, Elysium. Cornered, and now actually the second touch there was perfect. Now it's Lerms' job to not get there. Oh, outside! Glixie taking it out. Elysium keeping it up. Nice little wall play on this. But the second tap, not true. That was so close and such an impressive defensive performance by your Canisius College boys.
My jaw dropped. I was so sure Fairfield's player was going to get that goal.
Oh!
But somehow Canisius' goal line stood strong.
They held strong! I loved it. They took their strong hand, made the most out of it. Love to see it. Round and round. Elysium out. Gotta say, Canisius College has done markedly better with the time of possession that they had. 2 scores on these when they've had, maybe 5 full game possessions. We're at 4 minutes now, and this is Fairfield University who's just been an absolute ball hog. They've been all the way up here all the time, but Lyceum, rest of them trying to take this out. Nice pop outs, keeping the play alive offensively is Stuff. Now cornered, let it go, Soccer Scout, no! He had the perfect redirect opportunity, not gonna happen.
Scout had the opportunity there because the demo came through on the back line, but his accuracy wasn't there. But here it is. Soccer Scout ties the game.
A new lease on life equals a new shot right there, perfectly out. Humble Potato and Glixie. We talked earlier about thread and needles between two defensive players. That's another example right there. 35 seconds before he hits some overtime.
And that's really indicative of how close this series is. It's just, you know, one small mistake is all it takes for these teams to get the edge.
Speaking of small mistakes, Glixie taking advantage of that one. Now, what was it that Fairfield University did wrong on that?
The clear comes out to, I missed whoever the goalkeeper was, but that touch out has to be harder from the net. You can't just soft it, you know, back towards the wall right there. The Glixie, easy capitalization.
It's called a clear, not a smear, right? Oh, man. Stuff out. It's just keep away time now. You know, Canisius call it. Okay, I was going to say, no, Glixie, not for Glixie. He wants to double up on this. He wants to get his forward. But, no, really, this is just keep away time. Canisius College doesn't have such a lead that this is unsurmountable or insurmountable. And after 5-1 first one would think that it would just be time to take the W at 3-2, right?
Yeah, they're going to look
touch.
For a way to
yeah, okay. I was going to say, that's playing with fire here, Canisius. You've done it before, and it has bit you before. We have seen Canisius College keep balls alive to then go forth and lose games or get pushed into overtime situations.
Yeah, right there, Glixie, he is the guy on this team who he loves to go for air dribbles. Like, 90% of the time, he's the guy who, you know, catches the ball and then he'll be the guy who tries to initiate the offense by going for those air dribbles. And so that's why I think right at the end, you know, an air dribble kills so much time, you know, especially if you have 100 boosts like that. So that's why I think you saw him get a little bit more aggressive there, try and pin them back in the corner. But still, good adjustments from Canisius right there. You know, it was a much closer game, and I really think, you know, we said it when 3 of those goals, you saw 2 players dive, you know, towards the middle of the net to try and make those stops. That's how close these two teams are.
Yeah, realizing that they had to do such a dramatic move there towards the end, yes, both of these teams saw it. They want this win like they need their next breath. 12 seconds in. Yes, it's that serious. 15. As Lerms takes this one over the corner. Soccer Scout coming up for it, but a great job from the Canisius College squad to keep this ball up, purchase themselves a little bit of time to respond to this one. As it is, Fairfield University has done a great job of keeping this offensive pressure up. Nobody's out from this one quite yet. Taking it over that top is Humble Potato. Lyceum comes out flying and close enough to say hi, though, to this ball. He'll be back in a few seconds. Stuff doubling up with Humble Potato, and that could have been nasty. That could have been really, really bad. It's stuff like that that leads to opponents' goals all the time, right?
Yeah, that was a dangerous double commit. I don't know. You know, the comms have to be better for Canisius, and I want to say, I think the quality of chances definitely for offense definitely favors Fairfield. They definitely have had more possession and have had the more dangerous chances, but the Griff's defense so far, especially on that goal line, has been the strongest in the game. Oh, Glixie!
Goal line or score line, that's what Glixie says. Everything in a bag of chips purchased there. A lot of breathing room and respect. Elysium on the other side, but can't get in front of this 84-kilometer-per-hour ball. Minute 15 in, Canisius College up 1-0 as of right now. Humble Potato winning this off the beginning as the other Fairfield members went for boost, actually. If you just stuffed I'm stuffed, and Glixie up there with Humble Potato, might be looking at another lineup in a 2-0 scoreline. As it is, Stuff playing the back man right now, trying to play it safe as they do have an advantage. Again, they know that they lost game 1. Hardly needs to repeat that one, and they're acting like it. They're playing a lot more, not conservatively, not aggressively, but they're playing a game like they're ahead. Exactly how they should.
Yeah, and something I've noticed out of Canisius, especially players like Humble Potato and Galixi, they're really starting to adjust to the pace of the game, and they're starting to be more aggressive because they realize, oh, I have the time to go for this. I actually have the boost to make this play, and you can see, if a player like I'mStuff is kind of caught, making an awkward touch on the ball, they're right there to clean it up.
Man, oh man, and now that's all 3 Fairfield University players that hit high balls, and then Elysium shows that, well, a little bit of redemption action for the previous, right? That we didn't see on the replay there, that's Lerms the last one. Soccer Scout with a nice pass out. Humble Potato does not cover that ball up, and Elysium takes it to the house.
And I was talking about cleaning up. Fairfield 3 missed opportunities and eventually just kick it back out off the corner and punch it home. No third man back for Canisius. The rotation got out of order. Someone has to be back on that goal line.
2.5. We have some apt analysis from the man Soy Sauce here. I can feel you. Like not always necessarily having a man back, but now they're not in that situation. Now they're tied up. Again, might as well be 10-10 because there's no advantage for Canisius here. It wasn't time to play keep away by any means, but playing that a little bit more conservatively might have been the ticket. Humble Potato, big hit out towards the middle. It's put up, but a little bit too fast for I'mStuff to get the good angle on it. Now popped round, no boost, looks for a flip reset, but kind of abandons that one halfway through. Glixie's got the stuff in the tank to get it done. Stuffed over, Humble Potato in! Oh, what a block! Soccer Scout putting everything in his forehead into that one.
Huge stop from Soccer Scout. And you saw he backed up because he saw I'mStuff flying in.
Oh,
and
yeah.
He was wondering, okay, where is this next player coming from? And eventually, he had the quick reactions to make that stop.
Stuff there. Oh, Stuff doesn't give a hard enough push on it. Yeah. So, like you said, some fantastic defensive performances. Coming back like that is so counterintuitive when you're talking about blocking shots away, but he needed that angle and he got it all day long. I'mStuff with almost a perfect dunk right there, the takeaway plus more. That's a good angle. Glixie's got to get to this. Stuffed is the man of the hour, though.
Huge block there. I think Glixie actually called himself up and said,
Yeah.
I'mStuff, you got to make this block.
Yep. Put it all on you, but no. Soccer Scout comes up. That's his second shot. I thought that was his second goal, but yeah, yeah, that was Elysium earlier. Wait, when did no, I'm lost. I did not remember Elysium taking one so far, but Soccer Scout really showing up, taking a look at these numbers. Got himself a fancy 16 ping, as well as 2 shots for a single goal assist, and throw 3 saves on top. That's more than the entire Canisius College squad.
Yeah, if Soccer Scout gets going, this Fairfield squad gets very dangerous because he's the guy who's been, making those plays in the corner. He's not afraid to get down and dirty, go for bumps, and clean up any plays that Elysium, can't find the angles on.
Yeah, there really, really has been. And now Lerms has been showing up offensively, but his time to shine has lots of the time been in that midfield or that goalie type situation. Now as it is, support and more provided from him as another one comes in from Soccer Scout. 3-1 as we get a little bit farther away from a Canisius College second W. Would have liked to see the momentum carried. I'm sure you would have as an alumni, but especially if you're any Canisius College fan. I'm an unbiased caster though, so.
Unbiased, but I will say that's a play that I'mStuff has to make. He's got to recognize that ball's coming in fast towards the middle, and there's probably someone there. He has to get there quicker to make that play.
Team almost dead here. Need 2 seconds. Not going to happen. As they have the score difference of 2. Even if they keep the ball alive, that would have only been 1. Fairfield University striking back in game number 3.
And I mean, we talked about the adjustment that Canisius made in game 2 to kind of get themselves the edge. Fairfield, right back at you. Answered every call, aside from the 1 goal that Canisius really put up. Fairfield only had 5 shots that game, but it felt like they had all the time and pressure on the blue half of the field.
Yeah, really did. Pressure is the name of the game so often. We'll see that here coming in again. Now, Fairfield University, got a new face showing up. Little sub action coming in here after they've taken game number 3, 3-1. Possible last one coming through here, Soy. We'll find out in just a minute. Hello and welcome back. Classic caster debate. There's gonna be no subs, and it's not a long break at all. We got you good. It was all Soy's idea.
Yeah, this one's on me.
FBI Tugboat here. Join the man Soy Sauce. Juke down there in producer's box helping us out. Go follow him on Twitter right now or die in the attempt. It's that serious, everybody. Juke needs followers on Twitter. I'm playing around here. EGFC Week 4 continues now here. Now, I think we got 2 games after this, Soy, or is this next to last game?
I believe there's 2 after this one.
2 after this? Gotcha.
The next one is Niagara Hofstra. That should be an interesting one. But this series has been on a nice edge, and I'm very curious to see how this game goes.
It really is. This is Canisius College's last shot here. They are down 2-1 in a best of 5, and even I can do that math, Soy.
Yeah, and I was very confused. I think Soccer Scout forgot what team he was on, because it looked like he was about to air dribble into his own net.
Hey, those are the Griffins players who will take that all day long, right?
Oh yeah. Take him out, you can get him. Oh, Humble Potato. Oh, he nearly had that angle.
It's a double whiff! I'm stuck with a wide open! So the first one doesn't hit, but because these players whiffed so bad, doesn't matter. Look at this, even from this angle, there's nobody even clear. They come by the very, very end, but Humble Potato was right there to give them the business as well.
Yeah, I think Humble Potato, or not Humble Potato, I'm Stuff was sweating a little bit there as he realized he'd hit the crossbar afterward and realized, I gotta clean this up, I have to put this second one in. So, you know, good job getting there in time.
Yeah, especially given that he could tell that, well, he knows how Rocket League is played, right? He knows how the Observer goes, and he knows that our focus was on him as well, so nobody was going to miss that one. Soccer Scout not going to miss one either, as this comes flying in from the bottom. Does hit triple digits on the speedometer, 103 kilometers per hour. Glixie, if he'd have been a little bit farther left, if he'd started that movement a little bit farther left, or if Soccer Scout had a more centered shot, we'd still be going. This would still be Canisius up 1-0.
That play, Lerms was in the back of the net, and I wonder if he realized the shot was coming. He stopped on a dime once he realized the ball was coming his direction, but he also could have gotten on Glixie.
We got a Griffin down here. Soccer Scout starts out with a demolition. Now we're all back to full 3. Got our, what, a Griffin is a flying horse? Or
it's like Eagle Lion hybrid.
An Eagle Lion hybrid. Now that's cool. Anyway, it's terrifying as well. Fairfield University. What is their mascot, my friend?
The Fairfield Stags.
The Fairfield Stags. So like an elk, a reindeer, like a large deer, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm having some. Yeah, there you go. I got you now. I got you. We're back. I was almost lost and alone without you, Soy. 2 minutes, 50 seconds to go. Glixie getting a nice corner pass up on this. As we pointed out earlier, that defensive corner play, always going to be the name of the game. It's not a Griffins University. It's not a Canisius College University. It's Canisius College, right? Oh my God. Canisius College. It's not a Canisius College that knowledge is lost on by any means. They know the value of corner plays. Now, a male deer, a social event attended by... Sometimes I wonder about you, Jude. 2 minutes, 20 seconds to go. 1-1. Elysium trying to round this one around. Just the input sometimes. I don't know. Lerms over to the corner. Will be doubled accepted here. Stuff getting this one out. Elysium gonna receive that one on the defensive end. Stuff has a good angle, but Elysium utilized that boost perfectly. If he'd have messed up his transition onto wall there, different story.
Yeah, it would have been very dangerous because Humble Potato you saw was lurking in the midfield, and you know he would love to just go in and go for a dunk.
Yes, 100%. It's a flashy goal, but at the end of the day, it's a goal, and that's a point on the board. Something that Canisius College is fighting tooth and nail, maybe tooth and hoof, given our stag reference. I don't know. But Griffin. Oh yeah, that's right. I guess they would have like claws. Yeah, they don't have hoofs. They have claws of an eagle. I'm not 100% sure. We're at the absolute least, we are debating about what a fictional character would have on the end of their hands. Oh, Stuff comes flying in there, gives them a double stuff, because that's 2 goals for them. And I'm not talking Oreos.
But this is such a good play. Humble Potato off the backboard here, and then the backflip to make it a pass. The defender there, I believe it's Soccer Scout, is expecting another shot off that backboard, and he's not positioned for the kick out to the mid.
Back to the middle. Oh, Glixie there! Oh man, Lerm's actually looking like he might have been AFK for a second. Just kind of holding his own. Cool hand Luke here. He just waits for the shot to come in. 1 minute to go. One up is Canisius. Out to the middle. Soccer Scout does receive this. Gets over to Lerms. Lerms up to the middle. Popped out again. Big aerial shot on this one. With all the hang time in the world. Call it Tony Hawk. Lerms coming in. Doubled up on that. Hump Potato and I'm Stuff thankfully did not hit each other on the way in. Only hit ball. Popped up to the middle again as Glixie loses possession for the time being. Hump Potato getting this one over the top of Soccer Scout. Elysium, the only man in the corner right now as he's trying to get up there. Soccer Scout now receiving the pass towards the middle again. Hump Potato on the corner. It's just out in the middle. That's no, my God, that was set up. And the whip from the side of Fairfield University. Elysium here takes it again as might be getting closer to that getting closer to that keep away time. Closer to overtime if they score for Fairfield. That's the middle and Humble Potato. Nice touch. Not a huge one. Not a huge clear, but that's going to be necessary. 5 seconds. Soccer Scout out. Elite Stuff gets this one cleared. That's up on wall for time being. Stuff trying to round this one out. Glixie up. Oh, Glixie a little bit too far up, actually. And now rounds out Canisius College. Rounding him out here. Going to a game number 5.
That was so dangerous. I had my mouth open just waiting like, is someone going to hit this ball? Or is there were a couple whiffs there at the end, but eventually it's I'm Stuff getting the clears, making the play to end this game. And once again, another game 5. That's how close these two teams are. I don't know how this is going to go. If the series plays out as it's been going, Fairfield has been the one to, capitalize first, and then Canisius has made the adjustments to catch up to them. So the start of this game, right from kickoff, it's going to be very important, I think, who gets possession right off the bat.
Yeah, it really, really is, because it seems like whoever comes in initially and really puts their foot down, makes a statement, is able to control the way the rest of this game goes, is ready to control the flow of that tide. As it is, though, yes, I do believe they actually have a sub this time. So very quick break. We got to get the lobby reset back up, and Fairfield University will be coming back at this game number 5 with a new face on their squad. And we're back, Rocket League fans. Gotta get the dramatic one for you because we got a Game 5 situation going on here. Canisius College bringing it back from the pits of despair and loss, the lack of victory. But we're in a Game 5. Who would have guessed it? 5-1 came through. Fairfield University really put just a huge starting foot forward here in game number 1, Soy. Changing the station, changing the tune, changing the entire genre of music is Canisius College in game number 2. Excuse me. I believe that was a 3-2 victory in overtime, correct? In game number 2?
Sounds right. Yeah, I believe it was a 1-goal. Yeah, 1-goal.
It was a 1-goal lead, and I believe it was an overtime as well. Very, very close stuff. Striking back is Fairfield University 3-1, and then Canisius College coming through in the clutch. Game number 4 to purchase ourselves another game number 5 of Rocket League. I'm here for it all day long. And as we come in here, I believe that, yeah, so Fairfield is up 11 scores to 7. So that's a pretty handed difference.
Yeah, one was a very decisive victory for Fairfield, and ever since then, it's been, 1 goal back and forth.
Win game. 10 seconds in. I'm not sure where cams are. Looking at Humble Potato right now. Elysium over to Soccer Scout, and that's going to be cornered, but Humble Potato gets it right there just in the nick of time.
Great stuff. The sub coming in for Fairfield is Matter, and I'm interested to see how he adjusts, coming in on a game 5. It's a pivotal game. How can he adjust to the pace of the game? Turn your overdrive on, get some octane gas, leave it in the first 3 gears. I'm not really sure how many other car-related themes and puns I can make here, but keep it fast, keep it hard. That is the only way you're going to win this game, a game that has been incredibly, both of those ways, fast and hard so far, through our first 4. Elysium looking to come down. No guillotine action here today. No heads will be lobbed on this play. 10 seconds into our 2nd minute. Matter, that's going to be the supporting player coming in for Soccer Scout. Matter is the sub for Fairfield. And something we noted right before the break was how important it was going to be who established pressure early. Fairfield, right off the bat, right off kickoff, has had all the momentum and has had all the pressure. Finally, Canisius is able to clear the zone.
Yeah, that really has been the bane of their existence in a lot of ways. Now, stacked box here. Lixie realizes he's got to get past. Oh, Soccer Scout with a demo, not going to be enough. Elysium with a follow-up on this one. Gonna have to get more than just 1 demolition in there, and they do, right? That's the oh, I thought that was the 2nd demolition on the Humble Potato. Oh, Humble Potato comes in but cannot see because of the demolition smoke. Really, I'll say, I've said it before and I'll say it again. Sorry, go ahead, my bad. I'm getting too excited.
No, I was going to say it was such a smart play because all 3 Fairfield players were right there. So if he goes for that demo, it's a free, open net, and Humble Potato, even if he is there, has no idea, but what a play, what an angle to get it back.
Wow, yeah, speaking of Humble Potatoes and free shots, free angles, that one might have been taxed a little bit, but Humble Potato still yields the benefits. Maybe not on a yearly basis or blah, blah, blah tax joke. I don't know what else is going on there. But really just some fantastic plays so far. In game 5 and a bouncer! Lixie not able to get to that one. Elysium, they give up the lead for a tie situation for, what, 6 seconds?
Something, yeah, I think 6 seconds is right. But I just want to say that is almost, exactly what Potato just did. So Elysium saying, anything you can do, I can do better.
There you go. We'll use plenty more Nike ads coming through here. Just do it. Might be one I call out when there's a very easy open goal or something like that. I don't know. We're not done memeing here yet, I promise. Oh, the 1-2. Stubb takes both. And he's got more there. He lets them know. Bounce play, Glixie there all day long. Matter coming in here, gets beat from the top, but Elysium's not done with this pressure. Matter with another demo here as ball switches position for the time being, but now back over to blue. That's Rocket League for you. Glixie down bottom, I'm Stuff up top. This is decently centered, the van that Matter is playing. What is that model called again?
The Fennec?
I believe so. The one that Matter is playing in right now. The kind of SUV looking.
I believe that's the Fennec.
Got it. Really not that many differences. A nice position here for Matter, actually yielding shot away ball. So not a full clear. Pressure still there for Fairfield, but no, it's not. Just the change. Stuff trying to bounce this one up. Does get that one done, and now super high. Rest of Humble Potato or the rest of Canisius able to get a little bit of time there. Bounces forward. Now right. The pop out there actually does yield for Canisius' benefit so far. On board with I'm stuffed right now as the ball comes over. That'll be perfectly well set up, but not gonna matter. What is going on? Soccer Scout and Matter both miss this. Complete open. Whiffs all day long. This is game 5. Those don't happen here.
It's a lot of boomer ball right now. Ping pong, back and forth. Just clear this ball out, send it right back the other way, and the pace of these clears is so fast that they're trying to read it off the bounce and they just can't do it.
Humble Potato, almost a perfect one. Nobody on the side of Fairfield would have been able to get up into that one from corner, given that only one player had boost and he was not looking the right way. Hate to see it. Humble Potato, nice pop. Matter receives. Matter challenged. Matter hit, but not before he gets that out. That was on point. Glixie not back. We're looking at a 3-1. Not going to matter, though. 35 seconds into this one. Plenty of time to get a single score. That's decently put up, though. Soccer Scout now takes the free round-around on this as he hits not one, but both players. Ball coming out. Ball going back over. Humble Potato got all the boost in the world. Takes a demo early on it. Glixie here. All 3 members on the side of the Canisius College mid are over on the corner here. Now back to middle. Humble Potato doesn't read that one well enough and gets over the side. Close to the dream dying, and no! Humble Potato blocks that one. Gives him an epic for it. Now adding back. One ground stands between Canisius College and a heartbreaking loss. Bounce back over. Grounded. No! Fairfield University wins in game number 5, 2-1.
This was such a good game, and I think what ended up being the difference maker here for Fairfield is that they were, they had made all the adjustments that they needed to. Canisius has not, neither of these teams have made it past a game 3 before, right? But for Fairfield, right at the end, you saw they had all the pressure in the world, and it wasn't Matter specifically, it was the other two. It was Elysium and Soccer Scout coming in, getting bumps, disrupting the rotation of Canisius, and Canisius, once they finally could get the ball downfield, they didn't have the boost. They didn't have the positioning. Fairfield, well played, well-earned victory.
100%. Canisius fought tooth and nail there, like we were saying. I hope that you as alumni can be proud of what they did here tonight, taking this to a game 5, especially, like you said, neither of these two teams have gone there yet. This has been all stomps or all sweeps against so far across 4 weeks now. This is the first time that they have not dropped a map in a win or won a map in a loss overall, so fantastic stuff. Talking about players that showed up, Matter did come through, and I think he had a significant change on this. The Fairfield University sub from games 4 to 5, not game 3 to 4 where we were initially told, but games 4 to 5. But I'd have to say Humble Potato was doing every single thing. Everything there is to be done in a Rocket League field that is positive and beneficial for your team. He was there, and he was doing it. Now, I'm not saying he played a perfect game. There's plenty of whiffs from him, just like everyone else. But about as good as it's going to happen is what we just saw here from our Humble Potato player.
Humble Potato is definitely the guy who is the initiator of the team. He's the guy leading the charge on offense, leading the clears. And I know the guys on Canisius, they take their losses to heart. So they're going to go back, look at the replays, and say, what have we done differently? There's definitely some VOD review there. But Fairfield, Matter, I think the difference he made was his touches on the ball were very concise. They were strong touches. He never really lost a 50-50, I believe. So, big impact in terms of that aspect of the game.
Yeah, just the simple fact of being able to have an even cool hand at this, not manhanded, not just absolutely smack the hell out of the ball when you need to, or when you don't need to outside of a clear on your side. It really did come through, especially there was a couple different defensive plays when it seemed like there was a breakaway, and there was at least one time in particular I can think of that he was the only man back, and simply because he was able to just magnificently navigate his car and have that hitbox just perfectly under that, so the ball kind of sailed off to the right. Not no crazy hit, not 130 kilometer per hour pinch, nothing like that. Just a simple redirect, right? Just as simple as that, like judo or whatever, right? But anyway. Fantastic game. About as much as we can say about that. We'll be moving on here to the next. We'll go to a very short break and be back with you guys in just a couple of minutes. And we are back. We are live and everything in between, y'all. I'm FBI Tugboat. I'm joined here with my man Soy Sauce. And we got Juke down there in producer's box, producing away, making our jobs just so much easier. I got it down to a science now, with the pronunciations, different syllables. Again, it's what I always say. I said it once and I really liked how it sounded, so don't fix it if it ain't broke, like you said. What are we looking at here, Soy? Are you with me? Uh-oh. I am lost and alone. To quote the famous band Blink-182, I'm lost without you, Soy, but I will manage to push forward here. It's going to be a-okay. That's what I got to tell myself. Hofstra University taking on Niagara. Now, Niagara University is one of the only... There we go. Gotcha.
Awesome.
I am no longer lost and alone.
I don't know what happened, but yeah, I was just about to say Hofstra versus Niagara. This will be an interesting one.
Yeah. So, talking about records, hit me with the hard facts, the numbers here, Soy. The numbers.
So, Niagara through 3 weeks they are 1-2. Week 1, I believe they got a 3-0 victory over Manhattan.
Yes, those are the games I was talking about. Look at these numbers. 113, 011, 112. Got like 30-something points in the first week. Or the first,
Yeah. Niagara, their roster consisting of Ost, Pablo, and Mitt97 sub in there instead, but that roster was very consistent, so I'm interested to see how the new guy plays.
Yeah, so Pash the Schnitzel not quite able to get to this one. We had a lot of fun with old Schnitzel's name there one cast. I'm not sure if that was you. That was with you, Amin?
No, I was out for that one.
That's right, that was with Shope, the man Shope. He is, yeah, the man had other priorities, or not priorities. He had other obligations. He needed to do other things. Otherwise, we might have seen him here on the Rocket League stream at some point. Don't fret not, though, good people. Shope will be back, I believe. Let's run through these players. Hofstra and then Niagara.
Hofstra, you got Happy Camper, Kyle, and Magic. And for Niagara, it's Pass the Schnitzel, Ost, and Pablo.
Sure. See how this goes. 1-0 all the way up for the side of Hofstra. Now Niagara University, higher level team. I believe they're, again, those kind of mid-level champs, kind of similar to Canisius. If our lovely producer has any insight on that, I will definitely take those sweet nothings into my ear. As it is, Kyle Schnitzel over here. Nice block by Kyle over there. Kyle with the unimaginative gamer tag.
Well, I do want to say Kyle is the difference maker of Hofstra. In their last set, I believe they fell 3-1 to... Well,
imagine having a front row seat to that one. That's what happened. That's what just happened.
He's happy. Happy Camper's happy he just got it by those two Niagara defenders, and well, didn't even need that extra touch. But I was saying that Happy Camper was the go-to guy for Hofstra's last set against San Jose State. That was a very close set despite it being 3-1, and Kyle was also a big impact, mostly on defense in that set, but here you see him getting in on the offense.
Yeah, a well-rounded player, if there ever was one. Really been getting it done so far. Minute 15 into this one. 3-0 for Hofstra. I'm not going to lie, I don't think either you or I saw this coming. Like, if you'd asked me, hey, 3-0, minute 15 in game 1, Hofstra just all over this board, I'd say, nah, no way, not this game. Probably not like that, though. I would have screamed more.
Early, either. I mean, it's only been, a minute and a half, and already Niagara's defense has a failure to communicate.
That's fair. That is entirely fair, my friend. As it is, Niagara is definitely not out of this one quite yet. We've seen what they can do. Again, they had something like 30 points and across their 3 games, their victory against Manhattan in game number 1. They dumbed out in every way, shape, and form of the term. I think that's what the kids are saying these days. No comment on that one? That's fair. So, are you with me?
Sorry.
Oh, okay.
It got very choppy for me at the end there, but I think I got you. It dulled out.
Dumbed out.
Dumbed out.
That's what the kids say, I believe.
But Magic
Fourth goal.
Dull down.
Yeah, still looking quite sharp. No dullness here. Magic with these slightly different car bikes as well. So this is that Octane? I'm so bad at the names. I'm bad at names in general. Gotcha, Dominus. Excuse me. I'm just bad at names in general, honestly. Can't remember names that well. Oh well. Half time. Long ball. Oh, sorry.
But the way you recognize it, the Dominus, it's the flatter car. It's got the more powerful hitbox. The Octane is the taller car that you see more frequently.
Gotcha. The kind of almost SUV boxy looking one?
No, the one with the spoiler.
Ah, oh yeah, the original car.
Yeah, that's the
Okay,
Octane.
gotcha.
And then the
Alright,
Fennec,
appreciate it.
the Fennec is the in-between, the one that's very boxy.
Yeah. Gotcha. And those four, the Batmobile is the Dominus, correct? That's what people refer to as?
Another flat, powerful hitbox, yeah.
Yep, gotcha. Very similar. Yep, so, yeah, those four, just in case you're, relatively newer to Rocket League. I'm not newer to Rocket League, I'm just bad with names, really. But yeah, hey, we're learning together here. Who would have guessed this collegiate stream would be educational? Minute 30. Getting close to it. We're looking at this Hofstra University. Yeah, just only so many ways to say it, right? They've been very, very dominant in this so far.
Yeah, all the offensive pressure in the world, and Niagara just struggling to get it out of their own zone.
That really is the simplification of that, right? Like, you're just not going to be able to score long balls like that outside of either some just god passes or reads on balls where you can get just super, super long ones. Like you gotta get offensive, you gotta get offensive, you gotta get just really aggressive at a certain point. You gotta take this ball away and gotta go for shots. Letting these ones almost roll all the way in is not the way to do it, Hofstra.
If you're Niagara, the player to watch is Ost. Ost is he is the go-to guy. When he is on point, Niagara's on point. So look for him to kind of be the guy initiating the offense and being able to get clears like this.
Yeah, that's definitely a bigger part of this. It doesn't seem like Niagara's, or it doesn't seem like Hofstra's clears have been just really on par with Niagara's, right? Niagara's just on point. This ball really does not spend very much time. We're about to watch another one until Magic takes one over the top. Maybe looking at the first goal, is this put out perfectly? Yeah, Happy Camper a little bit closer, and might have been a different story on that one, my man.
Yeah, and you gotta get some of those touches once that ball comes inside the box. Hofstra, and we said it, all the pressure in the world. They draw that line at midfield. I said before, they draw that line and they just say you're not gonna get possession in our half, and they were able to control the boost and really just shut down. I mean, Niagara only had 2 shots that whole game, and I don't really remember them being solid opportunities.
There we go. It's about the pressure, right? I think that it's almost gets to the mind or whatever. Like when you finally get an opportunity, you almost want to go at it a little bit fast. And I think that mispositions there might have been really why that ended up happening the way it was, and why, like you said, of their shots, there was only a couple that were even just not bad, right? Like, it's not the shots themselves were bad. It's the fact that like the situation around it, right? The environment, the factors to it, the positioning, everything else that led up to it, which is not very optimal to make shots, really. Like quality setups usually lead to quality goals. As it is, Hofstra University coming out with quality early.
Yeah, right off the face-off, and Kyle with a smart play here to swoop back and get that back pass to Magic for the shot. Right off the bat, Hofstra, takes an early lead, and now they have all the agency in the world because they can dictate the pace of the game from kickoff.
Yeah, and again, it's that foot forward. It's that setting the pace of the game is going to yield a lot of opportunity. That's just a couple different demolitions. Demolition derby going on the orange side of this field. This Happy Camper got a fantastic one over to Magic. We even have a player respawning in the thick of things there, just to bring new life in the midst of chaos.
And Hofstra, this is a big adjustment from them last week. Last week, they lost that set 3-1 to San Jose State, and they were pinned back a lot of the time. A lot of their goals came from counterattack, basically, and that's how they, stayed alive in their series. This is them just, all-out pressure, throw the kitchen sink, everything at them, and it's got Niagara pinned back in their own back third.
Yeah, I mean, so you think that it's been working? Talk to me a little bit more about that. I want to hear about it.
Yeah, well, in their set against San Jose State, they gave San Jose State a lot of space to work with, and it ended up, biting them because the players like Didi were able to get air dribbles and score. And so for them, the adjustment they've made is they say, okay, if you're going to have that space to air dribble, we need to cut down on on that angle earlier. We need to make our rotations faster. That way, there's not a lot of space to work with.
Okay. And
you see right off the bat, Niagara, not as much pace right off the start of the game, and Hofstra is the team initiating the plays.
Gotcha. I get what you're saying more about the attacks and counterattacks and whatnot, and the value thereof with it. So, looking at 3 minutes, 15 seconds to go. A lower one. Kyle gets one just granted. And I love how the big brain analysis comes through, and these guys, they give you enough time to get it out, and then once it's my turn, there's a flashy goal right down the bottom from Pashas Schnitzel, almost reaches out for. How just courteous of these guys. And we have pie time, 3.14 up top.
The classic. I do want to note something about that goal too. Kyle took advantage of Niagara's defense right there because I missed who the defender was, but they jumped so early, they burned their jump so early that Kyle just waited and slipped the ball underneath. It's something that you'll see a lot of experienced players do. They'll just wait and bait out whiffs like that, and happy camper, another player going to take advantage of it.
That's just cruel and unusual. But Magic looks like he comes up for it, and that was Pashas Schnitzel, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so just again, coming in a little bit too fast. It kind of seemed like Niagara University has almost had that pressure of the thrills, right? Coming in, realizing that they've been down for a while, this is an opportunity to get something done, but the willingness to get at it yields in this situation is a little bit too fast of a play. In other situations, it'll be hitting the ball too hard, or using up your boost too early, things like this. Or like you said, using a jump early can be equally as deadly. As it is, similar scoreline to game number 1, 4-0 Hofstra there, looking at the same thing, but the barrel of this is all the time left. Yeah, so 5-0 now. Happy Camper getting this one. That's his second. Second, excuse me. Yeah, so everybody on the side of Hofstra's got a piece of this action. Magic with 2, Kyle with 1, and this is looking similar to game number 1, except for the fact it is 5-0 and Hofstra has 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, and again, it's just the pace of the game. Even though Hofstra was kind of stuck in their own corner, happy camper. That's that was something else. Magic here with a great pass off the backboard, and then just a poor touch on defense. Forward to recenter the ball like that, not right off a kickoff when your players are still trying to rotate back into their own net.
Yeah, the taking advantage of the rotations, the positioning of the opponents, always something that's going to get you some value here in Rocket League. And I realized I just said that with a super hard accent. It's been a long day, guys. A lot of value now to get you. Yeah, that's a South Carolina me coming out, I guess. 6 scores for the side of Hofstra. Unfortunately, Niagara has not been able to put up even 1 score. Nothing reminiscent of their 36-point game, or 3 games in week number 1. Rounded round, Oz looking like a solid opportunity put up, but Happy Camper proving that name by staying up top and not leaving. Different kind of camping in your Rocket League. Oz bounce over, is going to be easily taken as Magic puts the solid bit of oomph on this one, honestly. To get to the corner, sets it up, and Happy Camper not giving this one up quite yet. Play not done, especially when the defender cannot get up to wall, and then your other rotating defender goes a little bit too far on the left curve. Pashas Schnitzel otherwise would have had a perfect shot at that, but as it is, he wasn't round enough, wasn't able to get forward, and couldn't have backflipped in time. 7-0, side Hofstra University.
You're watching this game looking for what teams could do better. Just look at Hofstra's positioning on offense. They are, always able to read the field and get a good touch on the ball. And then even if they're not the next guy up in that cycle, they're aggressive. They're getting bumps on the back line, and they're forcing Niagara into these awkward positions.
Yeah, and just these positions are so frequently yielding in points, as we can kind of see here. Hofstra, same game last time. We were looking at 3-0. Now they've more than doubled up on that. As flying in was Oz for the first really solid opportunity for a goal for Niagara so far. As it is rounding in, Kyle's got it, but that's a bounce pass back. Magic taking this out. 20 seconds to go, and I think they're just playing with the backman consistently.
Wants it back. He wants that double tap more than anything. You can see he dribbles it up the wall again to get that second opportunity, but he didn't have the boost to try and go for anything afterward.
Indeed. Last little bit of time eaten up by a lot of air ball. Rounded down. Hofstra taking this one, but a more devastating of a W here in game number 2 for your Hofstra squad. I do believe this is going to be our last series on this stream, correct? We still got EGF Rocket League going.
Yeah, there's at least one more game after this, and I'm missing on who the teams are. Is it UTA versus RIT?
I'm pretty sure that the last, we've had a solid amount of game 5s here. I'm pretty sure because of that time, the other stream has taken over the casting of one of these games here, given that given that we're going a little bit long. It just makes sense. We've had some solid Rocket League, and hey, those will go sometimes, right? That's how best of 5s will go. 4-0 Hofstra University, 7-0 Hofstra University. I would really like to see Niagara come through here and at least put a couple goals up to not get completely shut out of this one. It would be kind of surprising to see the game or the week 1 Niagara University and how they transition after 3 weeks of high-level play against other good teams to then come through and go scoreless. I would just simply be surprised. Now, I cannot, legibly, intellectually predict that Niagara will bring it back by then when they're staring on the barrel of 11-0 total map score for Hofstra.
Yeah, I mean, I think the issue is that that week 1, they started off so hot, but the schedule for them has been a tough grind. I mean, even last week, they played Siena, and it went to game 5, and they could not clutch it out against the Siena Saints. So they've had such a grueling schedule and then taken some hard losses here and there. But the sign of a good team is being able to bounce back from a tough schedule like that.
Yeah, the mental facilities that comes behind, coming through, taking L's, taking those lumps, but still coming back, fresh face, ready to play, ready to practice each and every day. That's what makes a competitor, my friend. Magic here. Getting a nice tap from the top, yielding the first point in this matchup for game number 3.
I think Happy Camper wanted this goal too, but Magic said, no, not today. This one's mine. You set it up for me. And 3 players on Niagara just kind of ball watching, just staring at it, going, all right, where's this gonna go? Yeah,
trying to predict trajectories and whatnot, but at the end of the day, eventually. An indecision will be a decision eventually, right?
Yeah, and again, this is one of the things that I personally, when I play Rocket League, find really tough. A lot of times, you'll have ball cam on, right? Mm-hmm. And if that ball goes up to the backboard, it's so easy to drive out and think, okay, I can just catch it as it comes back down. But you can't, because you got to know that there's an offensive player already up in the air to capitalize on it. So you have to, as a defender, you have to realize you have to jump for that ball instead.
Talk about jumping for balls here. Pablo getting up to this one. Don't call it stretching, calling it literally elongating his form to get up to that one. This is not any farther that Niagara University wants to fall here. The stop is, if it's going to happen, has to happen right here and right now. 3.5 minutes is plenty of time to put 2 up, even if it happens in OT. They, like I said, they have to start it right now. They can't let, oh man, I was going to say, they can't let Niagara University continue to get to these balls faster than them.
Magic has the reads right now on Niagara, and Austin
caught
a little bit out of position. little bit out of position there. You see he tries to half flip back to get back to net in time, but I mean, Magic is just, he's going all in for all of these goals. He wants all of it right now.
He'll take it all, yes sir he will. Twice on Sundays too. Magic again, there you go. Call that your Sunday.
Yeah,
this is a sweet treat.
This was a nasty deflection. I mean, look at the angle to still hit the corner on it. He's not even facing the goal. He just has to, you know, nudge that ball off the wall and then say, all right, I could probably flick this off with the back of my car.
I can do that. Ooh, Nike, just do it. Bam, there you go.
There it is.
You're not being sponsored, but hey, Nike, I'll wait my check in the mail. Waiting for that one for a while, I'm sure. Pass out, Schnitzel over, and that puts up perfectly for us. There we go. Niagara University is on the board.
And it's Ost for Niagara, the one being able to capitalize to catch Kyle once again. Kyle now is the guy sleeping on the goal line, not really sure where this ball is going to land off the backboard, not really sure if he should go up for it early or if he should, you know, try and sit on the goal line and wait. And Ost is the guy there to punch.
Absolutely, Ost will take that onto his shoulders, that responsibility every single day. Schnitzel, given the necessary interaction of here. Pablo takes it over the top, so 2 members out for the time being. Magic plays this one slow because he knows he's got to. Now over not 1 but 2. Oz the last man back. Pablo just enough time to rotate around, get that one on in. Well done, well done. Foul on the top here. Go ahead.
No, you were saying it's Niagara kind of like, it's a matter of their first touches, I think. You know, the first touch on the ball is so important because it allows you to gain possession. And Hofstra, their first touches are really, you know, they're either soft enough that they know they're going to cradle it, or they're hard enough that it's just, you know, signal to his teammates that, all right, this next hit, it's on you guys.
Yep.
And for Niagara, they're kind of caught in that gray, you know?
Oh my
in that middle.
God! Schnitzel! Oh my goodness! What? I just used everything. Just disconnected his car in mid-air to get to that ball. That's about the fastest I've ever seen somebody get from bottom left to top right. And I am not, I realize being over the top and loud and crazy is in the job description here, but I am not understanding that at all. That was amazing. Probably, maybe the best play we've literally seen on stream tonight.
The hustle like, to get back was absolutely, you know, a next level thing.
Yeah, just crazy stuff. I mean, I'm a silver 1, but so not that great at the game, but you know, still just a very impressive play. I can give the props where they're due. Over, happy camper. Oh man, so that's just a lob ball right there. Yeah, this one still, you know, I had hope. I had a lot going here. Niagara University did get their score, so they're not going to be held to 3 games to 0. But a minute left. It would be every way, shape, and form different, the opposite of the way the Niagara University is playing if they bring this back. I think that's fair to say.
No, but I mean, Oster's just been on point today. And Niagara, they've had their moments, you know. First 2 games, not a whole lot of offensive opportunity. Ost capitalizing on the mistake. Had their moments where they've generated, you know, it's those glimpses of greatness, but Hofstra's just been all over the ball, and you know, if you don't have, you can show up as much as you want and play defense for as much of the game as you want, but eventually you're going to have to make your counterattacks work, and that's the part for Niagara that they haven't had, you know, the best opportunities when they get their counterattack play.
The takeaways, right? It just seems like not just always, if they're clears, you pretty much have to pass them. You have to get those passes at least sometimes to your teammates. It's going to be super hard to score otherwise. As it is, 5 seconds in, Oz starts this one off with a fiery form, a little explosion action. Now we see close to downed, Magic still keeping it alive. Pablo over here. This is Austin Company still looking to take their second here and make a statement. Not going to happen. Grounded out. 5-1 for the side of Hofstra. Not their, well, so tied for their worst loss, right? So the worst victory, 4-0. Second game 7-0. Just the second game really was just a beatdown. That was just so one-sided in every way. Third game being a lot more competitive. Lot to be said from Niagara University for not giving that one up at all. They came through and they played it till till the buzzer beat, till the buzzer beat, right? Till the buzzer rang, right? That was blue. It was hitting around and stuff like this, but it was Niagara still trying to get up under the ball, keep it alive, come through and make their second shot, and again just make that statement.
It's a learning curve for Niagara. They're gonna do the same thing as the other teams that could not clutch out a win today. They're gonna look back at their VODs and say, all right, so where could we have gone better? What could we have done to narrow the gap here? And for Niagara, can't right from the bat. I mean, Magic had the reads today for Hofstra.
Mm-hmm.
Aside from that, you got to make your counterattacks work. If you're gonna be on your own back third for a long time, you got to be able to clear the ball, and then you have to make your shots count. Quality over quantity, right?
It is, and it's rough when both of those are kind of ended up being challenging because there was nothing given up by Hofstra there. They were all over every single time, but. Yeah, I mean, like you said, this is Niagara University's squad. Every single time I've seen them play, they actively, correct mistakes while they're going at it. So if you're talking about looking back at the VOD, what is something you said something you thought Niagara University could have done better? What do you think is something they did do very well here, even though they did end up getting 3-0'd and about the worst fashion that you could? Just to speak clearly, just to be be straightforward.
I got you. No, it's hard to say that the defense was like the strong suit, but if you look at some of the plays that they made on defense, the big thing was I really like that they were actually able to the rotation on defense wasn't half bad.
Yeah.
A couple times they got caught out here and there, but I think most of them were mostly just because Magic was flying in from seemingly out of nowhere.
Yeah, from the next country,
aside from
right?
that,
from another planet. Like,
yeah. When a player's just on fire like that, they're hard to stop, and they can just kind of win you a set sometimes.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that was exactly the case, but Magic was on point, and Niagara kind of got caught flat-footed for it.
Well, I can hear you 100%. If I had to give Niagara a bit, the big plus here, it'd have to be the fact that even when they doubled up offensively and defensively, it more messed up when it was on offense, honestly. So I'll stick with you, stick more towards the defensive side. It seemed like they doubled up on defense when it was necessary, and when it wasn't, outside of again a couple of mistakes, it didn't really wasn't that frequent, or they weren't mistakes that costed them really, right? In this last matchup here. Yes, they got scored against a lot, but that was more so takeaways that were just massive and sometimes even unforeseen, really. Niagara University, when they had to double up, they did. Otherwise, got cooks out of the kitchen. It was one man back, and he was able to do his job. Whether or not he won or lost isn't really the question here so much when you have to give him the environment with which to succeed. As it was, Hofstra came through with sometimes 3-4 shots in a row. It's going to be hard for anybody to block all of those away, no matter who you are. So, speaking of who we are, I'm FBI Towboat. You are Soy Sauce. My man Juke down there producing away. We got another matchup coming for you, but unfortunately, that is the end of my casting day here, as well as Soy's, right?
Yep, that's end of my day too.
Gotcha. So we got Simpson and Quantum Deathcat, some truly podcasters coming on in here to round out the day, take you guys on out of here for another EGFC Rocket League Wednesday. I really appreciate you guys watching on FBI Tugboat. You can find me on Twitter down there. We have to point since apparently that's in our blood, according to Juke or whatever else like that. And that's Soy's over there as well. You can follow Juke on Twitter as well. And EGF, of course, if you're not missing out, quality Twitter content coming out through here, and Rocket League every single Wednesday. Overwatch tomorrow, Super Smash on Mondays and FIFA on Tuesdays, but more Rocket League action coming right up for you guys to round out the day.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to ELG. My name is Quantum Deathcat, and I'm here with Simpson. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic.
Also,
we are
it's
here.
EGF. My bad. EGF.
EGF. And then also
Yes.
you can add one more letter, EGFC, if you really want.
EGFC,
You know, we are
yes,
doing
yes.
collegiate tonight, season 2,
Yes.
week number 4. I'm hyped out of my mind for some Xavier University versus Seton Hall. And I think that this matchup is going to be a great one to end the night on. I might be a little bit biased. Xavier is probably like 10 minutes away from where I work. So definitely familiar with the campus. And I have no doubt that they will put forth an excellent Rocket League team showing here. And I know that Seton Hall loves plugging theirs. So they've got some fight in them and want to make sure that they can match up against this university esports department.
So you're all about Xavier, so I'm going to go up against you with Seton Hall here because I'm just that kind of caster. I like to go against my other guy. I don't want this stream to be biased on one side either, right? Not just two guys gawking about one team. So I'll be gawking about Seton, you be gawking about Xavier. Is it Seton or is it Seton?
Sure. I've been saying Seton Hall. I do believe that is the pronunciation. And I also believe we just got confirmation in our ears. Love it. But the teams are joining. Everybody wants to get this underway. I know this match was scheduled for 9:10, but 9:30 is just as good a time to start in my books out here for solid best of 5.
So for Xavier, we have Brosef Habani, Satisfied Onion, and Valor. And on the other side, you did say that you had Seton Hall's.
I do have Seton Hall's roster up here. Tone, Breezy, and Vibes. Now, don't get too confused here. This Breezy is with a Y, not an I. We are not in Europe. There is another Breezy, the inventor of the Breezy Flick. But all of these players looking to prove themselves a little bit in this league. These names throughout the night, we've had some bubble player names that a lot of you would be familiar with, and these players are definitely still trying to break into the scene, and they have the department and the drive behind them. Now it's just a matter of showing up in the lobby and getting that result, that win that they're all searching for here in league play.
I think the teams are ready to go, and we are going to go down for our last and final series of tonight, and it all starts with the first game. Ladies and gentlemen, game 1 is underway. Anything else to say before we start?
I gotta say, these in-game titles everyone's rocking. I hope everybody scores some goals because we got some Grand Champ tournament winners. We got some Dunk Masters. It is fantastic up in here. We know right off the bat we are gonna hit some great Rocket League for this series.
Game 1 underway, and it's gonna start off with Xavier in their own zone. They bring the ball out and into the corner. Kept in the zone by Valor, over to Onion, but that's intercepted by Green. Over to Tone, but it's going to be shot into no one's hands except for Habani. And Green now with the ball, tries to beat Valor to it, but Valor beats him, and Onion keeps it in the zone. Vibes, passes it over to Tone. Tone with the shot, but it's going to be wide. And Habani, he's going to have a great clear there. Trying to flick it over Valor. That's not going to work, but Vibes, he's going to pass it back over to Tone. Tone misses it. Green's the last man back. He needs to hit this, and he does towards the front of the net. Valor makes the save.
And Boney, I'm liking these dribbles that we're seeing. I think it's pretty exciting to see this ground play, the slow play. I love watching the pace shift on a dime, because every car feels comfortable and is able to recognize the space they have when they're given it, but yet we're still seeing very clean and smooth rotations from both sides.
What a shot here by Satisfied Onion, passed from Valor, and Xavier have the lead. You must be happy about that.
Not complaining, that's for sure. They got their full team involved to get this first goal of the series on the board, and I am a sucker for team plays. Just that first touch in the corner, Valor reading that bounce first before anyone on the Seton Hall squad, setting up his teammate perfectly. Satisfied Onion, not gonna miss that one. Xavier, strong start.
Hamboni gets that clear, and now over to Green, back over to Vibes, towards the net. Tone! He finds the goal and sets the tone.
Oh, we can already tell this is going to be quite the series. Answering so quickly, Seton Hall, they don't want to be down for a second. And that is a great way to capitalize on any space given inside of that net. Fantastic shot and goal there from Seton Hall. It's tied up.
Tied up at 1. This is another opportunity, but Satisfied Onion puts it away. Rosef tries to get it back, but can't. It's back into Seton Hall territory. The ball tries to be cleared, but Valor keeps it in. He's going to get a second opportunity, but Tone, he clears it back into his own corner, over to where Green is. Can Green get to it? No, he can't. Onion, though, with a shot towards the net. It's intercepted. And Valor, he's going to get a shot. No, he's not, because it's cleared out by Green. Hamboni, he's going to put it down into his corner.
Satisfied demos coming out.
Go ahead. Yeah, demos, as you talk about when Valor does get demoed there by Vibes. And what do you like about that?
Well, I like that they're going for them. They're not very opportune times just yet. But the more that you start going for them and integrating them into your play style, the more you're going to set yourself up for an excellent play moving forward. And right there, we almost saw the result of one. Satisfied Onion, though, able to come back and make the save. Trying to get a good ceiling clear there, but ultimately blocked at the midfield.
Yeah, Tone has been really setting him up for his teammates and for himself, really. He's been doing really good on that, with that Fennec over there. But now it's Xavier's turn to put on the pressure. Valor, he's gonna bother Vibes, and that's a shot for Hamboni, and he gets it right in the short side. Green can't save it.
Green was so close to getting the touch needed on that ball. Sometimes that ball can bounce right off that crossbar and out, but unfortunately not able to get underneath it enough, and that touch still gonna be on target there. The lead back in favor of Xavier here. We are now past the halfway point in the game too. They just gotta hold on, steal this first game.
That ball now is in Xavier offensive territory. Valor with a shot trying to extend the lead to 2. There's 100 seconds left. Hamboni tries to keep it in the offensive zone, but can't. And now Tone with the ball in the air. Valor gets demoed once again. And poor Valor, he can't find himself on the field for too long without being destroyed. And he needs to find a way to avoid those, because otherwise his team are going to need to change their rotations to accommodate for his demos. But it doesn't seem to bother them too much at the current moment, because they're in the lead and they're keeping that lead solid.
And Boney got a great follow-up touch off the wall to get it past the Seton Hall defender, and keeping that pressure and forcing the last man back on any defense is going to start to wear and tear. And this being game 1 already, and the fact that Xavier has a lead, and we're seeing the defense of Seton Hall being tested so early on, definitely a strong start despite it only being a 1-goal difference here. And we're still seeing this ball in the orange half. I like what Vibes is doing here, taking it slow in the corner, buying his team some time, trying to clear it outward, but Satisfied Onion is quick to cut that off. Once again, almost another goal secured by Valor.
And that's a great clear out. The shots are currently 9-4 in favor of Xavier. But it's only a 1-goal difference. All they need is that one shot. And are they going to find it here? No, Green is wide and it's not powerful enough. And it's going to be cleared out. Tone now with the ball. He gets read by Hamboni. Green puts it back in. Over to Vibes. Vibes with the shot. Onion can't stop it. And we're tied at 2. 10 seconds to go.
It doesn't matter whether it's 2 minutes left, 10 seconds left, 0 seconds left. If you tie it up, this is gonna hurt Xavier here. Some great momentum here going into potential overtime. 10 seconds still left in regulation. Anything can happen. They score another goal like that, they might be able to get this game won after all.
That ball is now in the corner. 10 seconds. If you don't want it to go into
More
overtime,
pressure.
That ball cannot land. And Tone, he tries it, but Valor gets a save. And now that ball is still in the dangerous territory here. And at all costs, Xavier want to put it down. They finally do. That was really close to going in. And we got overtime for game number 1.
I love me some overtimes here. An even kickoff to boot. These teams neck and neck. Absolutely love this gameplay. It can go either way, but end of the game, that last 30 seconds felt like it was all Seton Hall. They came back out of nowhere. So much pressure against them early on in the game. They don't want to give up now. However, we're seeing Onion looking for a teammate to connect to. However,
Oh, no!
Valor backs off, and that bounce off the post almost gonna cost them, but Onion comes in and cleans it up.
Satisfied Onion passes it back here to Broseph Hamboni, but Hamboni can't get it. He almost saves his teammate's shot there, but Onion puts it away, and Xavier take game 1. And that was such a close contest, despite Xavier having the offensive pressure for quite a while there in the first match. Seton Hall just came back, and they absolutely tore it up when they did.
I gotta say, this is some important information here. Satisfied Onion up on top for Xavier is actually Tone. We talked about the rosters beforehand, so I know these nicknames, they're a little confusing. And yes, GamerGirl0998, shout out to you. I can see your chat messages, and that is how I learned which player is Tone. So thank you for that. You earned your shout out. Now we're moving into this next game. We know who to look out for. Onion and Tone both. You know it.
I want to thank Tugboat for being so positive to us. Thanks so much, honestly. It's very nice of you, Tugboat. You did amazing yourself. You deserve as much, if not more, praise than we do, honestly.
I love all the chat right now.
Yeah, chat is being hype. It's being positive. You guys are great.
I see a lot of you looking for that comeback too. Seton Hall not quite able to mount it, but they are coming into game 2 hot, and they win this kickoff. Hamboni, though, making most of it, clearing it right back downfield. This game going right underway.
Yeah, and game 2, as it's underway right now, what can Seton Hall do here if they want to come back? Because they can't let Xavier go up by 2 in the series, because going down 2-0 and wanting to come back from the reverse sweep is so hard to do, and that's such a good start for them. 30 seconds in, Green and finds Vibes over here. Vibes with a good redirect. Onion gets bumped out of the way. Vibes gets the goal.
I love that touch. It was going slow, and Seton Hall was looking to follow it up and make sure they could secure that goal. But you're right, that bump ultimately made it so that there was no defender from Xavier that could ultimately stop that ball. Great start here. This is the first time in the series that Seton Hall has the lead. And with how they were playing in the latter half of that game, they set themselves up well, but I just had to cast a cursor real quick as Hamboni comes in and ties this game up.
Green tries to stop it, but Hamboni is there to meet him halfway. And we're tied at 1. Xavier now with a tie game. They come back in this really quickly, and now it's as if we are tied at 0 once again. How long will this deadlock last?
Also, that dunk from Hamboni was beautiful. I love a good shot like that, just reading the play so well. And both games, that first goal answered so quickly. And that just goes to show these teams are fighting to the death. And with that overtime in game number 1, this series absolutely can go either way. But if you keep making plays like this, oh my gosh, Xavier, you're so right. That touch from Valor at mid, so fast, and sees Onion on the right side. Once again, just like the first goal of the series, Xavier using all 3 of their players to link up for just some class Rocket League.
Some tic-tac-toe action there. And that's what you like to see. That's some good chemistry, and that's some good communication that you need to be able to do stuff like that. And I do see it from Seton Hall as well, but Xavier just absolutely doing it better. They're getting the intercepts as well, which is important. They just seem just that tiny bit faster right now. But everything can change on a whim, right? It's all about mitigating your mistakes and capitalizing on those of your opponents.
Yeah, and it's not just that they're doing it better, because you're right, Seton Hall is looking incredibly strong. They're doing it when it counts. And when a series is this close, if you're getting the last goals on the board, or if you're the one setting yourself up with a lead for most of the game, that's going to help your mentality and your entire drive throughout the series. And they're setting themselves up very well in this best of 5. And they just got a huge stop to help them feel even more confident on defense.
That was a close play. They kept it, both Tone and Green, in front of the net there, but they just could not find the shot to go in. Onion tries to get it over to Hamboni. Valor, he's going to pull back here. He's going to have to make the save. Puts it into the corner. That gives it away to Tone, but Onion with a good intercept, and Green misses the ball. That is a very rare miss, and that allows for for Seton Hall to go back into their own zone as Xavier put it in, and that's all racked up thanks to Green's miss.
Oh my goodness, Valor. Not only was that a ceiling pass down to his teammate, but so quick with the second touch to use his flip off of the ceiling down to his teammate. Used the small window of opportunity that he had to snipe his teammate down below. Hamboni securing that, not gonna let that beautiful pass go to waste. And it's there was another teammate there on the wall for Xavier that could have cut his teammate off and tried to take that ball off the wall. But seeing the speed and pace and the play that Valor chose to make there and backing off, that's some really good team awareness.
Oh!
Probably some excellent comms going on. And now they're making clutch stops when they need to. But Seton Hall fighting back strong enough to get it back within one goal.
Look at that angle, and Onion's able to read it despite the angle and is able to stop the original shot, but can't stop the rebound. What a game we're having here, because Xavier, Seton Hall, my bad, scored the first goal. Xavier scored 3 in a row unanswered, and finally an answer was found, and it's a 3-2 game with 2 minutes now left to go. That ball is towards the front of the net. Vibes with the save. Tone with the clear. It's slow, but it beats Onion. That's what's important. It beats the Xavier defense there, the Xavier midfield, and the ball is now seeded into the net. Satisfied Onion gets hit by Hamboni there, and that's going to cause the ball to stay in the zone just that little bit longer, and that breakout clear to take so much more time.
One of the most difficult things to do in competitive Rocket League is to not just inherently count yourself out when you give up 3 goals unanswered. Sometimes it feels like that game's a wash, you gotta let it down. But Seton Hall showing they have great mentality, working together as a team, never counting themselves out, fighting hard till the end. They got 1:20 left, they just need 1 goal. Absolutely
That's
can
a
do
nice
that in
save.
Tone, making a clutch save on the line.
Green over to Tone. It's intercepted, something that Xavier have been so good at. Now Green with a shot towards the front of the net. It's stopped by Hamboni. Easy save indeed. Valor, he's gonna find that one, stop it. Onion's gonna find that one and stop it. He gets bumped out of the way by Vibes, but he's got no boost. He flicks it over Valor, but Valor demos him. Now it's out of position. Now everyone gets back into said position. Can they get cleared out? Yes, it can. And now, oh no, that's a crucial miss! And now almost goes in, but the rebound goes in! Oh, you cannot miss a ball like that, but not when it's that slow.
That pinch off the crossbar from Onion was so beautiful, but that whiff, there's no one gonna be back to follow it. Valor tried his best to follow that touch up. I feel so bad for Onion there, doing everything he possibly can to save and bail out his team there, but Seton Hall, they're gonna absolutely capitalize on that open net. That huge mistake, it was glaring. Everyone on the field knew exactly what was about to unfold with that play.
Yeah, exactly. And can you imagine now losing this game because of a miss like that? Well, the game is tied at 3, and pretty much whoever scores next, Satisfied Onion almost gets it there, but can't find it and gets demoed there for his troubles. That was right off the post, and it just doesn't find its way in. Oh my goodness, Seton Hall with a change in gameplay. The shots are 9-6 in their favor. Onion almost getting that shot there. It's spiked down, and now we go to overtime for game number 2. Once again, another overtime, and with how close this game has been, who is gonna win this game? Xavier gonna go up 2-0 in the series, or is Seton Hall gonna bring this to a 1-1 tie? That one is right off of the coast, and it's saved by Valor. That ball goes down. Hamboni makes a save before Tone can find it on his hood. Green tries to pass it. Tone is really in close. All 3 players from Seton Hall are right up in there, and if there's a clear by Xavier towards the front of the net, no one would have been able to stop it. That is some serious risk taken there by Seton Hall, but no harm, no foul. That shot, Green, he's going to be able to stop that, but the net's wide open, and Onion puts it in. 48 seconds into the overtime. Woo! And it's clutched by Xavier once again.
Oh my goodness, sneaking away with 2 wins here. I feel so bad for Seton Hall, but Xavier, they're earning these wins. They're setting themselves up very well in this series, but Seton Hall, my goodness, I want to call them out real quick. So fun to watch when they hit their stride. in these series. I noticed right before overtime when they were trying to get that last goal in regulation, it was beautiful. I believe it was Green and Vibes. Green was taking the ball slow, dribbling, kind of just hopping around with the ball on top of his car, and Vibes comes in and slams it for an unexpected shot on target. It really looked like it was going to be a slow play there, but calling off his teammate and getting that unexpected shot off, very atypical play to go for. Almost worked, but a fortunate demo there ultimately stopped the play from going in and did lead to the overtime. So Xavier, they're able to read these plays even though they are pretty unexpected, and coming out with something that the opposing team is not prepared for. That's one of the best ways to come out on top in Rocket League.
The shots were 8-12 in favor of Seton Hall. So this time Seton Hall was doing everything they were just doing everything right this time. It's just that they just could not find that one goal to go in. Another match now underway. And let's see what we got in store for game number 3. Will it be a sweep? Will it be a game 4? We will see game 3 underway. And will it start off early? Green tries to put it in. It's off the post. Oh, no. Right off of the kickoff. That was so close. And now it's time for a reset. Oh, wow. That would be sucky for Xavier to start off that way.
If this does end in a sweep, I feel like every time anyone looks at that score sheet, the standings, it'll feel dishonest. You know, this has been hard fought,
really
tooth and nail.
Any series that has that has 2 overtimes in it, and it's a sweep, right? 2 or 3 overtimes, and it's a complete sweep. You know that that both teams had what it took to win all 3 games. It's just that one team got that coin flip to go their way every single time.
Most definitely.
Now that ball is in the offensive zone for Seton Hall. Green keeps it in. Satisfied Onion, though, wins that 50. Tone puts it back in. Bahamboni, he's not there in time, but he's able to get the second touch. Satisfied Onion just has a wide open net to look at. Where's the defense?
That 50 at midfield just gets sent flying. Oh, I guess it wasn't even a 50. It was just a dunk by Hamboni. That leaves a wide open opportunity. I don't think any player from Seton Hall expected that touch to soar so perfectly up against the backboard.
And Xavier take the lead. I do believe that's the first time that they scored first in this series.
I believe so. Did they score first in game 1?
Oh, no. Yeah, that's right. They scored first in game 1. What am I talking about? Anyway, now with 3 minutes and 40 seconds left to go here, there's still a lot of time here to make something happen on both ends. And do you think we'll see a third overtime?
It's looking like it. Still only 1 goal scored, but you know what's absolutely insane about this series, why it's so fun to watch. Earlier in the night, we had series where teams were still getting 12 shots like this, but the other team was getting max of 4, usually 2, sometimes 1 shot on their end. 12 shots to 8 shots. These teams are both pumping out the offensive opportunities. The defenses are so incredibly strong, keeping it so low scoring, sending it to overtime. Oh, with a double touch like that isn't scored on. This is just such high caliber Rocket League. This touch from Tone off the backboard, so beautiful, but Onion's there in the perfect position, and Green has to come in and be ready to secure that goal.
Oh my goodness, that was a triple commit on that save, and everyone was just there waiting for Tone's double tap shot here, and Onion was in the right position, but then everyone was in no man's land for the rebound. No one was ready for it, and well, that's tied up the game. We're halfway through game number 3 here, and Seton Hall doing everything they can to perform the reverse sweep here. Valor keeping that ball away from the front of the net. Onion is getting disturbed there, but he's still able to make the save, make the clear, make the shot, but he can't find the goal. That's a save by Tone.
The largest lead we've seen in this series is 2 goals, and it required 3 goals from Xavier back to back to back to get that much of a lead. So far, every goal just feels like it's being answered immediately in these games. So close, all the way down to the very end with overtime. Absolutely think we could see a third one. This series is far from over, despite match point in Xavier's favor. A big clear there from the corner, though, does lead Xavier to have to pull out some magic at the midfield. And Boney full up on boost now, does opt to leave this ball for Valor. potentially positioning for a pass, but cut off by Tone on the sidewall. That touch is so unfortunate, but Tone saved it himself. Vibes has to come in and clean it up. What a sloppy play, but it works out on that defensive line.
That's a double commit. Onion and Hamboni don't find it themselves. And Tone passes it back, and Vibes, he puts it in. Almost getting the post there. But oh my goodness, that's a lead for Seton Hall. That's the first time in quite a while that they've had one of those. And they're going to try and keep it. But Seton Hall can't keep it for long. Xavier say that that lead is theirs and theirs alone. And if they can't have it, no one can.
Valor's movement in the air is so graceful, so beautiful, so quick. I'm a guess that Valor uses air roll left and right predominantly, just based on the adjustments made in the air. You can almost tell by the control of the car. He's that kind of player. But Vibes coming out with double tap says it doesn't matter what your control scheme looks like. I'm going to be extra flashy here. Wow. Back to back.
One,
instantaneous
two,
goals.
3 touches in the air there. 1 off the back wall. And that's a great goal there. The shots are 8-4 in favor of Seton Hall. 8-5. No! I thought this was going to 8-5 are the shots, but I thought the game was going to be tied at 3. It seems like Vibes has DC'd here, and it's a 2v3. This is a sure way for Xavier here to tie up this game. This is quite unfortunate here for Seton Hall, but they need to take advantage of this. They can't let Seton Hall take the victory here, especially in a 2v3 situation. Oh my goodness, what's going to happen here? It's a 2v3, and Seton Hall are still keeping it in here. They got the lead. Can they keep it? There's a minute left. What can they do?
Them, Onion earlier made them wide open, but the shot was hit wide. They haven't found an opportunity since. The patience from Seton Hall without their third teammate has been so good, but ultimately it was just too much time in a 2v3 in a lobby of this skill. Does eventually get dunked by the dunk master. Valor up so quick to that ball, sending it on target, and Onion there to secure it with no one in net anyway. That will tie it up. I hope we see Vibes back in here quick. This is such an unfortunate situation for Seton Hall in such a close series.
It is a very close series indeed. Tied at 3 now. They want this sweep. They want it bad. Hamboni gets it in. Vibes is back in. But now they've lost the lead, and they've got 40 seconds to try and get it back.
Oh, so long in that first 2v3 situation, and then getting one right off kickoff as their teammate Vibes joins back in. It's painful to watch for Seton Hall. This game should at the very least be tied right now, if not still in Seton Hall's favor. They're fighting back in these last 30 seconds. This is a great touch downwards.
Falls down!
And they capitalize.
Vibes DCs for about a minute there. His teammates do the best they can. They do let in 2 goals. Vibe gets one back. And now we are tied at 4. And it feels no matter what, next goal wins.
First thing back in the lobby, reads that crazy pancake pass from his teammate, sends it in, ties it back up. 20 seconds left. This game 4-4. Could very well see another overtime, a third, potentially final in the series here. Seton Hall fighting back in full force. Onion trying to find the follow-up touch off the sidewall, but ultimately Valor has to come in and bail him out. Green, though, takes possession in front of his net, sends this to the corner. It is 0-second time now. Xavier trying to keep it up, but ultimately let down by Seton Hall to send us to overtime.
Overtime for game number 3. If Valor score, if Xavier score, it's the end. But if, oh my goodness, that was close. Seton Hall score, we go to game number 4 here. And that was so close indeed.
Oh,
Clutch stop, but that shot, it's stopped by Onion and cleared to the corner, back towards the front net. Onion misses it, but so does Vibes. Oh no!
My goodness.
The double miss there, that allows for the clear here. The ball is still in Seton Hall territory. There's a demo, it's cleared out by Tone. But Onion puts it back in, it's in the corner. Vibes does beat Onion, and Tone can't beat Valor. That ball is still in Seton Hall territory. It's got a big bounce. Hamboni has it, but Vibes goes up for it. He's gonna try and go off the back wall with it, but Onion, he's gonna read that one. grab it and clear it into Seton Hall territory. Green now passes it over to Vibes. He gets it past Hamboni, over to Tone, over to Green. Green scores. We go to game 4.
I love seeing Seton Hall extending this series. This is fantastic right now. Green, a great read there to beat Onion to that ball. Both of these teams, though, are absolutely going to feel robbed after that game. Both of them probably feel like they earned, deserved, and wanted that win so desperately. But now the momentum shifts to Seton Hall's favor in a very, very close series. They can ride that out. You might see it go all the way to a game 5. Be absolutely deserving for this showdown.
Oh my goodness, Xavier had the 2v3 advantage for the longest time, for about a minute, and they could only find 2 goals. One was a kickoff goal, and so honestly, they just needed to find it, and they just couldn't. Not when they needed to. Vibes comes back in and gets that goal, and we are tied at 4 after that. We go to overtime, and the goal is scored by Green. We go to game 4 now, and this is intense. It felt like it was Seton's game to lose, and then they went down to a 2v3, and that's not going to help their situation. But Green puts one in as quickly as that, as quick as you like. 8 seconds in, and they got the lead once again.
4 goals apiece to take us into game 4, and now just a mere 8 seconds in, we already have one on the board. And if this series keeps its trends, its patterns up, we're going to see one answered from Xavier here any minute now. This 4th game could easily be incredibly high scoring from the offense of both of these teams.
I do like the speed that Seton Hall are bringing right now. There seems to be a lack of confidence a bit in that play from Xavier, and that man, who is that? Is that Vibes cherry picking back there? Tried to be a bother to the defense, but couldn't. Green gets demoed by Onion midair. Valor's gonna miss that ball, but it's gonna be cleared into the zone by Hamboni. Valor now up with that ball over to Onion, but it's cleared out by Vibes. And now it seems that Seton Hall with the interceptions, more so than Xavier. That's off the ceiling towards the net. Valor with the save. Over to Vibes, but Onion says no, and Valor gets the clear.
This ball now floating in midfield for a bit there. Tone tries to bring it back to midfield to a teammate, but once again, cut off by Xavier. Neither of these teams want to let the ball too far into their own half, but Tone has an opportunity there, stopped by Valor. Green trying to get that back out in front, and he does, just enough for Tone to slot that in past the rotating in third defender from Xavier.
Oh my goodness, and Seton Hall are bringing it here. Xavier still don't have a shot, and Seton have 4. They also have 2 goals to boot here, and that is everything you'd want to have. Now, Vibes, he's got the ball, gets it over to Tone, cleared back in by Valor. Onion can't go get it. Valor keeps it in the zone. He tries to follow it up. His teammate does as well, but Onion, he's the last man back, puts it back in. It's Hamboni, he couldn't touch it. And, ooh, that's a bad touch by Tone. Tried to pop it up in the air for Vibes, but it's not going to be found by a teammate. Instead, it was found by an opponent. Onion now with that ball. Clears into the midfield. Put back in. Green 50s Hamboni. And it's going to be put back into Xavier territory towards the front net. Onion misses, but there's no one to capitalize.
That was surprising. Glad Vibes was able to find that 3rd goal here. I really like these cheeky attempts at back passes, plays looking for their teammates in the midfield. Ultimately, it's a somewhat traditional goal here. A nice read from Vibes to get their 3rd goal. But the fact that even only up 2, they're still willing to look for a bit plays that may be out of their typical playbook. It's going to make it even harder for Xavier to come back in this game that they are already down 3 in. And we could very easily see a game 5 if this keeps up.
Definitely. At this point, Xavier look a little bit shaky. They won the first 2 games, but at this point now, after that loss, I think it's affected them a bit, that overtime loss, especially that they had the opportunity to absolutely take control of that game. They did take the lead, but they could not stop it, just like that one. That's an own goal, but that was a save attempt here. Vibes with that shot, and Valor just tries to stop it, but it just slow rolls in, and we see it in slow motion. They definitely saw that in slow motion as well. Halfway through this game, it's 4-0. Can Xavier come back here?
I'm Pop-Tart Uzi saying so succinctly, Sag. I have to agree there. That was a very Sag moment. Onion almost made that pinch out. I think that Xavier absolutely can come back strong in this second half of the game. But 4-0 is just looking so dominant, unlike any other game in the series so far. But Onion not counting Xavier out just yet. I love this. I love the fight here. We're seeing a very fortunate bounce off that sidewall from Hamboni out to Onion, connecting and capitalizing. 2:12 on the clock. It's anyone's game.
Yes, and listen, the 4-goal lead is the biggest lead we've seen all series long. But all those big leads have actually had comebacks here. And just like that, Xavier bring it back to within 2, and this is definitely doable with 2:03 left on the clock.
You cannot forget, last game went into overtime at 4-4. Right now the scoreline is 2-4 with 2 minutes left. I could absolutely see this getting tied up 4-4 once again. That would certainly be very reminiscent of game number 1 and also game number 3. So this series,
oh no, Valor,
it's so fun to watch. Wow.
Boney gets this one in, and suddenly, oh no, Seton Hall are falling apart, and it's their game to lose. They were up by 4, now they're only up by 1. Where has this crumbling cookie come from?
Okay, who wrote this script? This is not the same Seton Hall that we saw in the first minute and a half of this game. You're right, it is crumbling before our very eyes, almost into what we both have sort of predicted based on the trajectory of this series so far. That's a big clear from Valor to his corner, buying some time. Tone looking for green. It's a bit of a cluster here from Xavier in their own corner. And a miss off the wall from Onion leaves Valor alone in the back. Does get enough power there to send it past the midfield line with Vibes now back in control off the sidewall. Looking for options, trying to analyze, but ultimately Valor's challenge forces him to put it into the corner.
Oh no!
And Boney backflips! And that lets Tone get their 5th goal.
Oh, you'd hate to see that, the backflips. You try to speed, what is that called? A fast aerial there. And, oh my goodness, you just backflip instead. That's something that's not clutch. It's, what's the opposite of clutch? Is it choke? I think that's a choke. And, Valor with a clutch save there, keeping his team within 2. But now with a minute to go, 60 seconds on the clock. And ladies and gentlemen, can Xavier get it back to within 5 and make us go to overtime? This is a very funny stat because all 3 overtimes so far have gone to overtime with different score lines. One was 3-3, the other one was 2-2. The last one was 4-4. Will we see a 5-5 score overtime?
Boy, do I hope so. That would be fantastic. I'm sure after that 3rd goal, before Seton Hall managed to find their 5th, that the motivation, the passion and energy in comms for Xavier must have been through the roof. I hope they can keep that energy for these last 20 seconds because they got to find something right now. Less than a minute, it's tough to find 2 goals, but now they're under 30 seconds. They need one now, and then they need another one in 0-second time. It's going to be so tough, but Valor looks for Hamboni. It's open for a split second. Onion, though, sends it wide. So unfortunate to see unfold. We are absolutely getting this game 5 now as the ball touches the ground in Seton Hall's favor.
Ladies and gentlemen, we go to game 5.
Oh, this is the most fitting series for game 5 as well. It could have absolutely ended right there in game number 3 in that overtime. But Seton Hall, they've found all the fight they can muster here. Xavier, though, they're still fighting. They don't want to get reverse swept. Can't blame them. But my
goodness.
Wants
to get reverse swept, but no one wants to crumble when they have a 4-goal lead, and that's what Seton Hall did. They brought Xavier brought it back to within 1 goal in 30 seconds, and Seton Hall took a breather. They calmed it down. They were able to get that 5th with 75 seconds to go, and they just kept on trucking. The shots after all that was 9-5. Xavier using those shots up like they absolutely needed to. And we're in the final match of this series. This is the first game that hasn't gone to overtime. Let's see if game number 5 gives us a 4th overtime.
Oh, I would absolutely love to see this series end on an overtime. I said at the beginning of this series that Xavier versus Seton Hall was going to be quite a fight and a beautiful match to watch, but I had no idea the Rocket League we were about to watch unfold. Not only is the play so high caliber, but these teams fighting with every last breath they have to take home this win. Now, the ultimate game. Beautiful.
And it's in Xavier territory. Who's going to score first, ladies and gentlemen? Put your bets in the chat. Whoever put in Seton Hall wins that bet. I think that was a little too quick. Everyone's going to put in Seton Hall because they just scored.
I'm going to type up my keys real quick here. I don't know if you can hear that. Seton Hall, and put that in chat. You want to make a $2 bet on that one? I think I can cash in on that.
No, not another $2 bet for me to lose. For anyone that was looking at the other stream earlier today, I lost a bet to one of our viewers that a team was going to score another goal in that series because they were absolutely getting clapped. But no team is getting clapped in this series. And
not at all.
Vibes. He puts it in once again, and Xavier off to a slow start once again. They need to find the goals. They need to stop the bleeding. Meanwhile, on the side of Seton Hall, they can smell it. They can smell the reverse sweep coming on.
2 goals in less than a minute. There's 2 sides to this coin. That is a scary amount of pressure coming out from Seton Hall, but Xavier has so much time left to answer them. And we saw last game, their ability to get 3, almost a 4th to tie up that game. There's no way that they feel like they're out of this game at all right now with just under 4 minutes left on the clock. Here, they're trying to mount some pressure, and I love seeing that. But Seton Hall, they're finding huge clears and able to really, really keep their position, keep their lead advantageous for them. And they've got quite the work ahead, but with a shot like that from Seton, they're just making it easier on themselves.
Seton Hall are smelling blood in the water. They see a crack in the armor, and they're thrusting their sword as strongly as they can in there, making as much damage before that crack goes away. And listen, both of these teams are absolute warriors, but right now, Seton Hall, they were down, they were knocked down to their legs, to their knees. They got back up, and now they're pushing their opponents down to their knees and trying to get them down. But Vibes stops that one from going in. I think he's trying to give mercy there, but this is not the time for mercy. This is the time. The kill is on the cards here. They need to go for the kill.
Vibes, they're almost getting the ground pinch, but ultimately that touch that he gets while landing still sends it in front of the net. It took 2 people to clear that ball from Xavier's end. Big clear from the corner, cut off by Green. Trying to keep this pressure up. Xavier, some of their touches, a little bit uncomfortable. They're able to adapt pretty well, and that adaptability is very, very crucial in the team game 3v3 Rocket League. But you don't want to set yourself up and put your backs against the wall and force that adaptation. You want to have control of the play, and you want to be able to see your teammates and set up these plays. Valor there opts to take the shot himself instead of seeing him Boney jump off the side wall, puts his teammate out of position. Xavier, they're not playing with their best decision making when they're down 3 goals like this. They kept up what they had in those first 3 games of the series. I think this would look a little bit different left, and they need to find that same energy in these next 2 minutes, and they almost do.
Tone, what a save, and I said this in game number 1, but Seton Hall have absolutely been setting the tone. What are these saves coming out of Seton Hall? What are these goals coming out from them as well? Listen, in games 1 and 2, it felt like Xavier had the number, right? They were going to overtime, but they just had that little bit extra to be able to win. Now Seton Hall are forcing Xavier to play their game, and they got a wide open net to look at. They don't miss those. It's 4-0, less than 100 seconds to go.
Seton Hall 4-0 at the minute 36. This would be the most monumental comeback for Xavier yet. It is not looking promising. We may just have reverse sweeping Hall in the bag. What a series.
To everyone who put their brooms away after Game 3, bring them back out and put them upside down because the reverse sweep is on the cards. They got 80 seconds left here. And can they keep it together? Will they crumble or will they stand strong here? Xavier will do everything in their power to not be reverse swept here, but will they be denied? Onion now with the ball. Valor puts it back in his zone, off the back wall, and Onion can't take it. Green puts it in. It's 5-0. They need to score a goal every 10 seconds.
That touch from Valor off the back wall, it felt like it was what was needed, but it was incredibly risky. It looked like Onion was going to be able to get that touch, but no. Secure there from Green. Probably going to be the dagger to the chest. I can't see this comeback being made anymore by Xavier. What an unfortunate end. Doesn't resemble the series, the rest of it, even remotely. And sometimes that's just the way Rocket League will go, you know? Momentum is just so crucial in this game.
It definitely is. And whenever it happens on your side, right? Whenever the bad luck happens to you, it's demoralizing. But hey, you can bounce back in this series. And listen, Seton Hall, they just had bad voodoo in the first 2-3 games there. And once everything started clicking and going their way, they absolutely took the bull by the horns. And they've been playing their game ever since. And Xavier was just taken for a ride here. Game number 5 goes the way of Seton Hall. Ladies and gentlemen, the last name of the series and the last series of the night brings us the reverse sweep. And the ball is just being kept up in the air. A little bit of a parade lap for these players. And what a series.
It was a shame to see Valor stop playing at that 0-second time. So hard fought. Honestly, Valor on that Xavier squad seems like the most consistent across all 5 games. Onion's performance almost felt like the decision maker in some of those games. Some of them being incredibly strong in those wins. And then other times, you know, this final game, bottom of the scoreboard, donuts from goals all the way across the shots. And I just think that every player needs to find that same level of consistency on Xavier's squad. And Seton Hall, they took advantage of those tiny cracks. And that capitalization ultimately was rewarded in a long, hard-fought series.
It was. Honestly, this was Xavier's series to lose, right? If you think about it, Xavier had everything going for them. When they found an opportunity, they took it most of the time. They did have their mistakes here and there, and that allowed Seton Hall to bring them to overtime those first 3 games. But otherwise, this was Xavier's series to lose. Once they got out of that 2v3, right? Once Seton Hall got out of that 2v3, because Xavier looked like they were about to tie it up even before the 2v3. Then the 2v3 happened, right? And Seton Hall are able to keep them at bay for about 30 seconds before that game is tied. And then off the kickoff goal, Vibes comes back in and within 20 seconds ties the game up once again. And so that momentum swing completely put in Seton Hall's position. And then they go to overtime with all the momentum. They score. And now they have the train going, right? The train is rolling on the tracks there. And there's no stopping. The brakes aren't working on this train. They score 4 goals straight off the bat in game number 4. They crumble. The brakes starting to finally hit there. And suddenly it just didn't stop. Those brakes broke off. They melted. And there was nothing to stop the train.
Nope, not at all. I think it's time. We're going to close out the night with a beautiful interview. I'm glad we get to hear some voices aside from our own. But we're going to take a quick break here to get set up Thank you all for joining us for a fantastic final series. Don't go anywhere, though. You do not want to miss this interview with the Seton Hall MVP. Every player on this Seton Hall roster was absolutely legendary in this series, but today we are here with Vibes. Going to pick his brain a little bit on how that series went, and I am absolutely fascinated to hear what he has to say. Vibes, tell me what was going through your head after that game 2 when you were on your back feet, and how did you stay in it to make sure that even despite an overtime, you were fighting it all the way to the very last game 5?
Well, originally, as soon as we started the series, we had our organized comms and we were just looking to win as we usually are. So as soon as we lost the first game, we said, okay, we need to focus up more. We need to be cleaner. We need to position better. Just cut at half, just clean up the rotation and be fast. And then as we lost game 2, we didn't panic. We weren't under pressure. We just did our thing. We made a lot of improvements. The comms improved our every move when we needed boost. We didn't panic. We just had a goal. We wanted the reverse sweep, and luckily we were able to find really good chemistry and eventually reverse sweep. So it was heart pounding. There was some adrenaline. There was a lot of adrenaline, but we accomplished our goal and very proud of that. And it was a great game against Xavier, and we appreciate their sportsmanship and competition tonight.
That's awesome to hear.
It is really awesome to hear. It's awesome to see that you guys still had the motivation. What was going through your minds while you DC? What was the comms like?
So the comms in the beginning, they were casual. We obviously wanted to win. After game 2, they were way more organized. They were quicker. There were more specific call outs, like when we were going back, when we needed a boost, where we were. We weren't panicking with the comms. They were quick, precise, organized, and in good fashion, and we were able to make better call-outs on where the opponent was at specific moments, and really because of that, we were able to make our way back and reverse sweep in full.
Yeah, and you guys absolutely brought it back here. You guys weren't going to lose that without a fight for sure, and despite being down to that 2v3 situation, your teammates still fought. Obviously the elation at the end of that series, those emotions at any time during that series must have been high, right? Whether they be negative at the end of game 2 to how elated you guys are at the end of game 5 to how stressed out you were during game 3.
Yeah, It was unlucky because my game tabbed out and then it closed, but it was great because my two teammates were still able to support my position. It was unlucky that they did get scored on. We did get scored on as soon as I joined back, but um, when I did join back, I did end up scoring, and that was a big confidence booster. And we were just able to get back in it. And I'm very proud of my teammates for being able to hold their own while I was gone. And till when I came back, we were able to do what we could.
What did you expect? I'm sorry.
Sorry.
No,
ahead.
I was just going to ask, what did you expect coming into this series? Because, you know, in those first couple games, going to overtime, but then ultimately ending with a 5-goal deficit, that's such a huge swing. Were you expecting this series to be close, kind of how it ended up playing out? Or did you kind of expect to come in and have that advantage that we saw unfold when you guys found that chemistry?
So we came in just like it was any other regular game. We knew Xavier was going to bring a good fight. We knew they were going to be tough, and we know we had to be precise and quick and smart with every touch. In the overtimes and towards the end of the games, yes, both teams had a good amount of goals, but the deficit I wasn't really expecting. It seems just as we were able to be more confident and apply more pressure, we were able to break Xavier down on defense, and they really were just drowning towards the end of the series in Game 5. And I think that pressure really got to them, which is why we were able to score more and more goals as more games went on.
It makes sense. That's a crucial part to this Rocket League game for sure.
For sure, and yeah, getting those extra goals. Finally, they were going your way by the end of the series. As the series went on, right, the chances were just becoming more and more in your favor, and your team, you were making less and less mistakes. Anything you want to talk to us about your teammates, right? What's going through your mind playing with them today?
So obviously we're in college we have schoolwork. I know a lot of some of my Tone and Green, they have to study for exams, and so do I. So lately, the practices beforehand haven't been as organized. We haven't had as much, but today was the first time I was able to play in the past 3 weeks because I've had classes. That's why I've missed the past games. But today I was really proud how we were able to convert and really just get instant chemistry, even though we haven't all played together in a while. So we were able to adapt really quickly, which I really, really liked, and it really brought us our success.
You had me fooled. You did not look like a team that hadn't played together in a while. That was a fantastic series to watch.
That was
Thank
a
you.
good series to watch. All three of you guys played amazing. You guys were clutch when you needed to be, and that was so very important. Both your teammates, though, are making fun of you for studying, so maybe.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Maybe they've been waiting for you to stop studying to come play with them.
Yeah, that's true. We just had like midterms, and it's like the end of midterm week for us. So we've all been really busy.
It's that time of year.
Yeah.
And finding that balance with Rocket League too, though, that's good.
Exactly. Real life does come first, right? But hey, listen, if you're trying to make your way into the higher scenes of Rocket League, well, this is certainly the way to do so. Any more questions on your end, Simpson? Because I don't have any.
No, we don't want to keep you up too late here, because like we said, academics got to prioritize. Good on you for studying.
I gotta study right after this in like a half hour, or like 4 hours, because I have 2 exams tomorrow. Yeah.
Good luck.
Cram it down.
Unlock. Full faith in you.
Good luck on those exams, and anything you want to say before you depart?
I just want to say that I look forward for a continuing successful season, and go Pirates.
Hey, go Pirates, go. You guys got that one. You absolutely crushed Simpson's dreams here because he was going full Xavier at the beginning of the stream.
Hey, because it's due to proximity, you know?
Xavier was your home team, and Seton Hall just absolutely crushed your home team. Sad.
It did. You're easily swaying my opinions here, Vibes. So thanks so much for giving us your time. I could pick your brain forever on these things. But it's been fantastic having you and also getting to see your series.
Yeah, thank you guys for having me. It's been a pleasure.
Hey, have a good day. Have a good night. Have a good night, everyone in the chat. Thank you so much for coming along. You guys have been amazing. You guys have been positive the entire time. You guys have been honestly almost as pog as Simpson over here.
You've
been doing great all night since you joined me. Although we haven't been on the official until the last game here, we both. I think we both did a good job tonight. You especially did really well on your end. I want to thank all of you guys that are still here. Tugboat for casting for you guys practically the entire time before I came in. Before me and Simpson came in, it was all Tugboat. And listen, without Tugboat, we don't have you guys still over here. His amazing casting kept you guys here. Obviously, the amazing packages on the field also kept you guys here, but the casting is also very important. So thank you a lot to everyone for coming along and watching EGFRL. Anything else you want to say before we take our leave for the night?
That was a perfect closing. Couldn't have said it better myself, except for you were absolutely phenomenal on your end, not giving yourself enough love, enough credit. It was so nice working with you, and what a great way to end out the main stream. You know, you said we were on that second stream earlier. We only got one series on here, but we made it count, both in series and casting.
Definitely.
So thanks again, everyone, and hope you have a great rest of your night. Don't forget to continue tuning in to EGFC's Season 2 Collegiate Rocket League.
Thanks so much for watching, guys. We will see you all next time.